Motor Raceway. This is round number 6 of the 2022 Australian Motor Racing Series. Big thanks to Wayne Orger and the legend himself, Dick Johnson, performing the TA2 Muscle Car Series, raised by Hi-Tec Race for us. And we've got some cars on the track that Dick Johnson actually did a bit of racing in over in the US. It's stock cars that are out on the track. We've got a mixture of Oz trucks, Thunder Sports cars, and we've also got a couple of NASCARs as well. But Shane, one of the challenges is that some of the NASCARs don't have wet weather tyres. So when we get a track that is a bit like this today, wet, a lot of them just can't race because it's too dangerous for them to be out there on slicks.
Yeah, it'd be pretty hard to drive around here on a set of slicks. So yeah, they made the right decision by not racing if that's the case. But the track's actually drying out a little bit because we've had some clear weather for the last few minutes. So we might be able to see a drier line on the racetrack as these guys get underway.
So Brett Mitchell, your race leader. We saw that he had a bit of a spin on the formational lap to the grid. Richard Herring, who's in the Thunder Sports class, Mazda MX-5 second. That MX-5 was pretty quick in the wet yesterday. Then we go back to the Ford XE Falcon, number 82 car of Lawrence McKinnon. It runs in the Thunder Sports class as well. And then one of the Oz trucks, the other Oz truck of Robert Marquee. Back to Scott Lynd, who's in the NASCAR. That's actually a car that ran in the Xfinity series over in the US, and Scott Lynd imported it to Australia. And the other interesting car that we've got out there as well, Troy Perichon in the Ford Falcon Oz car. That's actually the ex-Jim Richards car that ran in the Oz car series at the Calder Park Thunderdome back in the early to mid-1990s.
It's fantastic to see some of the history that's involved in some of these cars. So fantastic to see. And Mitchell's got out in front, and he actually spun out of turn 4 in the formation to the grid for this race. So that's pretty much the only blip to his weekend, because the first 2 races he's won by more than 20 seconds. So he's dominated the weekend so far, but we'll probably want to have that spin back again. But so far so good in this race. He's been able to put that behind him.
So Brett Mitchell and Robert Marquee, they're both in Oz trucks. So they're vehicles that are derived from the trucks that run in the Camping World Truck Series over in the US, but they've been modified for Australian racing purposes. And then, like I said, we do have a few of those NASCAR-style vehicles. Scott Lynd is the only one out there at the moment. There are a few others here this weekend, and hopefully we'll see them back out on the track if we get some dry weather a bit later on in the day.
And Herring's been able to stay pretty close to Mitchell in the opening lap, and that MX-5, as you mentioned before, much quicker in the wet than would be in the dry compared to the Oz truck Maloo that Mitchell is driving. So at the moment, he's doing a quite good job staying close to Mitchell in the opening stage of this race.
The thing about that Mazda MX-5 is that it's not as quick as the Oz truck through the in a straight line, because it's only got a 4-cylinder engine, whereas the Oz truck is V8 powered, but the MX-5 is much more nimble through the corners and better under brakes. And in the wet weather conditions, obviously the extra horsepower of the Oz truck is not anywhere near as much of an advantage as it is in the dry.
Absolutely. And I mean, if the NASCARs had been racing given the wet conditions, can you imagine them trying to slip and slide their way through these corners in slick tyres? It'd be a nightmare.
Well, in the US, as you know, they don't run at all. If it's wet, they generally park them up, particularly if they're on an oval circuit. So hence the reason why a lot of the NASCARs that are here this weekend have chosen not to come out with the track conditions still being rather damp.
Absolutely. As we get towards the completion of the second lap, and Mitchell's still the leader and Herring's not too far behind. So those two have sort of gapped the rest of the field a little bit as we get into lap 3 of this race.
So 10 laps the total distance for this race. This is race number 3 of the weekend for the Thunder Sports and stock cars. They'll have one more race coming up a bit later on this afternoon as well. After this, we'll have the Winton 300 warm-up. Then we'll have race number 4 for the Legend cars. Fantastic to have the Legend cars back on the program for the AMRS. They had a couple of great races yesterday, another really entertaining one first thing this morning. We've still got a couple more TA2 races as well. Jet Johnson, the son of Stephen, the grandson of Dick Johnson, extending his championship lead. once again in the previous race. And we're all building up to the big one, the Winton 300. It's coming up at 1:30 this afternoon, 100 laps, 300 kilometres around Winton Motor Raceway. It'll be close to 3 hours in duration. The race record for the Winton 300 is 2 hours and 50 minutes. Not sure that we're going to break that today, especially if we get further showers of rain.
It depends really on the weather. And the warm-up that you mentioned, which is coming up next, is going to be fascinating because the track is going from a wet to dry condition. So it might be a quite important 20 minutes to try and figure out what to do on the wet tyres for starters. But then as the track dries up, you might want to flick on some slicks and then see what you can do on them as well. So it could be a very important 20 minutes for the outcome of the 300, for the outcome of the Winton 300 this afternoon.
Not all of the drivers in the Winton 300 are on slicks or wet. Some of them are on treaded tyres that are an all-weather tyres. So you're right, it's going to be interesting to see how strategies play out and to see the different cars' strengths and weaknesses in changeable weather conditions. We got a bit of a glimpse of that yesterday because we had dry conditions in qualifying. We had very wet conditions for the sprint race for the Winton 300, and then we had pretty much dry conditions for the top 10 shootout as well.
As we look like we've got some live stream footage in our area. So Mitchell's still leading as we get into lap 5 of this 10-lap stock cars race, but Herring's again still right beside him. So he's putting in some pretty good lap times. Done a 49.93 the last lap, and not too far behind Mitchell, who was pretty much matching his pace. So Herring's really giving Mitchell a contest compared to the other two races so far this weekend.
Big thanks to our live streaming team at Fuzzy Media. We are now bringing you live coverage on track from here at Winton Motor Raceway. So a very good morning, good afternoon or good evening, depending on whereabouts in the world and what time zone you are tuning in from. And it's great to have your company on the live stream on the AMRS Facebook page and YouTube channel. And we're watching on screen at the moment the battle between Brett Mitchell in the number 8 Oz truck, which has the HSV Maloo front end, and he's battling it out with Richard Herring in the number 51 Mazda MX-5. Two cars with completely different mechanical specifications that are proving themselves to be pretty evenly matched on the racetrack at the moment.
It's amazing what happens when you add just a little bit of water to a racetrack.
That it is, but the track is going to dry. We've actually got some UV on the track now, so that's the other thing that will dry it out quite quickly.
We did mention during the first race in the program this morning in the Legend cars that the weather, it was just the pattern was over the top of the circuit, and once that cleared, it looked like it might be a clear day. So far so good, Mansell, but we don't want to jinx it just yet.
Here is Herring looking down on the inside of Brett Mitchell as they head into turn number 3. Not quite able to get the overlap there. Oh, and it's gone. Rotates the number 51 Mazda MX-5 on the exit of turn number 3. He was on the inside there, and I think he might have just hit a damp patch of racetrack, and as he's gone to hit the accelerator, it's lit up the rear wheels and caused him to go for a nice spin.
He won't lose any positions because he had quite a sizable gap over McKinnon, but that will rue his potential race to try and win the race. And he was closing on Mitchell too. He did the fastest lap, the last lap, a 1 minute 49.45. So he was the quickest guy on the track, but just one mistake, and he's now going to have to start catching Mitchell up again.
And he had just done the fastest lap of the race as well, 1 minute 49.4 for Richard Herring last time around compared to a 1 minute 50.0 for Brett Mitchell. Third position's currently occupied by Lawrence McKinnon in the XE Falcon. We go back to Robert Marquise in the second of the Oz trucks, sitting in at position number 4. Scott Nine in 5th position, and Tony Perichon in that ex-Jim Richards Oz car, rounding out the top 6. Oz cars, of course, Australian, I suppose the Australian version of NASCAR, as we have a look at this replay of Richard Herring's spin on the exit of turn number 3. He was looking to the inside, so because he had come out of that dry groove and he was looking down on the inside of Brett Mitchell, he got into the wetter part of the racetrack, and I think that was what unsettled the car there.
Absolutely, and that's, what's caused the spin, and now he's got a lot of work to do. He lost 8 seconds with that mistake, so probably not enough laps to get that back, but yeah, he'll probably try and chase that down with the last few laps as they run into some lap traffic as well.
Yep, the lapped Oscar there of Tony Perrichon. So, like I was saying, the Oscars were basically the Australian version of NASCAR. They ran on the Calder Park Thunderdome in the late 80s and early 90s, and we saw some quite accomplished drivers, didn't we, competing in the Oscar series. People like Jim Richards, Alan Grice, Peter Brock. John Faulkner was another one who was very successful in Oscars as well. And Kim Jane, the other driver, who obviously then went on to circuit racing and ultimately ended up winning a V8 Ute Racing Series title.
It's a very underrated era, and there's some good news, hopefully, with Calder Park coming back potentially next year as well. So, yeah, plenty of boxes to tick to get that back, but it'd be really nice to see another permanent circuit come back on the calendar if we can get it done next year.
Fastest lap of the race last time through from the second of our Oz trucks, Robert Marchese in 4th position, getting down to a 1 minute 48.9. So the lap time's still a long way away from what you would see on a completely dry track, but they are improving as the track continues to dry.
And he is closing on McKinnon for that 3rd position as well. So if he continues his pace, he should be able to get him before the end of the race.
Scott Nine in that number 16 NASCAR that I was talking about before, the Xfinity Series car. I reckon he might be out there on slick tyres at the moment, so he's just been tippy-toeing around, and he'll be hoping that the track continues to dry out.
Well, he's only got 2 laps. There's only 2 laps to go, so I'm not sure he's going to get the prime conditions towards the end of the race. But yeah, he's done pretty well so far to keep out of trouble in these conditions, because it's not quite there for a slick tyre just yet in terms of getting the best use out of it.
Richard Herrick, fastest lap of the race, a minute 47.4 that time around for the Mazda MX-5, so he was the 10th quicker than Brett Mitchell. The spin didn't actually cost him too much time. He's still only 8.5 seconds behind Brett Mitchell, so done a good job to recover from that spin.
Yeah, just what could have been. He might have really given Mitchell a run for his money in the last couple of laps to get the race win, as McKinnon comes into the pit lane, so there might be an issue with the 82 car, and that's put Marchese into 3rd position. So the order with just under 2 laps to go is Mitchell in 1st, Herring in 2nd, and Marchese in 3rd, with McKinnon coming to the pit lane. So that'll put 9 into 4th, and Perrichon is the last of the runners out on the track in 5th position as we get close to starting the final lap in this stock cars race.
So Tony Perrichon has not actually done any racing at all before this weekend. So he used to, as a young kid, he used to be a mechanic who worked on some of those Oz cars, and when he saw that ex-Jim Richards car parked in a shed, he offered to buy it. It was a restoration project that took about 4 years to complete, and this is the first race meeting that we've actually seen for that Oz car. So good to see it out there, but Tony Perrichon, with his inexperience, as you can imagine, just taking it very cautiously out there.
And these are tricky conditions, so he's doing a pretty good job of just staying out of trouble, getting the laps banked and getting more experience on the track. And yeah, who knows, more experience, he could certainly be trying to punch up the front in later races.
So we are on the last lap this time through. Brett Mitchell, 1 minute 46.6, fastest lap of the race that time through.
And we are starting to get a dry line at some parts of the circuit. Not quite there yet, but it is starting to get some dry parts. So, yeah, this Winton 300 warm-up in a couple of minutes is going to be quite interesting.
So weather forecast for today is that we are predicting isolated showers across the day. As we saw a bit earlier on this morning, it was a very isolated shower, isolated to pretty much just the Winton Motor Raceway region. It wasn't really raining anywhere else apart from here, but it looks like the Winton 300 this afternoon, we could potentially get some showers during the race, which if we do get mixed conditions during that 300k race, will make it fascinating. Here comes Brett Mitchell though, 2 race wins for him yesterday and on target to pick up his 3rd race victory of the weekend this morning. Through turns 11 and 12 he comes. Great performance from the driver of the number 8 Oz truck. And he's going to extend his points lead in the stock car series as well. Came into this weekend second in the points behind Stephen Chilby, but Stephen Chilby not racing this weekend, so Brett Mitchell on target to pick up the title. Punches out the fastest lap of the race as well, with a 1 minute 45.8 on the 8th and final lap. Richard Herring comes home in second position, 10.7 seconds drift. And then it's quite a big gap back to Robert Marquee, who will come home in position number 3 aboard the number 84 machine.
And Marchese's just about to cross the finish line, and he does that now to wrap up the podium finishes for the race. So he finishes in 3rd.
And Scott Nine in 4th position. We saw that Scott Nine was very quick, especially once the track started to dry out in the second of our races yesterday, but the conditions not really suiting him so well this morning. He'll be hoping for dry races a bit later on today so he can get back up into a position to challenge for victory. And as those cars make their way back to the pits, we'll grab a break here in commentary on the live stream. We've got the Winton 300 warm-up coming up next. The last opportunity for the drivers to fine-tune their cars, iron out all the technical glitches, make sure that they're ready to go for 100 laps of racing this afternoon. We'll be back with the Winton 300 warm-up next here. This is round number 6 of the AMRS at Winton Motor Raceway.
Brett Mitchell, what were those conditions like out there?
Yeah, probably a bit worse than yesterday. There's a dry line there for sure, but yeah, it's still very greasy. You know, I feel sorry for a lot of the NASCAR guys. They don't have wets, you know, so that's why our numbers are down. So the race later today, we should be all out there to be a good run. So yeah, thank you.
Now talk us through your pride and joy for those watching our live streamer at home.
American built ute that we raced. They were brought here from America to race in a series here, and there's about 10 of them here. But yeah, we run it in all sorts of games, all sorts of series. It's good.
Terrific. Well, we certainly enjoy watching them. They're big, they're loud, and we know you're coming.
Yeah, they sound good, that's for sure.
Thanks so much, Brett.
Thank you.
Richard Herring, congratulations, but geez, you've really earned this position, I'm sure.
Yes, I had a little bit of a mishap here yesterday and today, nearly in the same spot, but I'm really happy with the car. It's good to race with these guys. I don't normally race with them, but I'm having a lot of fun.
Well, that is the key as we go to our third place winner over here. Robert Marquise, they look good. We know they sound great. Oh, a struggle on the wet.
Oh, it's pretty slippery out there. You've got to be really careful. Yeah, really careful. But look, a great bunch of blokes. We had a great time. And I didn't expect this, but yeah, well done for, all the boys.
Well, it's good to see you out there and the rain didn't put you off.
Hey, sorry?
Good to see the rain didn't put you off.
Oh, well, it did a little bit, but, we had to have a go. So, and we have wet weather tyres. So, yeah, all good, all good. All the cars are straights. That's the main thing.
That's the spirit. Thanks so much.
On the live stream on the AMRS Facebook page and YouTube channel. Lockie Mansell and Shane Jones talking you through all of the action. We are counting down to the 2022 edition of the Mountain Motorsports Winton 300. We've got a 20-minute warm-up session for all of the Winton 300 cars underway at the moment. Last opportunity for the drivers to fine-tune their cars before they go racing for 100 laps around Winton Raceway a bit later on this afternoon. Qualifying yesterday, we had qualifying and the top 10 shootout, and the news is that it was the Honda Civic of Jimmy Tran and Tom Vucecevic that ended up as the fastest car in that shootout. 1 minute 31.9 was the time that was achieved by Jimmy Tran in his single lap flyer, and it was a whopping 2.5 seconds quicker than the second place car of Miles Jones and Perry Anastakis. So it's all Honda Civics on the front row of the grid. But when we get into the Winton 300, there will be plenty of talking points because the two cars that are on the front row of the grid, they both qualified in Division B, which is the fastest of our divisions this weekend. They all have to do an additional pit stop compared to all of the other cars in the field. Everybody has to do a 5-minute pit stop, but those two cars on the front row have to do an additional 2.5-minute pit stop. So yes, they're fast, but they will be spending more time in pit lane than their rivals.
So strategy is going to be very important because you need to get back that 2.5 minutes to make sure that you can go on and win the race. So that's going to be the fascinating play for them this afternoon. How quickly can they go in the car and make sure that they can get the time back? But also you don't want to go too quick because that can potentially lead to mistakes. Could also lead to issues with the car as well. So it's that fine balance of going really quick with the car but making sure that you can get the car to the finish line as well.
The other thing as well, and I kind of raised it with Jimmy Tran when I interviewed him after the top 10 shootout yesterday, is do you want to know, Shane, the results of the car that started on pole position for each Winton 300 since 2011?
I bet you've got every one of them offhand.
Well, let's go through them. So 2011, DNF, 2012, 19th, 2013, DNF, 2014 DNF, 2015 DNF, 2016 DNF, 2017 DNF, 2021 DNS. So the result for the pole-sitting car here at the Winton 300 is abysmal.
It's a poison chalice,
Yep.
to be brutally honest. So they've got a lot of history to overcome to get the victory today. So that's going to be a fascinating play as well. Can they overcome the poor record from being on pole?
It's going to be an interesting race, and there's so many factors that we'll be talking about. Strategy's a big one. Reliability is another big one as well. And we've got every car except for one has got two drivers on board, but there is one driver flying solo, and that is Chris Sutton in the Mitsubishi Evo. He finished second outright in the Sydney 300 back in July, and he'll be looking to go one better at Winton this weekend. And that car is pretty good in variable weather conditions. There are some cars that are going to be quick in the dry. There are other cars that will be very quick in the wet. Mitsubishi Evo is a pretty good compromise between both types of weather. So if we get a race that has changeable weather conditions, I reckon that Evo will be a pretty strong package.
And I reckon we're going to get those conditions this afternoon. We get some moments where it's going to be dry and the track will be dry, and then there'll be other moments where it'll be wet and the track will be fully wet. So it's going to be key to be on the right set of tyres at the right times. Obviously, some have got one set of tyres to suit both conditions, but you will need to be on the right tyre, otherwise you'll get caught out and you'll lose a lot of time.
Exactly right, and tyres are unrestricted for the Winton 300, so there will be some teams that will be on either slicks or full wets, depending on if the track is wet or dry, but there are some cars that are running on treaded R-Spec tyres. It's the same tyre regardless of whether it's wet or dry conditions. Now, a treaded R-Spec tyre, it's not going to be as quick as a slick tyre on a dry track. It's not going to be as quick as a full wet tyre on a wet track, but it's a compromise between the two, and it's potentially going to save you pit stops to change tyres. So if we do get a race in changeable conditions, those R-Spec or semi-slick tyres are probably not a bad option.
And it's going to provide consistency too. You at least know what you can get out of that tyre, and pretty much your consistency in terms of the lap times you'll be able to do will be able to help you, and it could help pivotally with strategy as well.
So we are watching that Mitsubishi Evo at the moment, the all-white car of Chris Sutton. At Sydney Motorsport Park, he was driving a Subaru WRX in the Sydney 300, but he's recently upgraded to that Mitsubishi Evo 10. It's the ex-Ben and Michael Cavich car that was run by GWR Australia in a variety of production car events, including the Bathurst 6 Hour, and it is a pretty handy bit of kit. It is a production spec car. Here's an interesting car, the Alfa Romeo 156 of Evan Botcher and Phil Basket. That's a car that a couple of Alfa Romeo club members purchased with the intention of running it in these 300k endurance races. That car is the sister car to another Alfa Romeo 156 GTA that ran in the Bathurst 24 Hour way back in 2003.
That's almost 20 years ago. That's a long time between drinks. So it's great to see the Alpha still rolling around and being able to compete in these types of events.
And it's powered by a 3.2 litre V6 engine, which it's a front wheel drive car, so a lot of power to be putting through the front wheels, but Phil and Evan assured me yesterday that they don't really have too many problems with torque steer, and they've got that car handling pretty nicely. Just behind them at the moment, the oldest car to have ever started the Winton 300, the 1967 Ford Mustang Fastback, which is going to be shared in today's 300k Enduro by Ross Wood and Gary Quigley, a couple of members of the Benalla Auto Club committee. It's very fast in a straight line with that V8 motor. We'll watch it blast past the Alfa Romeo here, but it's not a very comfortable car to drive in the wet weather conditions. And the other challenge that they do have with that car this weekend is its fuel range. It's pretty thirsty with that V8 engine. And they only have to make one compulsory pit stop because they're in one of the lower divisions, but just based on fuel range, they are thinking that they may have to stop twice.
So they'll be praying for some dry conditions this afternoon. Just quickly looking at the times that we've had so far in the session, and Chris Sutton is currently leading with a 1 minute 38.9473. The track is drying out. We had some rain about 30-40 minutes ago, which made the track wet, but now it's starting to dry out, and there's clearly a dry groove on the circuit now. So times are starting to get quicker, and I would expect that's going to continue if we don't get any more rain in the last 11 minutes.
Exactly right. Chris Sutton, currently the fastest driver in this warm-up session. I don't think that many of the drivers will be going for outright lap times in this session, though. It's all about dialing the cars in on a full tank of fuel, making sure they're ready for a long race this afternoon. Jet Herring, who was a star in the wet weather conditions yesterday, the youngest driver in the 300. He's only 15 years old. He's teaming up with his dad, Todd Herring, in Mazda MX-5. They're second at the moment. Then we go back to another father and son combination in car number 33, Lee and Jerry Burgess in their Mitsubishi Evo 9, currently sitting in position 3. Daniel Kapitanovich and Adam Thompson, the car that won the Wakefield 300 earlier this year, the BMW 328i, currently sitting in position number 4. And that car, we've seen some pretty handy race performances, not just at Wakefield Park, but Daniel Kapitanovic has been on the podium here at Winton before as well. He'll be sharing driving duties in that car with Adam Thompson.
So what are the critical things, Mansell, to have in this warm-up? What do you need to get right to make sure that you're on track to race at the 300 this afternoon?
So I think they'll be making sure that the cars are reliable first and foremost. So if there are any niggling issues yesterday, it's a chance to make sure that those issues are ironed out. We're seeing that a few of the drivers and teams are taking the opportunity to do practice pit stops and driver changes as well. Because there are very strict rules around the pit stop procedures. So it's a 5-minute compulsory pit stop, and that 5 minutes is measured from pit entry to pit exit. So it includes both the stationary time to work on the car and complete the driver change and the refueling, but also the transit times drive from one end of pit lane to the other. And there are a whole lot of infringements that can trip you up in the pit stop. So you have to make sure that you've got processes in place to manage those so that you don't get penalised, because there's pretty severe penalties if you transgress with things like spilling fuel or having too many members of the pit crew working on the car during the pit stop. So you are limited. You're only allowed to have 5 people in the working lane of pit lane plus a car controller, so 6 people in total. Plus the 2 drivers, so any more than that and you will be penalised. So teams just making sure that they've got all of those procedures ticked off so that they don't get penalised during the race.
And I guess with the 5 minutes, it gives them enough time to do all that. I mean, in some other endurance races, time is limited and you need to get the car in and out as quickly as possible. But at least in the Winton 300, you've got enough time to do what you need to do without potentially making any mistakes.
100%, and the reason that that regulation is in place is because it is a grassroots club level endurance race. So a lot of the teams that are involved in the Winton 300, they don't have cars with the dry brake refueling system, for example. So to make sure that they have enough time to refuel the car safely and without the danger of spilling fuel, that's why that rule is in place. And in fact, if you do discover that you need to make an additional pit stop for fuel, say you're getting to the end of the race and you're running low on fuel, any pit stop where fuel is added to the car must be a minimum of 2.5 minutes. So you can't just come in and do a quick splash and dash. You must be in pit lane for 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
So just over 7 minutes to go in this warm-up for the Winton 300, and Chris Sutton is still the leader. He's actually had a quicker time, 1 minute 36.8329, and it was almost 2 seconds quicker, but Tran has just been able to do a 38.1239, and that's been able to put him to second.
So just having a look at the number 22 car as well, the mini entry of Barney Hogan and Ian McDougall. So they were in pit lane then for 5 minutes and 4 seconds. So I think you'll see a few teams doing that. They'll be rehearsing pit stops, because the thing is there's that 5 minute restriction, but you want to be as close as you can. You don't want to go under the 5 minutes or you'll get penalised, but equally you don't want to be too far over the 5 minutes or you're just wasting time.
Well, it is an endurance race, but you may lose or win the race by seconds. So
yep,
gaining seconds or losing seconds is absolutely critical to your performance this afternoon. So if you can gain 2, 3, 4 seconds in pit lane, that could be the difference between winning or losing this afternoon.
Miles Jones in the yellow Honda Civic, that'll start on the front row of the grid. It's just his second 300k endurance race. He ran at Sydney Motorsport Park as well, but he's got the most experienced, most capped driver in the history of the 300k endurance races, Parry Anastakis, joining him in that car. Parry Anastakis, not only has he started more 300s than everybody else, he's also finished more 300k races than any other driver in the whole history of the 300s. He's only had 2 DNFs, so he has an outstanding record in these races. He's been on the podium here at Winton before as well, Parry Anastakis, and Miles Jones said to me on Friday that getting Parry as his co-driver was a case of tapping into that experience and tapping into Parry's extensive knowledge base for these 300k races.
Obviously, some drivers are doing it by themselves, but others doing it in pairs. So is there a limit as to how long you can be in the car in pairs?
Yeah, there is. So for the 2 driver teams, the maximum number of laps that any one driver can do is 70 laps, which if you work backwards, it means that 30 laps is the minimum for the other drivers. So You actually do have a little bit of a strategic advantage if you are driving solo, because the compulsory pit stop window opens at the end of lap 10. So Chris Sutton, who is the only solo driver in the field, imagine we get a safety car on lap 25. He'll be able to come in and do his compulsory pit stop under that safety car. All of the 2 driver teams, it'll be too early for them to change drivers at that point. So that is potentially a bit of a strategic ace up the sleeve, you could say, for the solo drivers.
Absolutely, and if you do get that safety car early, it gives him an option to get the compulsory stop out of the way, and away he goes, and then he won't have to stop again. So just depending on how the day plays out, it could be in a really good position to win the race.
Fuel range will be the limiting factor though, because if you stop too early as well, that's the other thing. You might find that you're not able to put enough fuel into the car at that point to get you through to the finish. So, and it's not like supercars where the fuel range is pretty much uniform between all of the cars, because we've got such a diversity of different types of cars with different mechanical specifications and with different fuel tank sizes and different engine capacities. The fuel range and the fuel economy for each car will be very different. So there'll be some cars that are a lot better in that department than others.
And there'll be some cars that push to get fast times to try and catch back on the extra pit stop that they need to do, so they will burn more fuel than, say, some of the other cars who might be more conservative to try and get their car to the finish.
Yeah, and equally, I mean that even if you have to lose a second or even a couple of seconds a lap saving fuel, you might still end up a bit better off than if you have to make an extra 2.5 minute pit stop. So there will be teams that will have that in mind. Obviously, you have to be able to get 50 laps out of a tank of fuel to make sure that you can get through the race on only 1 pit stop, and that's 150 Ks. So yes, fuel range will be a bit of a consideration. Probably a bit less so if we get some wet weather, because that will allow some of the drivers to save fuel, but definitely will be something drivers and teams will be thinking about, as we see that Miles Jones in car number 8 is just, car 777, he's done 8 laps. He's just done the best lap of this warm-up session with a 1 minute 35.3. All of the lap times considerably slower than what we saw in qualifying yesterday, which, like I said, does suggest that they're all out there on full tanks of fuel at the moment and very much focusing on race setup.
About a second away from the qualifying times of some drivers. Obviously, for the pole sitter, it was a little bit quicker than that. But yeah, we're certainly starting to see better times now, given that the track is getting really dry now.
Incidentally, the slowest car in this session is actually the car that will be starting this race on pole position. Jimmy Tran and Tom Vucecevic currently 15th fastest in this session. They've been in the pits for over 9.5 minutes. And I'm just wondering if they've gone out and they've done a couple of laps, they've gone, yep, the car's good, we're just going to park it.
Well, they haven't done a time in anger yet either. They're 17 seconds away from the fastest time. So, yeah, clearly they might have done a couple of laps and put it away, and we're right for the 300. So,
why wear out your car if you don't need to?
Absolutely, and they were clearly the quickest car yesterday, and if the conditions are dry like they are now, they will certainly be quick.
So 1 minute and 40 seconds remaining in this warm-up session. Miles Jones fastest, Chris Sutton second, Daniel Kapitanovic in position 3 at the moment. We go back to Benny Tran, the second of the BYP Racing prepared machines. Benny Tran teaming up with Ben Connell this weekend. And Benny Tran and his brother Jimmy have both done a lot of these 300k races. Then it's Jerry Burgess back to Barney Hogan. Barney Hogan will be joined in that mini by Ian McDougall, who we've seen competing in the TCR Australia Series this year, driving an Audi RS3. Jet Herring in 7th, back to Michael Ricketts. As I say that though, Michael Ricketts gets displaced from 8th position by Evan Botcher in the Alfa Romeo 156, so that relegates Michael Ricketts back to 9th position ahead of David Bernardi. Ricketts and Bernardi both in Nissan Pulsars. Outside the top 10, we've got Matt McKeldin in the number 17 AU Falcon that he'll be sharing with Stephen Johnson in 11th position. Daniel Van der Hayden in 12th. Back to Gary Quigley, Ben Crosland, and then Jimmy Tran sitting in position 15.
It's a busy weekend for McKeldin. He's also racing in the TA2, so he's already had a race this morning, and he's got another couple this afternoon before the 300.
Busy weekend for Ben Crosland as well, because he's driving in the Legend cars as well as racing that Honda Integra alongside his brother Hayden Crosland in the Winton 300. So a couple of drivers are on double duty this weekend.
As time almost elapses in warm-up for the Winton 300.
So checkered flag will come out this time around. This is the last time that these cars will be on track before we get to the Winton 300 this afternoon. And yeah, let's hope that all of the cars are running strongly and there's no major mechanical problems that have been identified by any of the teams before we go racing for 100 laps this afternoon. We'll run through a few more of the Winton 300 stats when we do get into race mode, the Savo, but big question, can the pole position curse finally be broken this weekend? We'll answer that question a bit later on when we get set for the start of the Mountain Motorsports Winton 300 at approximately 1:30. Time for us to grab a break here in commentary. When we come back, we'll have race number 4 of the weekend for the Legend cars. It's their Australian title this weekend. You are tuned in to round number 6 of the AMRS on the live stream via Facebook and YouTube from Winton Motor Raceway. Lockie Mansell and Shane Jones with you in commentary. Back with more very soon. Welcome back, everybody. Great to have your company here at Winton Motor Raceway. This is round number 6 of the Australian Motor Racing Series. It's Lockie Mansell and Shane Jones in the commentary box with you for this one. Gearing up for race number 4 of the weekend for the Legend Cars Australia. The Australian title is on the line for the Legend Cars this weekend. And it's been all wet weather races for the Legend Cars so far, but the good news is that it has dried out for this race. Race number 4, we've got Ryan Pring, our winner from the previous race, starting on pole position ahead of Billy Finnegan. We go back to Shane Tate, Ben Goodridge back to Brendan Hourigan and Robert Hogan, Scott Morgan out of 7th back to Nathan Prado, Bruce Duckworth and Matthew Bond rounding out the top 10. Now, the national title, the Australian title, will be decided based on the driver who has the most points across the 5 races. So Billy Finnegan, out of the first 3 races, currently on 391 points. Ryan Pring, 385. Brendan Hourigan, 373. Shane Tate, 367. And Ben Goodridge sitting on 350 points. That's how the point standings sit after the first 3 races that we've had so far.
And we've had 3 different winners so far in this series this weekend. So Hourigan took out the first race, Finnegan took out the second race, and in the third race this morning, Pring took that out ahead of Finnegan.
So it's a rolling start for this one. And like I said, dry weather conditions for the first time for a Legend car race so far this weekend. So there could be some cars that have got some strengths on a dry track as we get the race underway. And a good reaction time for Billy Finnegan off the front row of the grid, and he's going to sweep around the outside and take the lead ahead of Ryan Pring as they swing through turns 1 and 2. Shane Tate, pretty handy start as well, moves straight up into 3rd position. And Brendan Hourigan has already moved up a spot as well. Ben Goodridge, the big loser out of the opening couple of corners, he's been shuffled back. And looking a bit further down the order, there's Ben Crosland making up a spot up the inside at turn number 3. He had to start this race at the back of the field after a DNF in the previous race.
Shane Tate was trying to go down the inside into turn 1 and try to take all of them, but was unable to do so as Finnegan was able to take the lead around the outside. So a great start by Finnegan, and he was quick in the wet in the 3 races, but we don't know how good he could be in the dry. So it's going to be fascinating to see if he can translate that pace from the wet to dry.
Either way, it's been an exceptional debut weekend for Billy Finnegan as Brendan Hourigan sends it down the inside of Shane Tate at turn 9. Nicely done from Brendan Hourigan there. The door was left slightly ajar and he was able to make the move through. Robert Hogan looking to take advantage as well and closing in onto the back of Shane Tate as they run down to the braking zone at turn number 10. A couple of different engine configurations for the Legend cars. The older carburetted 1250cc Yamaha motor still powers a lot of these vehicles, but it is gradually being phased out. We do have a few cars in the field that are running the newer fuel-injected Z engine, the 860cc motor. Scott Morgan, Nathan Prado, Matthew Bond, Stuart Bond and Scott Melville are all running that newer fuel-injected engine.
So Hourigan and Hogan were both able to take 2 spots on the opening lap. So Hourigan moved from 5th to 3rd and Hogan from 6th to 4th as Shane Tate's lost a couple of positions as well, and he's under attack as well as we head into turn 3. So something's happened to him to lose a few spots because he was running in 3rd at the start of the first lap.
Yeah, so both Nathan Prado and Ben Goodridge were able to get ahead of him, and Shane Tate now finds himself battling it out with Scott Morgan in the number 17 car. Like I said, that's the car that Lachlan Ward drove and won a lot of races in the Legend Car National Series. And off the road, our race leader's gone. Up at turn number 7, Billy Finnegan throws it off into the grass and he's going to surrender multiple positions. In fact, that car's stopped altogether, so I'm thinking that he might have a problem, and you can see that he's looking pretty animated inside the car as well. So a very disappointing end to the race, it would seem, for Billy Finnegan, and with that car in that position, that could well trigger a safety car intervention. Let's have a look at the replay. He was leading the race And I'm just wondering if something might have broken in the rear of the car there, Shane, because it all looked under control as he headed up into turn number 7, but then all of a sudden the rear of the car just broke away. So I'm wondering if it might be a gearbox or possibly a drive shaft issue that has forced Billy Finnegan into retirement.
You're not usually that wide into that corner, so yeah, clearly something must have been amiss for him to go so far wide and off the track, and unfortunately out of this race, as we have got a safety car for the incident to Finnegan.
The recovery team are up there, and Billy Finnegan's now managed to get the car moving again under its own steam. So that's a weird one. Maybe it's not actually as catastrophic a mechanical problem as what I thought. Maybe it's something as simple as an electrical problem that he's been able to rectify inside the car. Good news for him is that he's still going to be on the lead lap, and because we do have this safety car, he will get to join on to the tail end of the field.
And the good thing is this could be a pretty short safety car, given that he's back in the race, so we might be getting racing again pretty quickly.
So the Hyundai Kona N safety car leads the field around Winton Motor Raceway. Ryan Pring is your race leader ahead of Brendan Hourigan. Robert Hogan in third position ahead of Nathan Prado. Back to Shane Tate, Ben Goodridge, Scott Morgan, Bruce Duckworth, Matthew Bond and Mark Duckworth rounding out the top 10. And there is Billy Finnegan. He'll need to push very hard to catch back up to the tail of the field before we get the restart. Like you said, Shane, I think this safety car will probably only be out for one lap, given that the cause of the safety car has resolved itself.
Absolutely, and it's going to cause significant damage to his chances of winning the Australian Championship as well, because he's going to have to do a lot of work to get back into this race. But the top two in the standings right now are the top two that will be in the standings heading to the final race. So yeah, Finnegan's got a lot of work to do in the last few laps to try and stay in contention for the round.
I'm not sure that he's actually going to catch up to the field, because he's only up at turn 8 at the moment, and the rest of the field are already on their way down through turn 10 and on the way to turn 11. The lights are out on the Hyundai Kona N safety car, and it's coming back into the pit, so we'll get a restart this time around with 4 laps remaining.
Yeah, he's coming into turn 10 now as the last of the cars are going into turn 11, so he might get close, but he's going to have to do a lot of work as we restart this race in the Legend cars.
So Pring, your race leader ahead of Hourigan. Watch out for Brendan Hourigan. He's been very fast right throughout the weekend. Robert Hogan sitting in third position ahead of Nathan Prado and Shane Tate. Those top 5 cars all very tightly bunched together as they head through turns 1 and 2. Brendan Hourigan, one of the older drivers in the Legend Cars field, but very capable of taking the fight up to the young guns. It's quite a big patch of standing water there just on the approach to turn number 4. You wouldn't want to hit that at the wrong angle, or you'll go spinning off the circuit backwards into the Coates tyre wall, Chaz Mostert style from a few years ago. You might remember they ended up parked on top of that wall.
Yeah, that was quite a frightening incident. Finnegan wasn't able to get to the back of the field, so he's about 15 seconds behind. So he's got plenty of work to do over the last few laps to probably even just get one position, as we have a battle for the lead.
And a lead change, so Brendan Hourigan, that's becoming his favourite overtaking spot. Turn number 9, gets up the inside of Ryan Pring. Pring looking to switch back though, gets a good exit out of turn number 9, but he'll be on the wrong side of the road on the outside for turn 10, and it's Hourigan who swings through to take the lead in car number 51. And here comes Robert Hogan, the big head of steam coming out of turn number 10, draws up on the outside of Ryan Pring. It'll be a braking duel into turn number 11. Robert Hogan, though, not quite able to do the switchback. Pring was able to park it on the apex to cover off that challenge.
So Hourigan takes the lead with 3 laps to go. And if he wins this race, it will put himself in prime position to be the round leader so far heading into the final race of the weekend.
Indeed he will, but he's still going to have a fight on his hands, because Ryan Pring is not going to give up without a fight. And Pring back down the inside at turn number 3. Can he get it stopped? Runs a little bit wide on the exit, and contact between the 2 cars. Big contact, and Ryan Pring's off, and so is Brendan Hourigan out through the grass. And Hourigan has spun as well, so both our race leaders have made contact with one another. Hourigan's rotated. There's another car that's gone spinning off, I think probably trying to take evasive action there. as well on the exit of turn number 4. But absolute chaos on the first lap after this, second lap after this safety car restart. And Brendan Hourigan's car is bogged. And he's gassing it up, trying to get it out of the grass there. Finally manages to get it mobile. My goodness gracious me. He is going to rejoin the racetrack, but he's going to be stone motherless last. So a couple of the drivers that were in contention for the Australian title coming to dramas in this race, Shane.
And Hogan took the lead, but now he's under attack and he's actually lost position. And it looks like Prado is now the new leader. So absolute carnage on this lap. We've had I think we've had 4 different leaders on this lap. So dramatic way to almost end this race as we've got 2 laps to go.
And potentially going to be on for our 4th different race winner from 4 races as well. What a Australian title it's been for the Legend cars so far. I wonder if we're going to have a situation where we end up with 5 different winners and we end up with an overall champion who hasn't actually won any races and has just ended up at the point he had by virtue of consistency. But it is Nathan Prado who now leads ahead of Robert Hogan. Shane Tate in 3rd position ahead of Scott Morgan. And those top 4 cars separated by just 0.8 of a second as they commence the second to last lap.
We mentioned that, and Shane Tate might actually be leading heading into the final race because he's been pretty much the most consistent and he's on track to finish inside the top 3.
Problem for Nathan Prado, our race leader, very slow. He's got a mechanical issue, I think, because that car slowed up dramatically coming out of turn number 4. This is the race that nobody wants to win, Shane.
Absolutely, and now Shane Tate's all over the back of Hogan, who's retaken the lead. So these two are battling for the race win. As you mentioned, no one wants to win it at the moment.
What an unbelievable race this has been. Billy Finnegan led the race. He went off up the top part of the circuit. We had Ryan Pring and Brendan Hourigan battling for the lead. They both came to grief. And now Nathan Prado, the driver who was in the race lead after the incident between Pring and Hourigan, is parked, stopped, stationary on the side of the road at turn number 5, the sweeper.
I wonder if they might be bringing out a safety car for this final lap, or they might let the field race for the final lap. It'd be interesting to see what happens here.
I think they might just leave it under local yellow flag conditions, given that there's only 1 lap to go. Oh, a bit of a wide moment there for Shane Tate at turn 11. That will allow Scott Morgan to close in. Robert Hogan has been able to pull clear in the number 46 car. We've got 1 lap to go in what has been a chaotic race for the Legend cars. And indeed, Scott Morgan has been able to make the move through on Shane Tate to pick up 2nd position as they cross the start-finish line.
Hogan leads by just over a second, even though Morgan will be trying to chase him down in this last lap. Shane Tate in 3rd position and Duckworth rounding out well, there's 2 Duckworths. Duckworth in 4th and Duckworth in 5th.
That's Bruce ahead of Mark at the moment in positions 4 and 5. Ryan Pring, after that contretemps with Brendan Hourigan, has managed to get back up to 6th position, so not a bad recovery for him. Then we go back to Goodridge, Bond, Fitzpatrick up to 9th, and the other of the Bonds, that's Stuart Bond in car number 39, sitting in position number 10. Not over yet in terms of the battle for the race win, because Scott Morgan has been super fast this lap. Look at the ground that he's made up on Robert Hogan, and there's still a few overtaking opportunities left in this lap. They'll negotiate their way through turn number 9, but Hogan's going to have to be very careful through turns 10 and 11, because if Scott Morgan sees a sniff of an opportunity, he will send it. And here he comes. He ranges up on the outside of Robert Hogan, heading into the braking zone for turn number 10. Hogan parks the car mid-track to cover off that overtaking opportunity. 2 corners left to run. And again, Morgan looking very threatening on the run into turn 11. Does he send it up the inside? Not quite close enough, but he'll look to switch back. 1 corner left to run. It's going to be who gets the better exit out of this corner for the drag race to the finish line. Morgan will pull out of the slipstream at the last minute. They'll be side by side across the line. Drag race to the checkered flag, and it's Hogan who gets it by 0.03 of a second. An ultra close finish in an epic 4th race for the Legend cars here at Winton. Shane Tate comes home in 3rd position with just 1 second separating the top 3 cars. Ryan Pring recovers to 4th. And then we go back to Bruce Duckworth, Ben Goodridge in position 6, back to Matthew Bond, Stuart Bond, Fitzpatrick and Mia Bolton completing the top 10. What a race for the Legend cars.
What a race. And yeah, just .03 and a fourth different winner for the weekend. And a nice job by Pring too to bounce back to finish fourth. And that's going to help him potentially to win the Australian Series as well, because he might be the leader as we look at a replay.
So this is the incident between Ryan Pring and Brendan Hourigan. So Pring got down the inside of Hourigan. Hourigan was looking to try and switch back on the run into turn number 4. Got down the inside. They made quite heavy contact. And then the problem there was that as Hourigan went across the apex at turn number 4, he would have picked up a whole lot of mud and garbage on his tyres. And then so as he accelerated out of the corner, he rotated and it ended up back in the infield. Ultimately, Hourigan failed to finish that race altogether. What does this do in terms of the points? Well, Ryan Pring is now your overall leader on round points. 376 points for him. Shane Tate, 367. Billy Finnegan, 364 points. That DNF costly for Brendan Hourigan. He's dropped all the way to 14th in the round standings on 285 points.
And Finnegan finishing the race keeps him in the title hunt as well. So, yeah, he was able to claw his way back to 14th, and that's valuable points. Who knows what happens in the final race?
Well, it's going to be interesting because we're going to have some fast cars starting from a bit further back in the order. And, yeah, like I said, it's going to be all to play for to see who will win the Australian Legend Cars title. We'll let our very hard-working category managers, Sam Booker and John Dennehy, do all of the number crunching. Legend Cars are heading back into the pits. Very shortly, we'll be heading down to Kylie King for a chat with our race winner. We've got the TA2 Muscle Car Series race number 3 coming up for you very, very shortly. Time for us to grab a quick break in commentary here on the live stream. Hope you're enjoying all of the action from round 6 of the AMRS at Winton Motor Raceway.
Unfortunately, our race leader, Robert, is starting to make his way. In the meantime, we'll catch up with runner-up Scott Morgan. What a crazy race that was.
Yes, it was. It was definitely hard work, that's for sure. Still lots of water on the track in the worst possible spots. So.
Oh, well, we've got our race winner here. We might catch up with him, Robert Hogan. Lockie Mansell, our commentator, called it as the race no one wanted to win, but geez, once you had a sniff, you were keeping hold of it.
It was hard, don't worry. Yeah, there was a lot of carnage in those first few laps. Yeah, it was busy times. Yeah.
And what was it like from your perspective if you were watching it all unfold?
Yeah, it was with the two front runners there for a bit, watching them. I sort of sat back and yeah, they ended up coming together. Yeah, I missed Ryan and then clipped actually Brendan on the way through, but yeah, I think I might have a bit of a tyre leak in the right rear, but yeah, it was getting bad towards the end, so yeah, I was just hanging on for dear life.
And what a title fight this is. This is just amazing. So many different race winners.
Yes, there has been, yeah, all weekend, so it's you never know with Legend Cars, I don't think, so yeah, that's just what comes of it, you know.
Well, congratulations. Thanks for making your way back after the race. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Sorry, buddy. And we'll get to our third place getter, Shane Tate. Madness, excitement, all the things that Legend Cars promised, you certainly delivered today.
Yeah, it was all pretty good. I tried to keep out of trouble as much as I could, and it was kind of happening in front of me and doing a bit of a Bradbury, just starting to come through like I always do, which is good. So just try to keep it clean and keep it straight.
For those just watching on the live stream, what's it like to race these cars? What do you love about them?
Oh, I love that. Yes, it's the cheapest form of motorsport you can do with just a straight gearbox, just like a supercar. So you can just jam it down gears, pull it back gears when you want it more, and it just slides around like it's on ice. So it's good fun.
And the lead seems to change quite easily. So talk us through what happens there.
It's generally the slipstream of the cars. It's pretty slippery. If you can, keep in front of the person in front, they're generally going to get you if they're right on you by the end of the straightaway, and then you can generally get them back somewhere else at the same time. So that's good.
Now, I can't write the end to this weekend. Different race winners, lots of action. So can you predict what's in store for the final?
No, not me. Sorry, no, not me. Depends on the weather, but if we can keep it straight, I think it'll be us up there again, I hope. So we'll see how we go.
Well, Shane, that was a delight, and boys in commentary have certainly been enjoying putting on the show. Best of luck calling it, and we'll see you at the end, hopefully.
Thank you very much.
I appreciate Dick's valuable input. I'm hoping to get him back for race number 4, but that will depend on whether Jet has been able to put the finishing touches on the championship. I certainly don't want to drag Dick away from his granddad duties as he hopefully witnesses his 17-year-old grandson maybe wrap up the TA2 Muscle Car Series framed by Hi-Tec. This is a 12-lap race, and they should be a normal roll-around double file start. Kyle Girton and Brad Gartner will continue their little battle. Jackson Rice and Jet Johnson on that second row. Nicholas Bates and Michael Coulter. Michael's having a pretty solid weekend so far. Peter Robinson and Lee Stibbs, Matt McKeldin and John Hollinger. They will be your top 10. And then you go back to Mark Crutcher and Paul Hadley, the boss of the IES team. So waiting to bring the field around. Now the plan was initially for them to be able to do a double file start, but it looks like...
Yeah, it should still be a double file start.
That was that sighting lap just then, and that's what I love. Another thing I love about this category, it's a rolling double file start.
Which will be good to finally do that this weekend, Wado, because the first 2 races we've had the single file starts. And I'll tell you what, these drivers and teams have had to battle the complete spectrum of weather conditions this weekend. We had a damp but drying track in race 1 and a soaking wet track in race 2. And now for this one, we get a completely dry track.
There is the man, the young man who looks to wrap up his first ever Blue Ribbon Motorsport Championship in Jet Johnson, 17 years of age. Disappointing for us that we don't have Josh Haynes in the saddle today. Josh had a shoulder reconstruction in the last couple of days, so he's missed the final round. He wouldn't have been a championship protagonist, but the cool part about Josh this year has been phenomenal with his battle with Jet in particular. This talented youngster, 18 years of age, I think, from the ACT, will be here tonight for the presentation dinner, but not able to attend as a race participant. As we look at the boys warming up the Hoosiers, second last race of the championship. Great to have your company either here at Wild and Wintry Winton. Winter in November. It can only happen in either Winton or Phillip Island. They tend to be tracks that share those icy and unpredictable weather conditions. So the boys will double file it. It'll be interesting to see who has any rubber left by the end of this one. Cheney, we spoke about him earlier, faces a difficult proposition. He needs to be consistent and keep Bates within sight at least, but at the same time not cook himself physically. Yesterday he was on Struggle Street after a lung infection or chest infection went completely awry in the build-up to this round, and actually spent some time in the ICU being nursed with pneumonia and all sorts of complications. So Graham is certainly not 10/10, but he was able to nurse the car home in 12th for that previous race. Pace car about to pull away from this double file start. Brad Gartner, who had a disappointing Sydney Motorsport round despite the fact he was blisteringly quick. We had one of the most unique crashes in all of Sydney Motorsport Park history in that Turn 2 melee, which ended up with Anthony Tenkate being parked underneath like a ramp in a Dukes of Hazzard movie. So here we go. Time to let them loose here at Winton Motorsport Park, and it is the final round, second last race of the TA2 muscle cars framed by Hi-Tec. Hello to Mick Rowell tuned in watching the action. Rowley sold his car. He's had a shoulder reconstruction as well, but he's got a brand new car and he'll be back for a new season. Gartner to the outside with Girton, and it's the South Aussie, I think, who will pull through, and he does. Lead them down. Coulter lurking with intent on the... Oh, Bates! Ran over the edge of the Johnson car, and Nicholas Bates manages to keep it going. It was almost like his twin brothers for a little while there. Had to get out in the dirt and keep the car moving. He's done that, but that is not good in terms of his attack on Graham Cheney in that battle for second in the championship overall. Gartner, your leader. Girton and Rice In that second and third spot, Jet Johnson, Michael Coulter, Peter Robinson. There was Matt McKeldin in the 99. Stibbs has been really lively this weekend so far. Just watching Girton, flirting with the idea of a run at the bespectacled Gartner. You see Stibbs in the second of that two-car team running behind Robinson. We're about to close down lap number 1. There is Coulter, there is Johnson, there is Stibbs. Oh, wow, is that McKeldin? Had it hung right out, the 99 car, and Hollinger right there with him. And there was a little bit of discussion between the pair of those two at the end of the previous race. So we'll try and keep an eye on that. Gartner, quickest lap so far, a 1:31.8. Girton, Rice, Coulter, Johnson, Stibbs, LaChalpo. Better run for Zach. He's up in 7th. Cheney has gone from 12th to 8th. Robinson back to 10th. McKeldin, in fact, Robinson to 9th. McKeldin to 10th. And Mark Crutcher with issues.
Oh, and Zach LaChalpo's gone off again.
Oh, man. I think here's a look at the replay of what happened with Bates. And there was contact with he and Jet Johnson. Bates did a good job to keep that thing going. The precious metal entry, it's back on course. So LaChalpo rejoins the field in the Tempest Solutions car. It has been an absolute Barry Crocker for him this round. And after coming into the championship, lurking with intent in the top 5, Zach has really struggled with rubber issues, with good fortune, with incidents like that that are probably tyre related. He had to borrow used tyres from another team just to keep his progress. They cut a couple of down yesterday. So we see Coulter, the very distinctive Cabelco colour. So here we go, 10 remaining. And Brad Gartner with a 0.446 second lead. Not much at all. It's an exciting time for TA2 muscle cars when you look at the average age of these three. Teenagers and in their 20s. Michael Coulter, the oldest of this bunch. Cheney is up to 6th. Now, he must be feeling a little better because Graham Cheney, who promised his wife Karen that he would just make up the numbers and just do some laps, Cheney clearly is feeling better. I hope he feels the same way, Lockie, at the end of the next 10 laps because he's having a real go. Battle of the top 3. They're glued together. Gartner, Girton, and Rice. There's only 1.1 second between the trio. This is where you often have a good crack here. Coming up to this left-hander. Gartner is solid. Girton showed a lot of smarts yesterday and today to score his 3rd win of the series of the year. Is he looking? Flirting with the idea of a run up the inside. Gartner very late on the anchors, as Warren Luff always said, or actually it was Ian Luff, his old man, used to say the last of the late breakers. Oh, Girton really closing in the gap now. This will be very interesting. Let's have a look and see what the gap is. It's 0.29 of a second. Gartner's gone out to a 1:27. So he is 4 seconds a lap quicker than he was one rotation earlier. So they're definitely stepping it up now. Track is pretty well dried out completely, Lockie, by the looks of things.
Which is good news. There are still a few damp patches on the verges, and you don't want to be going off the road because, as we saw in the Legend car race previously, if you find your way into the infield, chances are you're not going to be getting back onto the track anytime soon.
Cheney is down in the 128s right now, 128.7. Jet Johnson is a 128.6. And Gardner the fastest with a, in fact it's Girton with a 127.4. So Cheney is only about 1.3 seconds off the lead pace in that IES Camaro. So doing a heck of a job battling ill health as we see Rice closing in on Girton, who in turn is trying to wear down Gartner. Hot little battle going on for the race lead. We still have one more race to go. And that will wrap us up around the 125 mark today. So a busy day for everyone, doing 3 races today, 1 yesterday. provisional qualifying. See that word? I knew it would come back to me, Lockie. In the worst, best conditions. Is that what you said?
I said, what did I say? Least worst.
Least
I think
worst.
was the description that I used yesterday.
Just after you used the word finesse, which is interesting that we should use all those words in the one sentence. This is a good little battle here. 3 young guns getting after it. And the South Aussie Brad Gardner has plenty of attention from the Dream Racing boys. Kyle Girton, Jackson Rice, who led early in the weekend, unfortunately ended up spearing off the racetrack. Girton wore him down, got the lead, and then Jackson had overheating issues. Wow. Wow, what a move. If he can make it stick. Wow, it is going on between these three and between the teammates. Rice got through on Girton. Boy, that was willing. And it's going to be on again here because Girton made good speed on Rice out of that right-hander. It's allowed Gardner to get away a bit. Teammates? Really?
Clearly not a lot of team orders in the Dream Racing stable, Wado.
Michael Coulter is currently 4th. Jet Johnson is 5th. Graham Cheney, I think, is still trying to keep the dream alive by keeping Jet Johnson only 1 car clear of him. So this has been a monster drive for Graham. I just hope he's feeling okay. He's in the 127s. Fastest on the racetrack is Jet Johnson now, 127.23. Here's a replay, I think, of what happened with Girton and Rice, perhaps. So, top 3 really getting after it. We look further back in the field. You got Stibbs, Robinson, Hollinger, McKeldin. Nicholas Bates with issues. He's in the pits, I feel. So Nicholas will be filthy about the way that worked out. Look at Gardner turning up the heat here. Rice coming after him. The Castec entry. And Rice is definitely closing in now. So he had to deal with one of the Dream Racers. Now he's got to deal with another one of them. Brad Gardner. Man, Rice is making some ground up here. Girton 3rd, Coulter 4th, Johnson 5th, Cheney 6th, Stibbs continuing to impress, the expat Pom in 7th, Robinson 8th, Hollinger 9th, and McKeldin. Now here's a look at it now. This is where Girton just peeled her in a little harder to try and put them. I thought that was going to end in tears right there. He did a good job, and then he got over the ripple strip and turned it. Pretty good drive job just there. And Rice is thinking, I'm going to get in and have a piece of this. He got into that 2nd spot. So there's a couple of awkward moments for Kyle Girton that allowed Jackson Rice to get back through. 6 laps to go in the second last round, race of the last round of the TA2 muscle cars framed by Hi-Tec. Gardner has a 0.605 second lead. A nearly Firkin, basically. Nothing between our top 3, and they have gapped the rest of the field. It's 4.5 seconds from the leader back to Michael Coulter. So you got LaChalpo, Bates, and Crutcher all in the pits at this stage. Gardner, kind of remarkable how quickly he has adapted to black track racing. His family, very well known for their passion for speedway racing. And he did say to me back at the bend, I'm going to get one of these cars. True to his word, he's come out and not only got one, but has impressed a lot of people in his rookie season.
And he's getting some driver coaching this weekend as well, Wado, from former Australian Formula 4 champion and current Porsche Carrera Cup front runner Max Vidot. And in fact, it's Max's dad, Michael Vidot, who's running that team for Brad Gardner and Lee Stibbs.
Vidot's, of course, very, very good in acre dirt kart racing before they moved into a little bit of sprint car stuff and was, as you said, into Carrera Cup. So the Vidot's very, very committed and very smart people when it comes to many different forms of motor racing. Jet closing in on Coulter now. This will be extremely interesting in terms of the championship.
Just doing a bit of mental arithmetic on the subject of the championship, and I reckon that if Jet stays where he is at the moment, that will be enough to wrap up the title with 1 race remaining.
He certainly couldn't get it done in the previous one. I don't think it was mathematically possible to do it in the previous race, but Coulter definitely realising now that the pressure is on as the Napa Auto Parts Mustang closes in. So we're watching a bit of history taking place here as Jet closing in and trying to wrap up another championship for the Johnsons. Of course, Stevie, his dad, recently scored his 50th TCM win, stomping with a 4-race win consecutive result at Bathurst. So Stevie still very talented behind the wheel, but focused very much more on his teenage son's career. Jet closes in on Coulter once more. The Cabelco number 11 Mustang under enormous pressure now. 4 laps remaining. Here comes your lead trio. As we see Jet closing in on Coulter again. Gartner, a 0.54 second lead, drifts her in a little into the right-hander. Starting to warm those Hoosiers up now in this sunshine. Quickest lap is Kyle Girton with a 1:26.4. Jet not happy at all with 5th place. It's been a very competitive nature he's brought to the sport this year. Wonder where he got that from. Michael Coulter putting in one of his best weekends at Winton. Traditionally, Sydney Motorsport Park is his favourite place to play, but he's starting to really adapt to Winton as he works the cleavage with the 17-year-old in behind him. Jet closing right in. Neat little battle here with Stibbs, Robinson. There is Stibbs then in the Arrow Car Sales, number 28. You've got Pete Robinson right in behind him, and John Hollinger. This is probably his best race of the weekend in that number 23 car, and Matt McKeldin rounding out your top 10 here at Winton Motor Raceway for the last round of the 2022 TA2 Muscle Car Series, framed by Hi-Tec. Jet looking to pocket a $5,000 gold ring thanks to Wallace Bishop Jewelers. And of course, Graham Cheney looking to wrap up second place and defend that from Nicholas Bates. Bates at the moment, I'm not sure what it's going to mean. Crutcher was one of his main rivals in the Masters side of things. So the fact that both Bates and Crutcher are in the pits would probably mean that Nicholas's Masters Series point score will be safe. He's also got the Racetech Seats Rookie of the Year honours to pick up. So it's been quite a remarkable year, even though this result in race 3 does not reflect that. Just watching Cheney in that 9th position. So Cheney dropped back to 9th. It was as high as 6th at one point behind Jet Johnson. So I wonder whether he's had an off that I haven't seen, or maybe he's just started to feel the effects and back off just a little. Still the top 3, nothing in this. There'll be 2 laps to go the next time by. It looks like a little bit of rain over the top of the Alps in the background there. But for the moment, we're bathed in sunshine. Gartner has a neat little advantage now. This is probably the most he's had on the previous sector. He was out to almost a 3/4 of a second lead. Are they going to close him down a bit this time? Gardner stepped it out to a 1:26.3. That was his best lap. Now Rice is only 0.65 of a second. They're starting to slide around a little bit on those Hoosiers. They've certainly had all kinds of weather conditions to play with this weekend. Everybody used the wets early. Gardner, Rice, Girton, Coulter, Johnson, Stibbs. Lee Stibbs impresses me in that 6th position. Pete Robinson in 7th. John Hollinger, his best result so far, in 8th. Matt McKeldin 9th, and Cheney now back to 10th. He's just going by our commentary position just at the moment. You then go back to Paul Hadley, the boss who used to race. Hollinger has spun to 23. He will rejoin a little bit of a flick over out of turn number 4, bags them up, and heads back out after the field. 1.5 laps to go. And Gardner has pretty well not put a wheel wrong. Girton now closing in on Rice. They have really been the 2 guys battling this out, the teammates out of Dream Racing. And Brad looking very smooth now. He's opened up. Is this possibly even more around the 3/4 of a second? Might be even slightly longer. Was only 0.65 of a second in it between them the previous lap. Now it's out to 1.07 seconds. He had the quickest lap of the race with a 1:26.36, and his previous just now was a 1:26.6. So Gardner getting better as this race wears on, as Girton closes in. That's the battle for second. Second last race. Is this enough? You would fancy it is to wrap up the championship for Jet Johnson, particularly with Cheney drifting down to 10th. So I'll wait with confirmation from Craig Denyer, but in fact, Dowie might even give me that. There we go. So if Jet Winton finishes this race, he will seal the title. What a moment for this 17-year-old whiz kid from Queensland. Battle for second continuing between these guys, but we'll keep our eye on the pit wall very shortly and see Team Johnson leaning in, I'm sure, for some congratulations. Girton will come at Rice one more time. Johnson will probably need to not risk this, as we see Girton having a look at Rice. Well done, Brad Gardner. Spectacular drive. In the end, he'll win it by maybe around the 2-second mark. Great job. Applause all round for him. His winning margin in the end was 1.47 seconds. But if we go back and have a look at Jet Johnson about to cross the line, what an historic moment for this team. There is your series champion, the TA2 Series, Muscle Car Series, framed by Hi-Tec, is wrapped up by a very, very talented third-generation racer. 17-year-old Jet Johnson has just been stout all year. Coulter repasses him, but Gardner wins from Rice, Girton, Coulter, Jet Johnson 5th, Lee Stibbs was 6th, Pete Robinson 7th, Matt McKeldin 8th, John Hollinger 9th, Graham Cheney 10th, ahead of team boss and teammate Paul Hadley. I hope Graham is okay. He really did start to fade down the order towards the end of that. But what a moment for the Johnson family, Lockie, to seal another championship in their proud history.
Oh, it's just tremendous, isn't it? You've got Stephen here, you've got Mum Bree here, and you've got the two grandparents, Dick and Jilly, here as well. So what an awesome moment for the Johnson family.
And don't forget little sister Lacey.
Oh, of course,
she's here
she's
as
been
well.
running around all weekend as well.
Yeah, she'll be proud of her big bro, I'm sure of that. So there's your results in the end. He won by 1.47 seconds, not to overshadow the way that things have worked out for Jet Johnson with the championship, but that was a great drive from Gardner. Overall points at the moment sees Kyle Girton leading the round by 3 points over Brad Gardner. Jet Johnson is 3rd. Jackson Rice is currently 4th. Michael Coulter is 5th. Peter Robinson is 6th. Lee Stibbs 7th. Oh, Nicholas Bates, he will shake his head as a result of that DNF. Matt McKeldin and Graham Cheney, that's your top 10 for the round. We have one race to go, but a very, very proud. There's Mark Crutcher standing off to the side just then. And yeah, a little bit of damage to the number 4 car, that's for sure. But what a result for Jet Johnson. Congratulations to the Johnson family. We'll be back a little bit later on for our final race of the weekend.
fourth and final race of the weekend for the stock cars and Thundersports here at round number 6 of the AMRS at Winton. Brett Mitchell, good start. Scott 9 straight up to second position in the Xfinity Series NASCAR, gets the move done on Richard Herring. Good to see, Shane, that we've got some more cars out on the track as well now that the circuit's dried. A lot of the NASCARs that have only got slick tyres are able to head out onto the track. So I've got Trevor Crisp out there. Mick Heppelston in the ex-Gene Cook NASCAR is out on the track as well, and so too Richard White in the number 3 car.
And those guys will fly because they've got dry conditions to finally get some good lap times. So it's going to be interesting to see how they go throughout this race to make sure that, they got an opportunity to race in dry conditions. And at the moment, there's a few clouds in the sky, but we've got pretty dry conditions as Brett Mitchell looks to win 4 races from 4 so far this weekend. He's won all 3. The third race he won by about 10 seconds, but the first 2 races he won by 20 seconds. So he's had a dominant weekend so far and he's been the man to beat.
Watch out for Scott 9 in this race, I reckon, because that car was very quick in dry conditions at Sydney Motorsport Park in the previous round. Not as well suited to the wet conditions, but now that we do have a dry track, I reckon that number 16 machine will be a pretty rapid piece of equipment, and you can see that he's already made up some time on Brett Mitchell on this opening lap.
Yep, he's moved from 4th to 2nd as well, so he's got past the traffic that he needed to get past, and now he's got his sights set on Mitchell to hopefully, get the final race win of the weekend.
How are you finding watching NASCARs in action here at Winton, Shane? Obviously, you're probably used to watching them on TV on oval circuits in America, so a little bit different having them on what we would describe as a road course here in Australia.
Yeah, it's a bit unfamiliar watching them on a road course rather than an oval, but obviously I've watched a fair few road course races as well involving the NASCAR, so it's not something I haven't seen before, but it is nice to see some different varieties of cars getting a go on the Winton track and seeing what they can do.
So Brett Mitchell works his way through turn number 9. 10 laps the distance for this race. And we'll be seeing in this race, I reckon, some of the fastest times that we've seen all weekend because of the fact that the track conditions are now dry. Scott 9 working his way through turn 10. And one of the Achilles heels of these stock cars and NASCARs has tended to be their braking. Obviously, they've got really good engine performance, but because by and large they are designed for oval circuits, they don't have the braking efficiency of a lot of other cars. So the braking zones in these cars are a bit longer than they are in some other vehicles.
Yeah, obviously the straights are going to be their strengths, but trying to negotiate the middle of the circuit when there's a lot of braking and corners that are slow corners, trying to negotiate them with the heavy car with a lot of horsepower, it's quite a challenge.
Fastest lap of the race for Scott 9 that time around, 1 minute 29.4, and he's closed the margin on Brett Mitchell down to 1.3 seconds. So very shortly we're going to have a battle for the lead, I reckon, and Scott 9, that car, as mentioned, it's a car that formerly raced in the Xfinity Series over in America. Scott 9 has owned it for about 5 years or so. And a lot of these teams, they do still source their engines from over in the US, as you can imagine with the number of cars that race over in America. There's an abundance of engines over there, so a lot of the teams here in Australia just import their engines directly from America.
Absolutely, and it's probably the smart thing to do, given that they are well equipped to know what to do with an engine, and probably are the best to tune it to perfection and get the right requirements out of it to make it go fast.
So Brett Mitchell coming through. This will be at a complete lap number 3 this time around. You can see that Scott 9 has made up some ground once again. These top 2 cars have pulled well clear of Robert Marquee, who's sitting in 3rd place at the moment. The Mazda MX-5 of Richard Herring not going to be as well suited to these dry conditions, so expects that car to get overtaken by some of the more powerful machinery. Fastest lap once again for Scott 9, 1 minute 29.3. The margin's now just 0.4 of a second, first to second.
What do you do if you're in Mitchell's position? Do you fight for the position, or do you take the fact that you've won 3 out of the 4 races so far?
I think Brett Mitchell would like to try and make it a clean sweep, so I think we can expect him to fight pretty hard to hang on to the lead.
What's the strengths for him compared to 9? Is there a way that he can, I guess, hold him off? Because clearly 9 is quite fast and he's almost a second quicker last lap than what Mitchell was.
Yeah, I think the Mitchell number 8 Oz truck is going to be pretty good in the handling department, but Scott 9's car is going to have plenty of straight line performance.
So if you're 9, you just probably bide your time and wait for the right moment to get onto a straight and make your move.
Scott 9's car actually runs a Roush Yates engine, so that's obviously one of the iconic NASCAR teams. So there's not going to be any shortage of horsepower in that number 16 car, that's for sure.
I just love the fact that Richard White's racing with a very familiar number in NASCAR, the number 3.
And in fact, that car's been painted up in a livery that is a tribute to Dale Earnhardt. It's the Dale Earnhardt 1990 NASCAR championship winning livery.
Absolutely, and Dale Earnhardt's very famous in American motorsport, and yeah, it's great to see that some form of history is on track this afternoon.
And we've had a lead change, so Scott 9 has gone through, makes the move on Brett Mitchell and takes the lead with 6 laps remaining.
And it was pretty easy in the end. He got it done on the front straight before turn 1, so he's taken the lead, and we'll get to see how fast he can go in this car.
You can see coming out of the corners that the number 16 machine has just got so much straight line performance, and that's definitely proving to be the advantage for Scott 9 at the moment. So all he needs to do now is put his head down and keep it mistake free. There is a bit of a lap of traffic coming up. They're coming up on the car of Mick Heppelston. That's a car that formerly raced in the Australian NASCAR series on the Calder Park Thunderdome. There it is, the number 41 car that our leaders are just negotiating their way past at the moment. Mick Heppelston owns that car, but it was raced by Gene Cook, who was a very respected engine builder here in Australia for many years, not just in the NASCAR and Auscar scene, but for various other circuit racing categories. Built a lot of engines in the old Commodore Cup National Series.
And Trevor Crisp has been able to move past Herring for 4th position in his Dodge Charger. So yeah, Herring not suitable to these conditions, given that yeah, it's dry compared to being a bit wet earlier this morning.
Trevor Crisp works as one of the teachers at the Motorsports Training Australia Institute up at Wodonga TAFE. Good to see him back on track this weekend. Big credit to Zach O'Hara, the category manager for the Australian Stock Car Series. We saw that Zach raced in the previous round of the series at Sydney Motorsport Park, but unfortunately did a bit of damage to the gearbox in his car, and that's why he's not out there this weekend. In fact, his car is still parked at the National Motor Racing Museum at Mount Panorama, Bathurst, because it's the car that was formerly raced by Kim Jane in the Repco livery, and they took it up to Bathurst as part of the Repco celebrations at the Bathurst 1000 this year. And it's still sitting there at the National Motor Racing Museum on exhibition, but hopefully we'll see it back out on the racetrack next year.
There you go, and don't go Tuesdays apparently if you go to the Motor Museum, because they're not open.
That is very true. And we're seeing our race leaders working their way through a couple more lapped cars, including that number 3 car of Richard White, which is an ex-Bob Jane Thunderdome ride car. So they used to take passengers for rides in that car. And like you pointed out, Jonesy is running that Dale Earnhardt tribute livery. Richard White, who's racing that car, it's his first ever race meeting this weekend. So throwing himself right into the deep end into a NASCAR for his first circuit race meeting, but he has previously had some engineering experience with V8 supercar teams, including Castrol Perkins Racing back in the late 1990s.
Usually when you go and start and race for the first time, it's in a car that you can be comfortable with, and it's probably not going to be too fast, but yeah, that's taking the cake in terms of being really fast.
Yeah, normally you'd probably start in, I don't know, a Formula Ford or a Hyundai XL or something like that, but Richard White, he's thrown himself straight into the deep end and having a lot of fun this weekend by all reports.
And that's the main thing. If you're having fun and you're keeping the car on the track and you're not making any mistakes and it comes home in one piece, that's the main thing.
Yeah, let's face it, I mean, obviously the competition is good and we have had a few good battles this weekend, but for all intents and purposes, the Stock Cars Australia Series is very much an exhibition category. It's about getting these cars, many of which have got some quite rich pedigree, out onto the circuit so that the fans can appreciate them.
Exactly, and I mean, Australia's history of motorsport is built on foundations of historic cars and historic racing events and racing circuits. So it's great to see them come back out and have some races throughout a weekend.
There is Brett Mitchell. He sits in second position. Obviously, he's been overtaken for the lead in this race by Scott Nine, but if Brett Mitchell finishes this race second, that would be well and truly good enough for him to win the round and also the Stock Cars Australian Championship for 2022.
And Scott Nine does another fastest lap, a 1:29.2078 in the previous lap. He did a 1:29.23, so some consistency from Nine as he opens up a 3.5 second lead over Mitchell with just under 3 laps to go.
Yeah, and the drivers are just starting to get more and more comfortable. For a lot of them, they haven't done a lot of dry laps this weekend because of the wet weather that we've had, so just taking a little bit of time to get themselves into the groove on a dry racetrack. We've had, like I said to Wade in the TA2 race, we've had the complete spectrum of weather this weekend. It was beautiful, warm, sunny conditions on Friday. And then yesterday, the day started off overcast, and then we got very heavy rain in the afternoon. And today, obviously, we started with some quite heavy showers this morning, but it has now started to dry out. However, there is the possibility that we will get some more showers this afternoon.
Absolutely, and Trevor Crisp has just moved past Robert Marchese for third position, so he's taking the final spot on the podium right now. So they're a little bit behind Mitchell. They're about 38 seconds away, but Crisp is on track to get that final podium position with just over 2 laps to go.
And they've just worked their way past that Oscar Falcon, the ex-Jim Richards car, which is running the Stillwell Ford sponsorship. Stillwell Ford, one of the dealerships that is part of the Stillwell Motor Group of companies, which was founded by Bib Stillwell, a driver who was very successful in open wheel racing here in Australia, mainly in the 1960s. And his sons, including Michael Stillwell and Chris Stillwell, went on to have some success in the Australian Touring Car Championship, and his grandson Dave Stillwell, who's a good friend of ours, is involved in pretty much every aspect of motorsport, from racing to being a volunteer for Team Medical Australia to commentary at some events as well.
Absolutely, and I think he's down at Phillip Island this weekend.
He is, as part of the World Superbikes.
So just under 2 laps to go, and Nine does another fastest lap at 1 minute 28.99. So he's getting faster. And that last lap, he was actually having to overtake some lap traffic as well. So he might be able to go a little bit faster as we get closer to the end of this race.
So on our penultimate lap this time through, just the 5 cars on the lead lap. Richard Herring has fallen back to 5th position. Best lap for him so far in this race, minute 37.2. So unlike the wet conditions, he just hasn't quite had the pace to run with the faster stock cars. Now that it's dried out, the lack of horsepower in that Mazda MX-5 is costing him a bit of lap speed compared to the more powerful V8 machines.
Absolutely, and Nine is on his final lap as, he winds down this race, and great performance from Nine, and just goes to show that once he got the right conditions, that pace of that Xfinity car was able to be put on show.
Beautifully presented, a lot of the cars in this field. A lot of them are running either retro or tribute liveries, or liveries that are very authentic to the way that they raced overseas. I know that in the case of Scott Nine, that car runs a livery that it raced over in the US when Ryan Reid was racing it in the Xfinity series.
And I believe that livery is very similar to another livery as well from a couple of years ago in the Sprint Cup series, which is, I think this is called the Sprint Cup anymore. It's changed names again, so the Pinnacle NASCAR series. So yeah, it's a very familiar livery.
So Scott Nine just working his way around that lapped number 41 car of Mick Heppelston. Negotiates his way through turn number 10 for the final time. Looks like it might have been a bit of an issue for Trevor Crisp as well, because his car's slowed down quite dramatically on this final lap. Here comes Scott Nine in car number 16 out of the last couple of corners, and he will take the race victory in the final race of the weekend for the Stock Cars and Thundersports here at Winton Motor Raceway. But congratulations to Brett Mitchell. Finishes the race in second position, but he will win the round, and he will also win the 2022 Stock Cars Australia title. So the crown for this season, as far as the Stock Cars is concerned, goes to Brett Mitchell in the number 8 Oz truck.
And it looks like Marquee will get third position following the late dramas to Crisp. So Marquee back on the podium after finishing in third in the last race.
Indeed. So, like I said, Trevor Crisp slowing down on the final lap. That car crawling quite slowly around the circuit. In fact, Trevor Crisp is going to be in a bit of danger of potentially losing the spot to Richard Herring. He's at turn 10 at the moment. Richard Herring's heading through turn number 9. So that is a position that might be decided on the run to the checkered flag. Robert Marchese has come through in position number 3. There is Trevor Crisp on his way down to turn 11 at the moment. Richard Herring's just come out of turn number 10, so it's going to be a pretty close finish. Does Trevor Crisp actually take the checkered flag?
Yes, it looks like he is. So he's going to hold on for 4th position.
Indeed he does. So there is Scott Nine, our race winner. He'll be heading into the pits, and Kylie King will no doubt be down in the pits to catch up with our top place getters in the stock cars race. Right now, here at Winton Motor Raceway, we have a lunch break, which will run for the next 30 minutes. We'll be back for a resumption of play. We've got 3 races remaining on the program. We're going to be crowning our Legend Cars Australian title winner in race 5 for the Legend Cars at the end of the lunch break. We've got the TA2 Muscle Car Series for their final race of the season coming up at 1:05. And then at 1:30, we get going for the big one. The Winton 300, presented by Mountain Motorsports, or 100 laps of endurance racing around Winton Motor Raceway. Go and grab yourself some lunch, but make sure you leave the live stream running, because we'll be back with plenty more action in about 30 minutes' time.
Controversy already. The series leader, Jet Johnson, coming unstuck early on in qualifying.
Yeah, turn 1's always pretty, it's pretty full on going into there. You've got to be on your toes a bit, and unfortunately I wasn't, and paid the price for it a little bit.
Congratulations, first ever pole in TA2.
Thank you, yeah, really happy. We came here this morning, obviously they're putting on the conditions here, so we didn't know what we're going to be running. Went out in qualifying, we knew we had to get it at least in the 10 ready for shootout. We put it on second, we're pretty happy with that. And then yeah, obviously same thing, conditions, we didn't know what it was going to be doing, went out for shootout, managed to get the clear track, clear weather, and yeah, put it all on the line and got a really good lap.
Coming into turn 1 on starter lap 3, had the idler pulley off the motor snap off, then that runs the power steering pump and lost power steering and went straight ahead. So not really ideal, but you know, it is what it is. I can't really do anything about it, so all I can do is jump in, help the boys fix it and try and sort it for tomorrow.
Here at Sydney Motorsport Park, we are green crack field. Head down into turn 1 for this. Oh my goodness, how busy is it there? Mark Crutcher, Nicholas Bates, Aaron Tebb. Woo, look at Coulter. Has him in the crosshairs, pulls out the drop, 253 kilometres an hour. Up to $500, and we'll pick up the checkers in race 2 of round 5.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it was a really good race. The car and the team have done an awesome job this weekend to set up the car where it is.
Oh, just watching Jet Johnson peel to the inside. You've got LaChalpo. Oh, we got Tab around. That is the most remarkable turn 2 entry I have ever seen in the TDP Mobile Services case, a human pinball. And now Tab, there's the contact that turns him around. He's suddenly facing Jackson, and then what's that? The 10K plant hire 69 has nowhere to go here. Oh, straight underneath the Camaro, and look at the damage.
I'm out, and I'm just
absolutely destroyed.
And already trying to scoot across the blend line down there into turn 1. Look at this, both the teenagers. Johnson pulls himself in, although he leaves a little bit of room here, and they get together. Well, Payne spins to the lawn. Oh, get into it. There was contact between the pair of them. Johnson will get it done. It's a ripping battle for second, though.
I was getting a bit nervous. I was just trying to conserve tyres, trying to bring it home, brought it home. And yeah, definitely round win. Can't thank the team enough. Everyone did a great job. Hi-Tec Engineering, Temper Solutions.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we've had a great weekend. The boys have done an absolute stellar job. It's been a cracker of a weekend. Unfortunately, we had a bit of wet weather there to start weekend, but towards this end of the weekend, look at it, beautiful sky. You know, can't be any happier than this. It's unreal.
Pretty awesome. Didn't think we'd get there this year, but yeah, no, pretty stoked. So we're definitely getting some pace out of the car now, and yeah, really happy with that.
Yeah, no, extremely happy. I think we were probably luckier than we were fast this weekend, but yeah, no, really happy to come away in one piece. Big accident, so race 2, so we're pretty lucky that we weren't caught up in that.
Good clear run the last race. It was one of our better races, got to 4th. Look, I had a great battle with a couple of the older boys here. It was a lot of fun. It was one of the best battles we've ever had, I reckon, in race 2 between the 3 of us, so yeah, really good weekend.
Going and winning the last race, we definitely finished off on a positive, but real shame after that first race with a mechanical failure. They're always the worst. You can't do anything about them. You know, they're just out of your control, which is the worst feeling. But we got back through the field and eventually got to a win, so we're really happy with that.
Yeah, we had a really good qualifying. P5 in the top 10 shootout was really cool. I think that's probably the highlight of the weekend for us, and then we just stayed consistent with a pair of P7s and P9, I think, so it was pretty consistent round. I'm pretty happy with that.
Thanks to Corey at Street Elite Restorations. Painted my Dodge Challenger in plum crazy, as it should be painted. And I had nothing to do with the design of the car, the artwork. Corey did the whole lot while I was away, and it looks sensational.
Welcome back, everybody. Hope you've all enjoyed your lunch break. We are gearing up for our final 3 races of the weekend, and in fact, the final 3 races of the season here at the Australian Motor Racing Series round at Winton Motor Raceway. We've got the 5th and final race of the Legend Cars Australian title coming up for you right now. And it's Robert Hogan and Scott Morgan on the front row of the grid, back to Shane Tate and Ryan Pring. Bruce Duckworth and Ben Goodridge out of positions 5 and 6, back to Matthew Bond, Stuart Bond. And then we've got Fitzpatrick and young Mia Bolton rounding out the top 10 on the grid. We go back to Mark Duckworth and Scott Melville, Justin Mitchell, and the fast man from earlier on this weekend, Billy Finnegan. And then Darren Bradley, Nathan Prado, Hayden Crossland. Unfortunately, Brendan Hourigan will be a non-starter for this one. And Chris Spicer rounding out our lineup. 7 laps the distance for this race. A chaotic race earlier on for the Legend Cars here at Winton. And we're ready to go for the 5th and final race of the weekend in the hands of the starters and underway. Side by side into turn number 1. And it will be Robert Hogan who holds the lead. Scott Morgan slots into position number 2. Ryan Pring and Shane Tate running side by side on the exit of turn number 2. And it's Tate who manages to hold on to the position. Pring having to take the very tight inside line through turn number 3. All through nice and cleanly this time through. Watch out for some fast cars coming through from a bit further back in the pack, especially Nathan Prado and Billy Finnegan. Both of those cars spent some time in the lead in the previous race, but fell back down the field with some issues. We saw Finnegan off the road up at turn number 7, and we saw Nathan Prado stopping with a mechanical problem at turn 5.
Pring's applying some pressure to Tate at the back of the circuit, looking to try and get back up to where he was before he had the incident with Hourigan in the last race. Him and Hourigan had a bit of contact between each other, and Pring was very lucky not to be a DNF in that last race. There was substantial contact between the two, and he was able to get away with it and finish it in a credible 4th position.
Unfortunately, like I said, Brendan Hourigan, a non-starter, a bit too much damage to his car to be able to get back onto the track, which is a shame because he's been one of the fastest drivers over the course of this weekend, but his chances of winning the Australian title over and out. In terms of the Australian title, the driver well poised to win that with the point situation the way it was after race number 4. Ryan Pring, who has in fact just made the move through on Shane Tate to move up into 3rd position. So it's Hogan, Morgan, Pring, Tate, Duckworth, Goodridge, the 2 Bonds with Matthew ahead of Stewart. Billy Finnegan already up to 9th position, with Daniel Fitzpatrick completing the top 10.
Great moves from Finnegan to start off the race, and another great move from Pring as well, going around the outside into the final turn to get 3rd position, and his goal now is to chase down the front 2. We've got a nice little handy gap over Pring. It's almost 2 seconds at the end of the first lap, so Hogan leads ahead of Morgan with Pring in 3rd.
Pring will be putting his head down and trying to punch out some fast laps to catch the 2 cars ahead of him on the racetrack. But Hogan and Morgan were separated by just 0.3 of a second as they crossed the start-finish line. We saw that Scott Morgan was very quick towards the end of race 4, closed right onto the back of Robert Hogan, and in the end it was only 0.03 of a second between Hogan and Morgan across the finish line at the end of the previous race. So let's see if they can resume that battle and give us another close finish. Billy Finnegan's made up another spot a bit further back. He has overtaken one of the Bond cars, Stuart Bond, that he's made the move on. So that will be Finnegan up into 8th position.
As we close on lap 2 of this 7-lap race, and Hogan still leads ahead of Morgan, and Pring has closed that gap a little bit as we get down the front straight. So yeah, Pring's goal will be to try and win the race, because if he does that, he'll wrap up the Australian title.
A minute 38.0 for Hogan, a 38.2 for Morgan, 37.8 for Pring, which is the fastest lap that we've seen in this race so far. So like you said, he has closed the gap on our 2 race leaders. They've just extended a bit of breathing space over Shane Tate.
And Finnegan's up to 8th, and he's making a move, looks to be for 7th. And he's making another move to get to 6th. So he's absolutely flying right now, Finnegan, and it's just a shame of what happened in race 4, because if he hadn't have had that incident, then certainly he could have been fighting for outright honours this weekend.
A couple of cars running side by side through turn number 5, the sweeper. We're focused on this battle among our top 3 competitors at the moment. Hogan still just managing that margin back to Morgan and Pring. But like you said, the big beneficiary there is Finnegan. He's made up another couple of spots to get himself up into position 6, and he's got pace to burn, and he's now got a bit of clear track to hunt down the next couple of cars ahead of him on the racetrack.
As we close in on lap 3, sorry, the completion of lap 3, and Hogan's probably extended his gap by just a little bit as Morgan is coming under pressure a little bit from Pring, and Pring certainly closed the gap again on this lap to the top 2, so he's starting his charge towards the front.
This is a pretty feisty battle pack at the moment because you've got Bond, Goodridge, the other Bond car, Scott Melville, Nathan Prado, the other one who started at the tail end of the field after mechanical problems in race number 4 earlier on. And he's working his way forward too, now up inside the top 10. Here comes Ryan Pring, really good run out of turn 2, up the inside into turn 3, move for second position on Scott Morgan. Done nice and cleanly, so Pring continuing his march forward.
Prido's gained 6 spots from the start of the race. He started in 16th and he's worked his way inside the top 10. And Finnegan's moved up 8 spots from his grid position as well. So those two have charged through the field as Pring moves to second, and he's now chasing down Hogan for the lead.
There is Billy Finnegan in car number 86. Next car that he'll be looking to put some pressure on will be Bruce Duckworth. Bruce Duckworth and Mark Duckworth, 2 members of the family that also includes James Duckworth, who we've seen running at the front in not just legend cars, but Aussie racing cars as well.
As Pring closes up behind Hogan, and the gap's close now as we head into the final couple of corners. So clearly he's the driver with a lot of pace. He's the only one in the 37s so far this race, and he's done that 2 laps in a row. So clearly the fastest person on the circuit so far as he tries to go around the outside down the front straight, but just sneaks back behind Hogan to get the slipstream heading into turn 1.
And he's right in the slipstream as well. Here he comes up the inside. Can he make the move through? Very close. He's right up on the curb through turn number 1. Hogan shuts the door, and Pring very wisely managed to bail out of that one just in the nick of time. That was very, very tight between those 2 cars. Fastest lap of the race for Billy Finnegan in 6th position of 1 minute 37.5 for Finnegan that time around. And he has made the move through on Duckworth, so Finnegan up to 5th.
Inside the top 5, and he's the second driver to go into the 37s for this race, as there's another battle for the lead.
Pring, does he pull out and go up the inside at turn 7? No, it looks there like he was going to try and go round the outside at turn 5. Hogan runs a bit wide on the exit of turn 7. Pring looking to the outside. If he can hang tough at turn 8, he'll then be well positioned on the inside for turn 9. Not quite able to get himself into the right position to make that move work.
Tried to make a move into turn 7, but just went a little bit sideways, which ruined his momentum. And he's not been able to get close enough to Hogan this time around to have an attack into turn 10.
And Scott Morgan has stayed right with both Ryan Pring and Robert Hogan. So it's still very much a 3-way contest for the battle for the lead. And we've got a safety car on the circuit. So there's been, we've got Mia Bolton off the road at turn number 3. That's the second time today that Mia Bolton has been off the track there at turn number 3. And she is well and truly beached in the gravel there. The Winton recovery crews will head over to turn 3 in one of the Ford Ranger Raptor recovery vehicles to get Mia Bolton's car towed out of harm's way. But unfortunately, that means that we do have a safety car on the circuit with 2 laps remaining. Let's hope that this can be a quick recovery and we can finish the Legend Cars Australian title with a 1-lap dash to the checkered flag.
Fingers crossed. Prido's also lost a couple of positions. He's gone from 10th to 13th, so something might have happened to him as well.
fact, Nathan Prado's all the way back to 16th position, so you're right. Clearly there's been something a bit more serious happening there. Big thank you, as always, to our volunteer officials here at Winton Motor Raceway, our flag marshals, our fire rescue and recovery crews, all of the other hard-working volunteers up in race control. And they have Mia Bolton's car hooked up to the Ford Ranger Raptor, and hopefully they'll get her on her way very quickly.
It's going to be interesting to see if we can get this final lap run under green, but it's looking a little bit unlikely at this stage.
Well, the officials will do their best.
100%.
The recovery team here at Winton, one of the very best in the business. They're very good at efficiently recovering stranded vehicles. And the good news is that the car has now been towed to safety. So provided that Mia Bolton can get this car restarted and get it mobile, then we might be okay. Let's just wait and see what happens. Yep, she's got the engine fired up. And she's on her way. The safety car is at turn number 10.
So will we go lights out for this final lap?
It's unfortunately looking like maybe not, because it's on its way down to turn 11, and if the lights were going to go out, you'd think they probably would have by now.
Which is unfortunate, because it was looking to be a really good battle between the top three for the final race, and there was a couple of drivers in contention to win their second race for the weekend, because at this time it's been 4 different winners, but at the moment looks like we are going to have the race finish under safety car.
So checkered flag will wave this time around. So the race will finish behind the safety car. Robert Hogan will take the win, but according to my calculations, it will be Ryan Pring in car number 52 who wins the Legend Cars Australian title for 2022. So congratulations to Ryan Pring. Super consistent right throughout the weekend. He's amassed a big bundle of points and he will be crowned the champion. The reason that they've waved the checkered flag a lap early, incidentally, is because if we do get that situation where the last lap of the race is going to be held behind the safety car, then generally the decision is made that there's no point running an extra lap of the race, given that it's going to finish under safety car anyway.
Absolutely, and credit to Billy Finnegan as well. He stormed his way to finish inside the top 5, and that was a great performance from him, considering the position that he was in at the start of the race.
So the field will make their way back around the track under the control of the Winton Hyundai Kona N safety car. And I'll tell you what, another 30 seconds, and I reckon we would have had a 1-lap dash there. The officials did a sensational job to get Mia Bolton's car recovered as quickly as they did, and it was a matter of seconds that prevented us from getting a green flag finish.
Brilliant job by the officials.
So confirmation, there we go. Ryan Pring, 473 points for the weekend. Shane Tate, 458 points. Now, Robert Hogan and Billy Finnegan, they'll be tied on points, 452 points apiece, but it will be a countback that will go in favour of Robert Hogan because they finished high in the final race of the weekend. All right, so that completes the Legend Cars Australian title for 2022. Really good to have the Legend Cars back on the program for the Australian Motor Racing Series. There's confirmation of your race results, of course, all of the margins very tight and pretty much equidistant because of the fact that the race finished behind the safety car. We'll grab a break here in commentary. We've got the final TA2 Muscle Car Series Frames by Hi-Tec race coming your way very, very soon. And then we'll have the Winton 300 to round out our program here at Winton Motor Raceway.
done this without Lachlan Ward, my dad, and Bolton Motorsport for helping me with the car.
Talk about the competitiveness of these legend cars. What's it like out there?
It's slippery and it's really fun, and it's like we all are rivals on track, but then when we get back in the garage, we're all mates.
Well, you've won the national title. Well done.
Thank you very much.
You'll take that, he says. Rob Hogan, you won the race, you've won a couple, but just couldn't quite get the title in the end.
Yeah, no, we had a bit of a bad one in the wet. I think it was race 2, so yeah, anyway, we'll hope to try again next year.
Came home strong when it mattered at the end, so nice work.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
That's something to dine on and bring you back next year, which would be great. So well done, Rob. Thank you so much, and we'll catch up with our third place getter. We meet again. Nice third result and podium finish again.
Yeah, well, I tried, but he had too much for me. And the shortened race probably didn't help, but we gave it a crack.
Yeah, so it's wrapped up the year. The racing's been great. This has got to bring you back, hasn't it, when you have a weekend of racing like this and so many different results?
Yeah, definitely. We'll be back next year, that's for sure.
Terrific. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. You are trackside at Winton Motor Raceway, or, of course, tuning in on the live stream via the AMRS Facebook page and YouTube channel, set for the final race of the weekend and final race of the season for the TA2 Muscle Car Series, framed by Hi-Tec. Wade Ornger. Championship's been run and won. celebrations galore down in the Johnson family pit.
Yeah, it was really cool to hang out down there with them, Lockie, and be part of that. I just think I heard a bright orange Ford Raptor pulling up behind our commentary box, which means that... well, the god of Ford, certainly Queensland's favourite son, is going to join us in commentary. For those that didn't catch him this morning, he's been able to celebrate with his grandson, also with Jilly. Attention, Commander on the bridge, Sir Dick, joining us now in the booth as we come out for the last race of the round, last race of the championship for the TA2 muscle cars, framed by Hi-Tec. What a glorious day to watch your 17-year-old grandson win a championship, Dick.
Well, it certainly is. It's a far cry from what it was when I first got here, I can assure you. And you always know that when the sun's out at Winton, so are the flies.
It is effectively 5 seasons in one day every time you come here, Dick. Your grandson has already effectively wrapped up the championship. He did that in the previous race. What a moment for his family, but what a moment for him.
Well, it certainly is. I think, you know, he obviously he was successful in the Northern Series last year.
Yeah.
In Queensland and that, but to have the national one, that's something very special.
Yeah, and I think it's a good point that you made there too. He did, of course, win a championship per se, but this is all the biggies. This is the big one here. So, and he's been very busy running Trans Am as well as TA2, and it's been a massive effort by your son Stephen to guide him through a lot of that. And I think Steve's aged about 10 years in the last 6 months, Dick. Where does he get that from?
Well, I'm damned if I know, but I think his hair went grey at a lot younger age than mine did, I can assure you.
What age were you when you won your first moment like what Jet has won today, and what comparatively was that?
Well, I never won a championship race till I was 35.
Okay, so he's 18 years in front of you.
Yeah, exactly.
So what year was that?
1981.
Beautiful. Oh, significant time of the of your career, that one, 1980-81. I do recall, and it's obviously the most talked about thing a lot of times when people bring you up, but that incredible banner up on the hill that said 1980 that they rocked us, 81 we'll roll them. Very cool little fan appreciation thing. There's your grandson on screen, and we're going to talk a lot about this kid, but we're also going to talk about his rivals because Dick, he has had some tremendous people that have battled him, and when you look at this lineup on our screen right now, Brad Gartner, Jackson Rice, Kyle Girton, you go down the list a little bit further, some of these kids, and I use that term with respect, there's a lot of youngsters that are the face of this sport now.
Well, I think that's what we're going to see in a lot of the championships from here on because, and the reason, my reckoning of why we see so many Kiwis as champions,
yes,
right? And
yes.
This has been one of my beasts for so long, that they're allowed in cars at the age of 12 and 13 in New Zealand.
Yep.
Which are the most important learning years of anyone's career,
Yeah, okay.
right?
Yeah.
And over here, I had to fight like hell to get Jet to be able to drive the car when he was 16. So
okay.
So we obviously need to have a serious look at that in the way of trying to bring on a lot of our younger generation.
I mean, who the hell's Shane Van Gisbergen and Scott McLaughlin anyway? I mean, really? There's two very good points you bring up, though, isn't there?
Well, it is. And they've been in, obviously karts, fine, but to get, 4 wheels underneath you with a roof on top and some serious horsepower under the bonnet, it's a big ask.
Speaking of serious horsepower under the bonnet, I wasn't going to say big asks, Jared. I wasn't going to say that. You're balancing out the Holden and Ford thing. I know what's going on here. It was a Ford love-in, and then McD got in here just to balance out the Holden respect. So we're on track right now. They're just warming up the Hoosiers. Wade Ornger and Dick Johnson in commentary for the last race of the season for TA2 muscle cars framed by Hi-Tec. And they're just doing the weave. We will do a double file roll-up start. Only the second time we've done that this weekend. We had to use single file earlier in the weekend, just the way that the weather has been. For those of you that have never seen Winton before, how would you describe it, Dick?
It's a beautiful country circuit. Which is in rural Victoria, and it's been here a long, long time, and has been run by a club for many, many years. But I believe that's sort of kind of changing at this point in time, or whatever's happening. But it's a great venue, great test track, and just somewhere for all the younger guys to come and sort of show their wares.
Ned Kelly country. That's absolutely right. What you said about it being a test track is exactly true. A lot of the supercar teams use this as their home test point. Watching the boys just warming up, and the big word is that Mark Crutcher starting off the back of the bus with effectively new rubber. So keep your eye out for the unofficial Mayor of Young in that bright yellow number 4 Camaro off the back. Big number 4 down the side. You can't miss it. He has effectively had a Barry Crocker weekend, so he's had very little track time, and the boots are almost new. So expect some spectacular things before he moves over to race with Stevie J and Jet next year. He's moving over. There he is, off the back. And the word is that there's going to be a burnout after turn 10 at the end of this race, Dick. I don't know if you know anything about that. Do you know anything about that?
Oh, mate. we used to get shot if we did that.
I was going to say, engine builders love burnouts afterwards, don't they? So here we go. Double file, roll-up start for the TA2 Muscle Car Series, framed by Hi-Tec for the last race of the year. Brad Gardner has had his career first win. He hails from a little spot called Mayope, which is near Penola in South Australia. Beautiful part of the world, not far from Mount Gambier. As we get set to go, let's hope we keep the carnage to a minimum, boys. There's a few of them want to let the dog off the leash. You know what it's like. It's like muck-up day, Dick.
Yeah, it's like muck-up days.
Or something that rhymes with that.
Schoolies on the Gold Coast. And it's away.
Hopefully not toolies. We go down into turn 1. Jet no longer has to worry about the championship. Now, was that Gardner who got the lead? Rice is all over him. Will Rice get up the inside on Gardner? No. The young Brad Gardner leads from Rice, from Gurton, from Johnson, from Coulter, from Stibbs, back to Robinson, McKeldin, Hollinger, then Nick Bates, then Crutcher, who's already got himself up 3 spots with the new boots on.
Got somebody off through the sweeper.
That'd be unusual, wouldn't it? Oh, and I think it's Stibbs, actually. I think you're right.
I think it might be some sort of mechanical issue by the look of it.
Yeah, the Arrow car sales entry, I think, of the expat Englishman, Lee Stibbs. And he has been having a really strong run. So disappointing for him because it's one of the best rounds I've seen from Lee, a newcomer to our class. Man, Gardner's got a mirror full of rice right now. It's exactly the way we ran it in the previous race. There is Gurton, there is Jet Johnson, the Napa Auto Parts Mustang, your brand new TA2 Muscle Car Series champ, Michael Coulter in behind him. For those that didn't get to hear you talk about this earlier today, Dick, what is the best part of this racetrack?
Look, obviously the sweeper and the following corners after the sweeper, because the sweeper sets everything up for the next 2 or 3 corners, and that's where it all happens. And if you don't get that right, you'll find yourself in a bit of a strife.
So it really is a momentum place.
It is very much, and you've got to get into a rhythm around here, and very, very quickly.
We've had some monumental crashes in turn 1 over the years as well, where cars have, I think Fabian Coulthard had a bit of a ripper through here as well. So you can get yourself in all sorts of trouble. You get up to speed very quickly here, Dick, although the straights are fairly short. I'm just watching Lechalpo squeezing by on Bates. Look at this battle for the lead. Nothing in this. Wow, Gardner under enormous pressure. Oh, Rice! Oh, I thought he was going to get into the side of Gardner then. He's pushing hard.
And we'll just wait and see, but I think you'll find that Jet's just sort of warming the tyres up. Or getting I told him to get the skirt off after the last
did you
one.
really? Wow. So he's been given permission by Grandad to have a crack. I love it. He's back there in that 4th spot. The straightaways are only fairly short, but you seem to pick up speed very quickly here, Dick.
Yeah, you certainly do. And, you know, braking's the big thing around here because that's where all the passing takes place.
Yep.
And, you know, you've got to set yourself up a corner or so before that.
And your car's balance would have to be absolutely critical here because there's so many corners where you just flow right, then left, then right. Like particularly that whole turn 5 right through to sort of turn 9 section you talked about, the sweeper, the cleavage, all that area. The car is continually changing weight on the corners.
Yes, it is. And, you know, it's really crucial to make sure that that you don't hurt the tyres too much around here because, like, once the tyres go away, the cars are all over the place.
My papa used to say when I was kicking the footy with him in the backyard, you couldn't kick a sausage. The equivalent is that Dick said to Jet, take the skirt off for the last race. He's Dick just pointed out that Jet is the fastest car on the raceway, a 1:26.99. Oh, the leader's gone! No! Gardner has spat off the racetrack.
And he's done a shortcut too, by the look of it. He'll come back
Just
on.
going to go straight to the cleavage and just pick up where he left off. I don't think you're allowed to do that, Brad.
No, you're not putting a nose in the cleavage at all.
Well, it's not a bad spot to spend some time. Unfortunately, though, it's cost him plenty of ground. Well, there's been plenty of us that have been... It's cost us to spend too much time in the cleavage.
Exactly.
Johnson is now into third. So, wow, I'd like to see later on if we get a look at what happened with Brad. Did he just go in too hot? Or how did that work out? Either way, Jet has turned up the heat a little bit, but it's the Dream Racing boys, Jackson Rice and Kyle Girton to the right of your screen. Here's a look at it. What happened to Brad Gardner?
I think he's obviously just gone out a bit, got a little bit wide going in and lost the rear of it a bit, and that's all it needs, and you're gone.
He would have said that word you said on American television, I reckon.
Oh, no. That's not allowed.
It wasn't allowed back then, Dick, but you got away with it. Rice, Girton. Now, how is it? So Brad's in third. I wouldn't have called that redressing, Dick. You know what I mean? Like, if he did that to Gold Coast 600 and cut off 3 chicanes, he wouldn't have been allowed to be in third. What do you think officials will do about that?
Well, he needs to sort of readdress it, but you know, I'm sure that that'll show its place on the scoreboard.
That'll work itself out in the wash, I think you're saying.
Yep.
So Jet is back there in third. There is Jackson Rice doing a great job ahead of Kyle Girton. These two have really been at each other. They've been a team owner's nightmare. If you had these two doing this in your team, you would have aged 10 years in the last 2 rounds.
We've had that before.
Yeah, I bet you have. You've had every possible scenario going over the races at DJR, that is for sure. Ooh, a lot of pressure here from Girton. Jackson Rice led the first race of the weekend, did a great job doing it, but Gerto got by him. Then Jackson had some issues. He faded, ended up off the racetrack, overheated. Girton was able to get the win. He's done that twice now. He's had 2 wins so far. Gardner had his first win in race 3, but you get the feeling that Kyle has something up his sleeve here now. Ooh, what's the go here with a penalty? 5-second penalty for Jet? Interesting. We'll wait and see what that's all about. I would have thought that would have been on Brad, not necessarily on Jet. This is not awkward. Sit next to the guy's granddad while he gets a 5-second penalty. Rice, Girton, Gardner, Johnson, Coulter. Michael Coulter doing a good job. Pete Robertson. Now, where is Crutcher? Crutcher's got up to 7th after starting, I think, 14th on the new boots. Something to be said, and I think LaChalpo too finally has some good rubber. He's been struggling all weekend on the Hoosiers. He's been using other people's borrowed used tyres because they cut down at least one yesterday. So it's been a tough run for Zach LaChalpo. He's all over the back of Crutcher. God, the wind is just howling through here.
It's really starting to blow now, isn't
It is as cold as a mother-in-law's kiss, Dick, at the moment. Coulter is 5th at the moment. That penalty board on Jet is confusing.
Very, but when you look at it, it's ineffective completely.
Yeah, absolutely. He's got a bit more time up his sleeve than that. Rice, Girton has the quickest time, a 1:26.62. As we watch this battle raging right here. Just getting a message from the... Oh! So you know why? The 5-second penalty, because he started out of position on the start.
Well, you get that, don't you? Obviously.
Woo-wee! Rice, a 1:26.59, continuing to turn it up. So he's done everything he can to give his old man Botox this weekend. He missed the drivers' meeting. They heard a motor on the Friday as well. He just, well, that's a nice way of saying they jettisoned it. They ventilated the block, and then he just started out of position and got a 5-second penalty. Wow. Lucky he's already won the championship. Can you imagine if it was still coming down to the line?
It'd be a nightmare, mate, I can tell you.
That's good fun, motor racing, Dick, isn't it?
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Jeez, Jackson Rice really has turned up the heat. But mind you, Girton is right there with him. He is drafting him throughout this lap. Gardner just magically appeared back on track after that off earlier on in the sweeper. What is the most difficult part of this racetrack, Dick Johnson?
I think the most difficult part really is making sure that the turn 1-2 flip-flop, as you call it.
Yep.
Is being able to get out of there properly, because if you don't get out of turn 2 properly, you'll get past in turn 3.
And luckily for us, we're doing it in the dry, but most of the weekend it's been a little moist. We work our way back to the main straightaway. We'll have 6 laps remaining. Jet is 5-second penalised for starting out of position. I don't know how that even happened.
Yeah, well.
You can say that now, because you know it doesn't matter.
No.
There is Pete Robinson in the number 10. Dick, what do you think of the TA2 format of these cars, the whole package?
Well, the whole package is extremely entertaining, which is what motor racing is supposed to be. If it's not entertaining, you might as well not have it. But at the end of the day, when you have a look at how the cars are formed and how cheap they are to run by comparison to other, other motor racing, because they're powerful enough. They slide around. They're on a very ordinary sort of, like, not ordinary, but a tyre that is sort of stays with the car for a long period of time. And so it produces extremely good racing.
If you were to go back, do you ever do this? Do you ever go back to the books, when you were in that 80s and 90s period, and look at your racing budgets and go comparatively to now? Has it been sensible, or has motorsport just gone kaboom, and how do you possibly keep up?
Well, motorsport, years ago and probably today, in a sense, is the man with the money wins. But that's not so much the case anymore, because things have changed so much, and they've equalised the cars more and things like that, which is showing you the talent that actually comes out.
You must be immensely proud of Scott McLaughlin and where he's headed in his motorsport career. I remember when he ran Mini Challenge when he was just a teenage kid. But, I mean, how good. And what a wonderful loop of life with Roger Penske, with yourself and with Scotty there. It's incredible. You couldn't write that story.
No, you couldn't. And Scotty's he's out here at the moment. He was at work last week and he's been here, and I think he's down in Sydney at the moment, or down in Melbourne, then he's going to New Zealand, then he's coming back for Adelaide, and then back to New Zealand for Christmas, and then he's actually running in the Daytona.
Yes.
24-hour and things like that. So.
And he's a sprint car owner as well. He's a part owner in a sprint car with Jack Revolt, and it's Jared Waitley and Tim Hodges. He's got James McFadden driving his sprint car, so he's a busy boy. Talking of busy, this has been interesting. I just watched Brad Gardner in all sorts of bother. Yeah. So I'd say that Jet is putting the pressure on a little bit further than he was initially. Maybe he's just finally taking the skirt off. Hollinger has a drive-through penalty for a blend line infringement, says Craig Denyer. Well, you went down and spoke to Matt McKeldin. Dick, what did you make of that discussion?
Well, it all turns out in the end that he was far enough up the inside and things like that. And, so to his credit, he got away with it.
It's only cheating if you get caught. The great Ron Cricky once told me, of sprint car fame. You're watching right now Jackson Rice. Quickest car on the raceway is Brad Gardner, a 1:26.45. Brad will be filthy with going off the racetrack in turn 5. Kyle Girton. Now, as we came into this, points-wise, Girton was the points leader with 160 over Gardner in 1:57. He was 3 points behind, and then Jet was actually third for the round at the moment. Brad Gardner looks like he'll win the hard charger. Picked up 10 spots in the opening race of the weekend for Hypercoil. And the Willwood Big Breaker Award, Lee Stibbs was in the running for that. I'm not sure how he's going to go with that, but Bowden's own Best Presented. I don't even know where you go with that. There's been some really sweet-looking hot rods. The Jackson Rice car looks mint as well. So it's going to be interesting to see how... It's the Benalla Arts Centre, by the way, Dick, is where we're going tonight.
Okay.
I'll give the details to the boss.
Right,
Jilly's been very concerned about where she's going tonight.
The older you get, the worse you get.
You just put the GPS in that gorgeous orange Ford Raptor and you'll be fine. Girton closing in. We have 3 laps to run.
3 laps to run to the end.
Yeah, and then a burnout at the end, Dick.
Supposedly.
Supposedly. You know he's going to bag it up, Dick, surely.
As long as he looks after the engine, mate, I don't mind.
Yeah. Well, you told him to take the skirt off, and I quote. So Jet is currently 4th on the racetrack, though he's 5-second penalty will still put him 6 seconds ahead of Michael Coulter. Peter Robinson, the TA2 Muscle Car Series owner and boss man, is very buoyant about this series and about where it's headed next year. A lot of cars in Western Australia now. So a really good national. You heard Dick speak before about the Northern Series, which was won by Graham Cheney, and the Southern Series, which was won by Zach LeChalpo. Zach is currently behind Crutcher, who got up to 7th so far. Still Gardner with the fastest lap around at 1:26.45, but he will be as dark as 2 a.m. because he could have won the round, and he's not going to from 3rd. We're just looking there at Michael Coulter, the Cabelco, number 11. Pete Robinson, the Captain America Dodge. The interesting part about this too, Dick, and you and I talked in race 1 or race 2 today about manufacturers that fans relate to. Ford and Holden are obviously the staple diet. In this class, you've got Dodge Challenger, Ford Mustang, and Chevy Camaro. So you've pretty well got the big players in the grunt factory.
Yeah, you certainly have. And the thing is that, you know, even though that some of those vehicles aren't sold here in this country, they're still worldwide. They're noted for what they do. Absolutely.
Power plant, of course, is a common denominator in all of this sort of stuff as well. But I think that takes out the whole parity situation, because I remember that was a nightmare in the V8 Ute side of things. Girton is closing right in on Rice. We have 2 laps to go. The final 2 laps of the TA2 Muscle Car Series, framed by Hi-Tec. Chet is creeping up on Brad Gardner, the South Aussie out of Mayope in South Australia, but I don't think he's going to catch him. Can Girton have one more crack at Jackson Rice? I would think if Girton stays there, he will wrap up the round.
I think Gardner's got to do an extra half lap somewhere else.
Well, I was thinking the same thing, to be honest with you, Dick. I was thinking he went around the gum tree. It was the old John Williamson, give me a home among the gum trees for at least 10 or 15 seconds there. Maybe there'll be a postie. We'll have to have a look at that. But lap and a half to go.
I think the rules say that you're supposed to rejoin where you went off. So
he even with Julianne's travel skills with the GPS, you couldn't get that one wrong then. Crutcher coming at Robinson as they work their way out of the cleavage as well, down in that battle for 6th place. So Mark Crutcher,
come a long way.
Yeah, it's got the new boots on. That hasn't hurt.
Another go here.
Yeah. Here we go. This is a shot at the race lead. Rice has it matted. We have 1 lap to go. Winton 300 to come very soon. Kyle Girton, isn't your boy racing in the Winton 300?
Supposedly, yeah.
Him and Matty Mack. Girton's going to have a really good crack here, and you might as well. The Nouveau group up behind the Imix entry of Jackson Rice. The Dream Racing Australia teammates, they have been extremely quick all weekend. Jet closes in on Gardner, who's having a real push. We'll keep an eye. I think you need to go. Are you supposed to be down there wearing your funny-looking cool shirt?
We'll see how we go.
Yeah. Get in that Raptor and haul ass. Dick, always good to see you. The wonderful Dick Johnson joining me in commentary for that one, but he's got it. Oh, yeah, look at that. He's headed down to wear his grandson's championship-winning shirt, so he's going to be down to join the team. Girton closing in. Girton flirting with a chance at the lead. Gardner again, still the fastest lap. 1:26.45. Rice sliding around on the Hoosiers. Max Dumsney shod Hoosiers as always. Championship's about to be wrapped up. Girton really coming at Rice in the last 2 corners, but Jackson Rice will hold on. Girton will bag it up coming off that final corner. Look at Jet on the back of Gardner. Checkers are out. Jackson Rice, well done. Kyle Girton 2nd. Brad Gardner 3rd after coughing it up. Sam and all the Gardner boys will give him plenty about that. It was on his own. Jet Johnson 4th despite a 5-second penalty. Keep your eye on that car right there on our screen, because there's a burnout headed our way here very shortly. Pete Robinson ended up 6th. Mark Crutcher was 7th. Best driver of the weekend for Zach LeChalpo, got to 7th actually. Matty McKeldin 8th. Crutcher got back to 9th. Fell back a couple of spots. Nick Bates 10th. Graham Cheney 11th. We're staying on that Napa Ford Mustang because we're looking for a burnout from the new series champion. John Hollinger was 12th. Paul Hads was 13th, and disappointing for Lee Stibbs, who looks so good this weekend, unfortunately had a DNF. So, cameras are on this young man, 17 years of age, third generation driver. His dad, Stevie, just won 4 in a row at Bathurst in the Touring Car Masters side of things and scored his 50th career win. And a multiple Touring Car Masters champion. Everybody holding back behind the series champ, Pete Robinson, the series boss, rolling by and giving him the good job, mate. Josh Haynes arrives tonight to be part of the dinner, but it's a shame that Josh had his shoulder reconstruction surgery coming into this round, because he's really been the guy that's given Jet the most amount of attention. The two have really gone after it. And this is cool. Just rolling around, taking his time. Nick Bates rolls up alongside him. Nick has managed to wrap up the Serco Master Series Award and the Racetec Race Seats Rookie of the Year honours. So congratulations to Nick Bates. I think that's the way it's going to play out. I think Bates too will pick up third, possibly in the championship. Paul Hadley should pick up third in Masters, which is a great result for Paul. Really put his money where his mouth is this year with a 2-car team. The IES Camaros look just stunning every round. Congratulations too to Graham Cheney, racing under extreme health duress. And there is the two IES boys rolling past him right there. Cheney actually scared him. He went up to him at the end of the race, and the previous race, and said, "Mate, what did you do? They took all your points off. They disqualified you." And the smile just dropped right off Jet's face. He completely scared him. But we're about to see what a TA2 Muscle Car Series Napa Auto Parts Ford Mustang looks when it's fully lit. What a young gun he is. Lockie, you got to be impressed with that drive. Here we go.
This whole season, Wado. Here we go. Lighting it up. Smoking it up.
I love it when Grandad says, take the skirt off for the last race.
He didn't make the side skirts, did he?
No, well, at the moment, he's doing a solid job of it. He's a good young boy, this boy. Plenty of respect and very polite and very courteous, and has done a very, very nice job of it. And hopefully we'll get some shots of all the team. I'm pretty sure Dick would have made it down there. They've got these really cool... Did you see the shirt?
Yeah,
You just pulled the jacket
really
open. Cool. And Jet's Mush is immortalised on a championship-winning shirt, which hopefully Kylie, I'm sure, will be down there to get a shot of here very shortly. But a little bit of history. Lockie, you and I get to call some great moments in Australian motorsport, and I'll proudly say, as a little kid, I never, watching the Green Stuff and the True Blue Falcon, that era when Dick Johnson was such a legendary figure over the next 4 decades, really, with being a driver and an owner. Never did I dream that I would get to call my hero's grandson's first ever championship win. So, means a lot to me as well. Here's a bit of a look at the way that Jet tossed her in and bagged her up. And I'm looking forward in a moment to seeing all the shirts. Hopefully they're around Kylie down there. Jet hasn't seen the shirts before either, so I'm looking forward to seeing how he responds to that. It'll be live down in pit lane here very shortly. There they all are, all the team about to get around him. As he pulls up, there's Craig Denyer, the series category manager, who's done such a phenomenal job. Jeff Lee's just down there as well, the driver standards and policing officer. Craig Scatella down there from Dream Racing. John Morris sticking his head in there to get some cool shots of the series champ through the cockpit. There he is, banging the roof. Good job, Jetty. It'll be very interesting to see what his reaction is to his new championship shirts. He comes over to Jackson Rice and says, good job, well done. Little Dewey is down there as well, catching all the action for our socials. Our presentation will be happening very soon on the stage. Winton 300 coming up very soon. Solid drive by Jackson Rice and Kyle Girton too, Lockie. Very impressive.
Yeah, congratulations to Kyle Girton on picking up the overall round victory. And I think Jackson Rice, he's got, as I mentioned yesterday, a lot of local support because he is from the northeastern Victorian region. So good for him to get a race win in front of all of his local fans as well.
Absolutely. I wonder if they've unveiled the shirts down there yet. Stevie can finally take a sigh of relief. His dad, Dick, is like, what's your problem, Steve? Why are you so nervous? But I think he gets that from Jilly. Even Bree was pretty cool, calm and collected. Chet's very proud mum. Gee, Brad Gartner will be filthy, Lockie. He had that thing. I guess that just shows how hard they were pushing, though. He was doing everything he could to stay in front of Jackson and Kyle. Can see Nick Bates just down there to the right. An amazing rookie season for him. He plays it right down. You'd be hard-pressed to get him to admit that he's done anything special at all. There is his little sister, Jet's little sister, Bree, walking with him. Lacey walking with him. They're always elbowing each other. We'll wrap things up and head down to Kylie, and hopefully there's a few championship shirts down that way.
Oh, Kyle Girton, the round winner, first of all. Congratulations. You've been on the pace all day, but you've really earned it.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's been awesome racing this whole weekend, and especially that last one between Jackson and I and Brad Gartner until he made a little whoops. But, yeah, it was a really good weekend.
Terrific. Lovely to chat with you, but it is all about the championship as we head over to Nicholas Bates, who is the Masters Series champion. He's being crowned with his garland and his trophy. He's all smiles. And that's what I love about this category. It allows the young up-and-coming racers to also compete, and you guys have got a championship within a championship.
Correct. Yeah, it's nice to have... Us old blokes are all a little bit slower, not too far off, but it's nice to have some guys to race at the same pace, and it's very, very competitive and a whole lot of fun.
How's it feel to be the champ?
Yeah, very happy, very happy. Can't thank my crew enough because we've finished every race and I've made a mess of it sometimes and they've cleaned it up, so it's pretty much down to them, so happy days.
Terrific, and I believe we are also now crowning our series champion, Jet Johnson. He's come on over. The whole gang have got specially donned T-shirts for the occasion as we make our way through, lads. So a photo opportunity in the making as we crown Jet Johnson, our series champion. Oh, Jet, a quick word while we have you. It really is a team effort. Congratulations.
Oh, it absolutely is. I want to first and foremost thank all the guys on the spanners for me, and making all this happen. Without them, without Benny, TG, Paul, Matty here, we wouldn't have been able to do any of this. Of course, thanks Dad for all the sacrifices he's made, and Mum for everything they do for me. And I want to thank all my sponsors, Napa, Shell, Pertec, everyone else for all the support they've given me and believing in me. It's just incredible.
You've had your grandparents here as well, and even Dick Johnson joining us in commentary at the end, so that was pretty special.
Oh, it was them driving all the way from the Gold Coast, to come down here and watch me be here for my last race for the year was just incredible and really, really special.
Speaking of, I know I caught up with you, Stevie, earlier, but Dick Johnson, we had you in commentary there. It was a bit special. A big effort to get here for the young fella. What's your emotions? What do you think?
I think it was obviously he's done pretty well all year, being very consistent, and that's what wins championships, is when you're consistent and just got to finish every race.
Well, it's so good to have you here. We've certainly got a young racer in the making here. I think there's many sleepless nights the family's going to go through as he continues his career, no doubt.
Yeah, it certainly it keeps your nerves working, that's for sure.
And let's check out the T-shirt, the National Champion 2022, Jet Johnson. There you go.
Perfect.
Is the 2022 Australian Motor Racing Series. Thanks, Kylie King, for bringing us those interviews with our place getters from the TA2 Muscle Car Series, frames by Hi-Tec. How good was it to hear the legend himself, Dick Johnson, on commentary with Wayne Ornger for the final TA2 race of the season? And plenty of emotion down there in the Johnson family. The job's not done, though, for the Johnson family here at Winton, because they're running an AU Falcon in the Winton 300 presented by Mountain Motorsports, which is not too far away. The cars are going to be leaving pit lane very soon to be heading out on their formation lap to the grid. They'll then do warm-up lap, and it'll be a rolling start in 2x2 formation. I can see, in fact, that the AU Falcon is there. They're getting ready to head out onto the track. And Shane Jones will be joining me in commentary for the Winton 300. We haven't really spoken that much about Matt McKeldin and Stephen Johnson yet, but that Falcon does have some interesting pedigree because it's the last AU Falcon XR6 that was built by Ford Racing Australia under the supervision of the late Ford Motorsport manager Howard Marsden. It was actually built for Targa Tasmania in 2001 and it's been sitting pretty much dormant for the last 2 decades. Great to see it back out on the racetrack wearing the famous and legendary Johnson number 17.
Absolutely, and if the weather conditions were a bit different, it might be doing a little bit of rallying, but at the moment it's nice and dry, which is really nice to see. But we are expecting a little bit of rain potentially during the Winton 300, but we'll just wait and see on that. So it's going to be fascinating to see how the race plays out, and it's lovely to see that, yeah, a third generation of Johnson has now won a national title. Dick's obviously won a fair few in his lifetime. Stephen's won a Touring Car Masters title 3 times, and now Jet's won his first national title, so it's great to see.
Fantastic, and those celebrations in the Johnson family will be going on long into the night. They are having the TA2 Australia presentation night at the Benalla Arts Centre this evening, and all of the TA2 drivers and teams will be in attendance, so that one should be a fantastic evening. But let's turn our attention to the Winton 300 and talk a bit more about what has become an iconic endurance race on the Winton calendar. It started as a round of the Australian Production Car Championship back in 1985 and ran through to 1991. Then it went on hold for a couple of decades, but it came back in 2011 as an endurance race for all different types of cars from all different categories. And certainly from 2011 through until 2017, it attracted big fields of cars, so much so that in 2014 and 2015, the field had to be split into 2 races. There were too many cars to have them all on the grid for the one race. So there was a B main for the slower cars, and then the main race for all of the outright cars. Obviously, we've still got a bit of work to do to get the Winton 300 back to those halcyon days, but we'll have 15 cars starting today's race and plenty of quality certainly at the front end of the field. And I reckon there's probably 5 or 6 cars that are capable of taking outright victory today.
And that's just going to depend on the conditions, and I guess reliability is going to be absolutely critical. Can you get the full 100 laps done? Can you push the car hard enough to be quick up front, but also making sure that it gets to the end safe and sound?
Let's talk about the rules and regulations for the Winton 300. So it is a 300-lap, 100-kilometre race around the nation's action track, Winton Motor Raceway. You are allowed to run either 1 or 2 drivers in each car, and there will be compulsory pit stops to be taken by every car in the field. The pit window opens at lap 10. It closes at the end of lap 70. Every car has to do 1 5-minute compulsory pit stop. In addition to that, the cars in Division A have to do an extra 5-minute compulsory pit stop. However, no cars qualified in Division A. The cars in the second fastest division, Division B, will have to do their 5-minute stop and an additional 2.5-minute pit stop. There are 3 cars that have nominated Division B, so the 2 Honda Civics on the front row of the grid, and also the number 86 BMW 328i of Daniel Kapitanovic and Adam Thompson. They have nominated to go into Division B. All of the other cars, just the single 5-minute compulsory pit stop. Driver distance for the twin driver teams. No driver is allowed to do more than 70% of the race. That is 70 of the 100 laps. Therefore, working backwards, the other driver has to do a minimum of 30 laps. So the cars with 2 drivers, if they're only making 1 stop, you would expect that lap number 30 would be the earliest that they would stop to do their compulsory pit stop and driver change. Tyres are unrestricted, and we do have a variety of different strategies. There's some cars that are on slicks. There's some cars that are on treaded or R-spec tyres. And if we get variable weather conditions, then that could prove to be a big talking point. The history of this race going back to 2011, we've had multiple manufacturers win. 2011, we saw David Radatz and Shane Otten win in a Mazda MX-5. 2012, that was Chad Cotton and Jeff Davey in a Future Racer. 2013, Rob Hay and Nick Cansian in a Mazda MX-5. 2014, one of the best races we've ever had here at Winton, Nathan Jess and Matthew Thompson in a race that came down to the very last lap. They won in their Future Racer. 2015, that went to the Lotus Elise of Steve and Jake Shelley. And then in 2016, we saw victory go the way of Nathan Jess and Ryan Reynolds in a saturated race where it poured with rain and ultimately ended up being declared after 77 of the scheduled 100 laps. 2017, Craig and Adam Burgess took victory in their Janetta, and then last year it was another father and son team, Tony and Troy Heasley, who took the Winton 300 when in their VN Commodore. Only 5 cars started the race last year. Ended up still being a pretty good race. It was a close battle between the Heasley combination and also the Perry Anastakis and Angus Lithgow Peugeot 206 GTI. Honda has never won this race, but it's their chance to get victory today. It's 2 Honda Civics that occupy the front row of the grid, but we talked about it before and we'll talk about it again, the curse of pole position. The Winton 300 has never been won by the car starting on pole, and not only that, the car that has started this race on pole position has a pretty miserable record, 7 DNFs from the last 8 Winton 300s.
So does it end today, Mansell?
Does it end today? Well, the car that is starting on pole position of Jimmy Tran and Tom Vacečevic has been super fast all weekend, and certainly if it stays dry, they seem to have an abundance of pace. Do they have the reliability? That's the big question. So, car number 73, Tom Vacečevic and Jimmy Tran will start on pole position. Joining them on the front row of the grid, it's the 777 Honda Civic Miles Jones, and he will be joined by Perry Anastakis, the most capped driver in the history of the Winton 300 and in fact all of the 300k endurance races. Grid position number 3 is occupied by Barney Hogan. It will be Hogan's co-driver Ian McDougall who will do the opening stint in that car. Out of position number 4 in car number 321, Chris Sutton, the only driver driving solo this weekend in his Mitsubishi Evo 10. Out of position number 5, the second of the BYP entries, car number 818 for Benny Tran and Ben Connell. And in position number 6, it's car number 33 for Lee and Jerry Burgess. Position number 7 on the grid is occupied by the number 86 Pinnacle Automotive, Hawkesbury Cycles, BMW 328 Hive, Daniel Kapitanovich and Adam Thompson. And then it's Todd and Jet Herring out of position number 8 in the number 79 Mazda MX-5. Position number 9, Ben Crosland and his brother Hayden Crosland in the number 21 Honda Integra for Terry Conroy Motorsport. And then the oldest car to ever start the Winton 300 lines up out of position number 10. That's Gary Quigley and Ross Wood in the 1967 Ford Mustang Fastback. Position number 11, Alfa Romeo 156, car number 156 for Phil Basket and Evan Botcher. And out of position 12, Paul Curry and Daniel Vanderheyden in their VN Commodore. Position number 13 is where we find the famous number 17, Stephen Johnson and Matt McKeldin, with McKeldin in that car for the opening stint. Out of position number 14, car number 45, Matt Hewless and David Bernardi, and rounding out our 15-car field, the second of the Nissan Pulsars for the 2 drivers from Young in New South Wales, Michael Ricketts and Jamie Canellis in the Young Car Wash entry. 100 laps, 300 kilometres, and the Michael J. Ronk Memorial Trophy in honour of the late CEO of Winton Motor Raceway, up for grabs for the drivers who cross the line first at the end of this endurance marathon. Enjoy the strategy, enjoy the storylines, enjoy one of Winton's classic endurance races. We're set to go for the 2022 edition of the Mountain Motorsports Winton 300. The field are formed up in rolling start formation. They come down to the start-finish line. They're in the hands of the starters, and we are going to get the 2022 Winton 300 underway. The green flag waves. Great start from our pole sitter Tom Vacečevic. Ian McDougall, a very handy start in the Mini, starting from the second row of the grid, muscles his way down the inside of Miles Jones and moves the Mini up into second position. It's only lap number 1, but we've already got some dicing for track position. People want to get to the front. They want to get to the front early. They want to race hard. They do have to remember that it's a 100-lap race, and you're not going to win this thing on the opening lap.
I'm going to be keeping an eye on 86 and Adam Thompson, because he needs to get past a few cars and then probably start going as quick as he can, because they've got that extra pit stop that they're going to have to do. And obviously the front two, which was the front two at the start of the race, keeping an eye on them as well, because they're going to need to go quick to try and catch back that 2.5 minutes that they're going to lose when they do that extra pit stop that they need to do.
It was an interesting decision for Daniel Kapitanovic and Adam Thompson, because they could have nominated to go into Division C. Their qualifying times were right on the borderline, but ultimately they ended up nominating Division B. It gives them a bit of security, because if you break out of your division, in other words, if you go too fast for the fastest permissible lap time for your division, you will be penalised. But of course, by going into Division B, you do give yourself an extra 2.5 minute pit stop. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out, as we see that Miles Jones has recaptured second position from Ian McDougall, and down the inside, Benny Tran in the Honda Civic moves up to third position. So the McDougall Mini just didn't quite have the straight line speed there. And as they complete lap 1 of 100, it's going to be Honda's occupying positions 1, 2 and 3. Tom Vacetovic leads the race by 1.3 seconds over Miles Jones. Benny Tran third. And we go back to Lee Burgess, who's managed to clear ahead of Ian McDougall as well. Chris Sutton is 6th, Adam Thompson is 7th, and then it's Todd Herring, Ben Crosland and Phil Basket rounding out the top 10 as they complete lap 1.
McDougall got a great start, but he just wasn't able to hold his position as some of the other faster cars got past them down the straight. So he's now down to 5th. Burgess was able to overtake him heading down the front straight to complete lap 1. So down to 5th now for McDougall.
Ian McDougall, he's been racing all year in the TCR Australia Series, driving an Audi. He's been getting some technical assistance from the Melbourne Performance Centre operation that do run a lot of the Audis in the TCR Australia field. So he's been in the cut and thrust of racing in one of the most competitive Australian motorsport categories, and definitely a very aggressive start from McDougall. But like I said, that Mini just didn't quite have the straight line performance. What we do know about that Mini, though, is that it's very good in wet weather conditions. So if we do get a bit of rain later on, look for McDougall to charge to the front. Back in 2016 here, when it poured with rain for the entire race, that car spent a number of laps in the lead of the motor race. And the predictable front-wheel drive handling, and also the fact that it's got ABS brakes, makes it very well suited to slippery conditions.
Vucevic still leads heading to the end of lap 2, and he's been able to get a nice buffer at the start of the race and been able to dictate his own pace. So a great start for him. He's been able to control the pace that he's needed to do and set a tempo, which is what you probably need to do in a 100-lap race, particularly when you need to gain plenty of time.
What you have to remember here as well, Jonesy, is that a lot of these cars are based very closely on production vehicles. So the trap that you can fall into is going too hard too early and straining the mechanical components more than you need to. It's not about trying to win this race in the first 5 laps or 10 laps. It's about, as Neil Crompton says, buying a ticket to the last 20 laps, making sure that you're in a position where you can go hard and sprint hard at the end if you need to. And you do need to exercise a bit of what the late, great Peter Brock described as mechanical sympathy to make sure that you get your car to go the distance.
And you just don't know when potentially a safety car could hit, or when is the right time to get your pit stops out of the way. So, yeah, strategy is going to be absolutely pivotal this afternoon.
So Miles Jones was able to get back up into second position ahead of the Mini after briefly being relegated back to third on the opening lap. But now it's the second of the BYP racing machines of Benny Tran, who's charging up hard behind Miles Jones. Now, we've seen that Benny Tran and his brother Jimmy have run a supercharged Honda Integra in a few of these 300k races, but it's let them down a bit in terms of reliability, and in particular the drive shaft has been a bit of a weak link. So this weekend they've gone into a naturally aspirated Honda Integra. It's not quite as fast as the supercharged version, but they are hoping that it'll have a bit more mechanical longevity to help them get through the 100 lap distance.
So far so good from Benny Tran, and he's keeping a close distance behind Miles Jones for second position, and all the top 3 Hondas are in the 34s right now. I'm pretty much matching each other. So the leader did a 34.77. Miles Jones was not that far behind with a 34.71, and then Benny Tran was a 34.66. So pretty close between the top three so far.
Lee Burgess has had a pretty good start too, and he's holding down a very solid 4th position, pretty much all out on his own at the moment. And in an endurance race like this one, that's not such a bad place to be if you can get yourself into some clear track and avoid being in the cut and thrust of the pack. It makes you a bit less vulnerable to contact and potentially damage if you get tangled up with other cars. This is a good battle at the moment. So Adam Thompson has managed to get ahead of Ian McDougall, the supercharged Pinnacle Automotive BMW 328i, ahead then of the Challenge Motorsport machine, which is being shared by Ian McDougall and Barney Hogan. I think one of the other considerations, Jonesy, is in the case of the 2-driver combinations, there will be one driver generally who's a bit faster than the other one. So from a strategic point of view, there's always the debate about, do you start with your faster driver or do you save them for the final stint? And I've always said that you'd rather have your faster driver in the car at the end of the race in case there's safety cars, but it looks like some of the teams have not necessarily chosen that option. For example, I know that Ian McDougall in car number 22 will be a bit faster than the owner, Barney Hogan.
I guess it all depends on position as well. If you start lower down on the grid, you might want to boost yourself up and get a few positions early, so you put in your lead driver, and then other times you might be in a good position, so you might want to try and put your non-lead driver to get some clear air. So I guess it depends which way you want to go.
So Miles Jones has made up a bit of time on Tom Vucecevic on this lap. Vucecevic was a bit slower last time around, a minute 35.8 for Vucecevic compared to a minute 34.5 for Jones, and the margin has come down to just 7/10 of a second. And Benny Tran is right there as well, so it's a 3-way contest between 3 Hondas for the lead of the Winton 300 at this stage. Tom Vucecevic, for the first time in this race, finding himself under a bit of pressure from Miles Jones, who was able to punch out his personal best lap of the race last time through.
And just running through the bottom couple of drivers at the moment, Matt McKeldin has gained 3 spots since the start of the race, so he's gone from 13th to 10th, so a good start from him in the Ford.
And I think they've been pretty open about their strategy this weekend, so much so that they've even talked about it on their driver's seat radio show and podcast that they do. I think that their plan is to run Matt McKeldin for the maximum number of laps that he's allowed to do, and then Stephen Johnson will get in and do the last 30 laps.
Usually you don't reveal your strategy, you keep it nice and secret, but sharing it to an Australian-wide audience, why not?
Here's a good battle on screen. Holden versus Ford, in fact. So there's Matt McKeldin battling it out with Paul Curry in the 144 VN Commodore that he's sharing with Daniel van der Hayden. They're going to go side by side on the run into turn number 11. Matt McKeldin on the inside, Paul Curry on the outside. It'll be a breaking duel between the Falcon and the Commodore. Still side by side through the final couple of corners. And really good respect shown between those two drivers, giving each other plenty of racing room, give the position to the Commodore.
And Curry gets the move done and moves inside the top 10 with a lovely move around the outside into the final turn.
Nicely done there. So Paul Curry, like you said, moving up into the top 10. Daniel van der Hayden, who owns that car, has been a long time supporter of grassroots motorsport here at Winton. We've seen that he has run in a number of the Winton 300s in the past. Good to see him lending his support to this event this weekend. One of the nice guys of Australian motorsport, somebody who started his career in the Benalla Auto Club Sprint Series, and we've seen that he's raced that car in Super TT and a number of the 300k endurance races over the years.
So whatever happened to Vucecevic in the last lap when he did a 35, clearly he's been able to fix up because it was a lot quicker that last lap, and he's back into the 35s this lap gone by to complete lap 6, but Miles Jones was too far behind. So clearly, yeah, just a minor mistake on lap 4, and he's been able to get back into it.
So the 3 leaders still very close together, only 1.4 seconds separating the 3 Hondas that occupy positions 1, 2 and 3. Now the interesting thing here, Shane, is that the cars in first and second are both Division B cars. They've got 2 compulsory pit stops. The car in position 3, Benny Tran, is currently the best placed car in Class C, only has to make one pit stop. So strategically, you'd have to say that car 818 is in a pretty good spot at the moment.
Yeah, he pretty much doesn't have to do much from his position. He just needs to stay status quo, and he'll be able to capitalise on that one less pit stop later in the race. Obviously, if there's an opportunity for him to overtake, he probably will take it, but at the moment, he just needs to be where he is.
And we've got the Matt McKeldin, Stephen Johnson car into the pits at the end of lap number 6. Now, that is not ideal for that team because the pit window is certainly not open yet. It doesn't open for another 4 laps, so you would have to say that that's an early and unscheduled pit stop for that car.
Just hope it isn't an issue for the team, and hopefully, whatever it is, it's minor, and hopefully they can get back out.
They're just out there in pit lane at the moment. Not a whole lot of frantic work going on in that car at the moment, just pit crew members fairly casually attending to it. There comes Stephen Johnson. They're opening up the bonnet. That's never a good sign.
No.
Oh, a bit of steam coming out of it as well.
That doesn't look good.
No, let's hope that's not our first retirement from the race. It's been such a happy weekend for the Johnson family so far. It would be very disappointing if they would have to retire from the race without Stephen Johnson even getting to turn a race lap.
McKeldin's getting out of the car.
Yeah, well, that's not good, is it? And I can see one of the Napa Auto Parts people down there as well. Bit of elapsed traffic. Our race leaders just had to negotiate their way around the number 164 car, which is being driven by Gary Quigley, who, by his own admission, has not been as fast in that car as the other driver, Ross Wood. But our leaders are absolutely nose to tail on lap number 8 of this race. Vacečević still leading, but Jones and Tran right with him. Only 9/10 of a second separated those 3 cars across the start-finish line last time around.
Tran was able to close the gap. He gained 6/10 as we got a battle for the lead, and Miles Jones is able to take Vacečević into the last turn, but Vacečević gets the inside lane, but Miles is able to hold on round the outside down the front straight. So we have a new race leader.
Indeed we do. So Miles Jones takes over the lead. That's our first lead change. Most record for the most lead changes that we've had in the Winton 312 in 2013, which involved 9 different cars. Not quite sure that we're going to get to that record today, but already we've had 2 cars spending some time in the lead of the motor race, and we have only completed 8 laps at this stage.
So Jones has been able to work his way from 3rd in the early stage of the first lap back into the lead. So yeah, after a not ideal start, he's been able to work his way back to the front.
Showing pretty good race pace at the moment, Miles Jones. He's got the very experienced Parry Aristarchus to get into that car a bit later on. Aristarchus best outright finish in the Winton 300 second place in 2017. He's been doing these 300s for many, many years here. Wakefield Park, Sydney Motorsport Park. Never managed to actually win one outright. He'd dearly love to tick that box and add his name to the Michael J. Ronk Memorial Trophy.
As Benny Tran looks to line up a move as well past Vacečević to get into second position. And the top 3 is still separated by less than a second, so pretty close between the top 3, and then they've gapped by almost 7 seconds, I should say, to Burgess in 4th position. So the top 3 are starting to get that gap towards the rest of the field.
So let's run you through your class leaders at this stage. The leader of Division B is also your outright race leader, and that's Miles Jones. Your leader, as we've got a bit of elapsed traffic here, that's the Michael Ricketts, Jamie Canellis Nissan Pulsar. And the leaders come upon a bit of an awkward time coming through turns 1 and 2. Leader of Class C, sitting in 3rd outright, is Benny Tran. Leader in Class D, currently sitting in 9th position overall, Ben Crosland. And leader in Division E is Matt Hewless. He sits in position 12 outright.
As Thompson loses a couple of spots that last lap to McDougall and Herring, so he's gone from 6th to 8th as the Mini was able to get past on the previous lap. So not an ideal lap for Thompson there.
Not really an ideal situation for that car at the moment, Shane, given that they've got 2 compulsory pit stops to make and they're losing spots to cars that only have to do the single pit stop. Daniel Kapitanovic, who is the other driver in that car, mentioned to me earlier on today that they had been experiencing a bit of an engine miss earlier on, so I'm just wondering if maybe that's affecting their performance a little bit.
We'll just have to wait and see.
Here is the battle. Herring around the outside of Sutton. This is a pretty feisty battle here. Ian McDougall in it as well, and Adam Thompson just a bit further behind. Todd Herring and his son Jet Herring in the naturally aspirated Mazda MX-5. We've seen that Todd Herring has driven a turbocharged car which has had some quite good results in some of the 300s. He had a bit of a look down on the inside of Chris Sutton at turn number 10, but cost himself some momentum. McDougall down the inside into turn 11. Elbows out, muscles Herring out over the grass at pit lane entry on the exit of turn 11, and we'll pick up that position. We're on lap number 11 of a 100-lap race, and these guys are treating it like it's a sprint race. Thompson back down the inside of Herring into turn 1. Herring hanging tough. He'll be on the inside for turn 2 and manages to hold on to that position. It's amazing how closely these drivers are racing, given how early in the race it is still.
You'd think we're on lap 90, not lap 11, given the way those guys were battling for position just then, as the pit window is now open. So drivers can do one of their compulsory stops, or their only compulsory stop if they want to, but they're probably not going to do it just yet.
And I have to say, there wasn't a whole lot of urgency on working on car number 17 down in the pits. I fear that might be a retirement. McDougall sends it down the inside of Sutton, up at the top part of the circuit, into turn number 7 and gets the move done. He came from a long way back. He was very late under brakes, and Sutton might lose another spot here as well to Herring. The lapsed Nissan Pulsar of Michael Ricketts is in there as well, and just has to sidestep those cars that continue their fierce squabble for position. McDougall up to 5th position in the Mini.
And Sutton's now down to 7th as Herring got past him as well. So, yeah, nice battle for position between these 4 cars over the last couple of laps. And you never know, these battles for position could become quite pivotal later in the race as we get towards the end of the race, and these guys are only doing one stop.
Oh, our race leader just saw it out of the window of the commentary box. Tom Vacečević running off the road at turn number 1. Our 3 race leaders were all trying to negotiate their way through lapsed traffic, and Vacečević has got back to the lead, but he did have a bit of an excursion there at turn number 1. Even though this is not the biggest Winton 300 field we've seen, we are still seeing a few moments where the race leaders are struggling a bit, negotiating their way around lap traffic. It's always one of the big talking points in these 300-kilometre races, the way that you manage the speed difference between the different cars and negotiate your way through back markers.
And Vacečević was able to do the fastest lap of the race last lap as well, 1 minute 34, as we see a replay.
And that is Tom Vacečević taking a bit of grass there. Gee, I'll tell you what, he was pretty lucky to get that car stopped before he got into the driver's door of the Matt Thewlis Nissan Pulsar, which was the lapped car they were rounding up. Here are our race leaders, Vacečević, Jones, Tran, still the top 3. And Vacečević 1 minute 34.0 with, as you said, the fastest lap of the race overall.
So Vacečević,
here it is again. The moment there at turn 1. So he just ran a little bit deep under brakes, didn't he?
And he was lucky not to jump higher after coming back onto that track and making contact with one of the lap cars. So, yeah, very lucky to get away with that out of turn 2.
That Honda Civic, it is quite a low-slung car, so if you went too far off the road, you'd potentially be in danger of doing some damage to the suspension or to the underbody components, but I think that Vacečević managed to get away with it then. 0.6 of a second, the margin from Vacečević back to Jones. Benny Tran 1.6 seconds off the lead. Lee Burgess sitting in, like I said before, a fairly lonely 4th position at the moment. Ian McDougall has the Mini up in 5th position ahead of Todd Herring, Chris Sutton, Adam Thompson in 8th position. And then it's a fairly big gap, 45 seconds, in fact, from Adam Thompson back to Ben Crosland in 9th position.
And McDougall in the Mini was the fastest driver on the track that last lap. He did a 34.34, so a nice time from him in the Mini as we get towards the end of lap 13. And Lockie is looking at the radar now, and there is a little bit of weather on the horizon. Not sure whether it will get to the track, but there is a little bit of weather on the radar that might come in or in the next 10 to 15 minutes.
Yeah, it's looking a little bit ominous, I have to say.
As we complete lap 13 of this race, Virtuous Savage is still leading ahead of Miles Jones and Benny Tran. The gap between the three drivers is 1.5 seconds. So that stayed pretty consistent over the last few laps between the top three in all their Hondas. And there's a little bit of a margin to Burgess in 4th position, McDougall in 5th, Herring in 6th, then Sutton in 7th, Thompson in 8th, Crosland in 9th, and Hayden rounding out the top 10.
Todd Herring's just punched out his personal best lap of the race, 1 minute 35.5 that time around. So one of the things is that there are obviously cars that are going to have strengths and weaknesses in different parts of the racetrack, but there's also going to be cars that will have strengths and weaknesses at different stages of the race. So some cars will look after their tyres a bit better. Some cars, the handling balance will improve. As we've got a lead change at turn number 9, Miles Jones back down the inside of Tom Vucecevic. That was a pretty aggressive manoeuvre there, and Vucecevic lost a bit of momentum there and finds himself under pressure from Benny Tran. So this feisty battle continues between these three cars. We're going to head down very shortly to Kylie King in pit lane, who is down, I believe, with Matt McKeldin. Down to Kylie.
Oh, the dream team I dubbed you boys at, and she's ended way too prematurely. First of all, Maddie McKeldin, what happened there?
We've had an intermittent power steering issue all weekend, and we weren't sure that it was going to last, Kylie, to be quite frank, but we owed it to Stuart Lanham and to everyone at the Winton 300 to at least try and get out there and give it a crack, and got a couple of passes in the first couple of laps, and then it was getting harder and harder and harder to turn, and then we knew the power steering was just going to fail. And I just got reminded by Dick Johnson that I'm pretty soft apparently, Steve. He won in 81 in the XD, he won Bathurst with no power steering, so now I feel like a complete failure.
Well, you know, as you can see here, ready to go. I wasn't actually expecting Maddie to come in so soon. I was going to go back and after all of Jet's stuff, get changed, get ready, and then Maddie to bring the car in for me to have a steer. But he broke it before I got in it. Like I can't believe it's like Peter Brock jumping out of a car, giving it to John Harvey and going, "There you go, mate." It does 2 laps and fails, and he goes, "It was all right when I was in it, but luckily enough, he broke it before I got in it, so he can't blame me for breaking it."
Stevie, the Winton 300, what's your thought on this event? We know it's a bit of fun, and to have someone of your calibre competing, or was about to compete in it, that's pretty special.
It is. I really love endurance racing. I love the camaraderie you get with driver, co-driver, and the team and the pit stops and the strategies. I love that aspect of motor racing. I always have, and I think the Winton 300 is just a fantastic event for that. You look out there now, I'm seeing Minis, I'm seeing Evos, I'm seeing Mustangs, I'm seeing Commodores. Was an AU Falcon out there, and yesterday in the race that I did yesterday in the wet, I had an absolute ball. I was out there racing with Alfa Romeos and all sorts of things, and Hyundai Excels. The way that these events give people opportunities to not only get that competitive streak in them out on the track, but also they can do it in a really good environment. It's relaxed. You can go out there and race people. You've got 100 laps to get to the end, and it's just getting to the ends of feet is in its own. So you can see why, I'd love to have gotten this AU Falcon to the end. We've pushed it hard on the driver's seat with the AU Falcon slogans. Stewie Lanham from Lanham Ford and Matty Cripps from Lanham Ford as well have done a great job. It's been literally, this car has been sitting in the front lot of Lanham Ford and at Griffith for 5 years. It has not turned a wheel for 5 years. There's a lot of history behind this car. A guy by the name of Steve Hoinville built it. It was the last Ford built from Ford Motorsport under the guidership of Howard Marsden. It did one event at Targa Tasmania Rally, and that's all it had done. So to bring it out now, and even just to give us a bit of a taste of what could have been done, I was just speaking to Stuart before, and he's like, we're going to change this, and we're going to do this, and we're going to do this, and we're going to come back next year and have a good crack. So you might see us back here again next year.
That was the next question, Maddie. I need the dynamic duo to pair up. This can't be the end of it.
Are you going to be primary and I'm going to be co, or am I co and you're primary?
Well, the funny thing was, we're actually doing this debate. He only showed me on the driver's seat when we were doing our radio show. He sends me this email halfway through the show and says, can you please sign this, mate? It's for the Winton 300. And I looked at it and it's got co-driver form. And I'm like, oh, is that what it's resorted to now? My co-driver. So I feel as though my race last weekend at Bathurst in the TCM car when we won all 4 races, and one of them was really wet.
So we know who the jinx is.
I feel as though yesterday was my time to shine, but then today was Maddie's. But unfortunately, no shine. He did pull off a couple of good moves out there actually, which was quite good. Got a couple done. Did your foot slip off the brake pedal?
As much as we could enjoy this banter for a lot longer, I know there are some racing. The boys in commentary are probably winding me up, but this has been an absolute delight to join you boys in the lane. I'm sorry you're not there at the end, but thanks for your time.
No, thanks, Colin. Thanks everyone for having us.
Thank you.
Stephen Johnson and Matt McKeldin catching up with Kylie King. A bit of a shame to see them out of the race, but good to see that they still have a smile on their face. Power steering the issue there. Lead change at turn number 9. In fact, Miles Jones goes back 2 positions. Tom Vucecevic gets back to the front, and Benny Tran follows him through. So this tense exchange between these 3 Hondas continues at the front of the field, and there's still just 23.8 seconds separating the top 8 cars in this motor race. It's an incredibly close race at this stage. Still 8 cars. Well, it's actually still 9 cars on the lead lap, although it's about to be 8 because the Crosland Integra is being lapped right now by our race leaders.
So Benny Tran was able to work his way to second, but Miles has just been able to get back past him. That's 4 lead changes already in this race. So your prediction of, your record of 12 might be under a little bit of a threat if these guys keep on battling and dicing for positions and changing every couple of laps. But it's been a pretty good battle between these 3 drivers so far, and the gap's been pretty much a second between the 3 for the last 15 laps, I should say.
It's been frenetic, hasn't it, between these 3 cars? Let's have a look at a bit of a replay of how it happened. So this is up at turn number 9. Miles Jones just left the door slightly ajar. Tom Vucecevic said, yep, that'll be my spot, thank you very much. Jammed the Civic down the inside. And because Jones got forced slightly wide of the ideal line, Benny Tran was also able to fill the gap and temporarily moved up into 2nd position, but has now been relegated back to 3rd by Miles Jones. This is about the biggest lead that I think Tom Vucecevic has had so far in this race.
Absolutely, and I don't think Benny Tran's going to mind being in 3rd at the moment. He's got that pit strategy advantage, so his probably strategy is just to keep just behind these 2 and see how it goes for the next few laps. And I mean, at the moment, the strategy's starting to work out pretty well for him, as the other 2 will need to do that extra pit stop later down the line.
Indeed. So car number 818, it is the highest placed of the Division C cars, and only has to do the single 5-minute compulsory pit stop. But the other big talking point is the weather, and I can say that there are some isolated showers just out to the west of where we are at the moment, but there is the possibility that they will arrive. So yeah, so much still to play out in this race. Still a long way to go. We've completed 18 laps, and Tom Vucecevic decided to put the foot down and get on with it a bit. Punches out the fastest lap of the race on lap number 18, a 1 minute 33.6, and that opens up the margin to 2.6 seconds over Miles Jones. Here's another look at that manoeuvre for the lead at turn number 9.
And it was a great move by Vucecevic. He just was able to get the gap, push Miles a little bit wide, and get the job done. And he's clearly decided that now's the time to go for it and get some quick laps in and try and build that margin. So just before the first round of pit stops, he can have a nice buffer and get into some clear air.
So we are still 12 laps away from reaching the critical lap number of lap number 30. So that will be the point at which the drivers who have started the race will have ticked off their minimum number of laps. The driver behaviour has been pretty good so far, it has to be said. despite the fact that we've had some close battles, there hasn't been any car-to-car contact. We've only had the one retirement so far, which is Matt McKeldin and Stephen Johnson, the power steering failure, unfortunately putting the number 17 Lanham Motor Group AU Falcon out of the race. Hopefully we see Matt McKeldin and Stevie J back for another crack at the Winton 300, because I'm sure being the first retirement is not what they would have had on mind when they entered for this year's event.
It will be an interesting debrief on the driver's seat next week to see what they have to say about lasting 6 laps. McDougall's also closing the gap on Burgess for 4th position as well, so he's put in some really good laps and been able to get a gap between himself and Herring and Sutton in that position, because they were battling for position a few laps ago, but McDougall in the Mini has been able to drive away and get a nice handy gap, so he's been able to punch out some really good lap times over the last couple of laps.
Miles Jones and Benny Tran recorded their personal best lap times the last time through. It shows me that the cars are holding onto their tyres pretty well. Often in the Winton 300, we do see quite fast laps coming towards the end of stints as the fuel burns down and the cars get lighter, but obviously there is the tyre degradation factor as well, a combination of different tyres being used. There are some cars, like I said earlier on, that are out there on slick tyres. There's other cars that are on various types of treaded or R-spec tyres, such as the Yokohama AO50 tyres that are the control tyre for the Improved Production Championship. That's a tyre that's very popular with a lot of competitors at this level of motorsport, because the tyre gives a good combination of both performance and longevity.
Absolutely. It's going to be interesting if this weather does come in the next couple of laps, because it will come before that lap 30 window where drivers will want to pit to change drivers. So if the rain does come in a couple of laps, it will be very interesting to see what some teams do in relation to that, but they might be okay.
Ian McDougall's made up a fair bit of time on Lee Burgess as well. So since he's got clear track, Ian McDougall's been punching out some pretty fast and consistent lap times, not that much slower than our race leaders, and he's gradually been reeling in Lee Burgess. So shortly I think we'll be having a battle for positions 4 and 5 between the Mitsubishi Evo 9 of Lee Burgess and that Mini Cooper S, former Mini Challenge car of Ian McDougall.
And Vucevic was able to extend his margin by almost a second in that last lap as well. So he's almost got a 4-second lead as he's encountering some more lap traffic, but he's been able to get that little bit of a gap, and he's starting to pull away a little bit from the other two Hondas.
I think the concern for Vucevic and Jimmy Tran will be the number 818 car. They know that they need a lot more margin over that car than what they've got at the moment if they're to make up the 2.5 minutes extra that they're going to be spending in pit lane. So Vucevic really needs to be pressing on. The good news for him is that he does have Benny Tran to get into that car a bit later on, and we know that Benny Tran has been very, very fast whenever he's been behind the wheel with car number 73 this weekend, getting down into the 1:30.1s in qualifying and in the top 10 shootout yesterday.
Just going to be interesting to see if they can pull the time back through sheer car pace, or whether they might need to rely on a safety car to get them back into the game.
So Vucevic, your race leader by 2.8 seconds. Miles Jones got the time back that time through, so it's ebbing and flowing. Miles Jones was actually 9/10 quicker than Tom Vucevic and brings the margin back down to 2.8 seconds. Benny Tran still sitting in position number 3. Then it's Lee Burgess ahead of Ian McDougall. The margin from 4th to 5th is now down to 1.4 seconds. Todd Herring in 6th position. It's been a solid opening stint for the Mazda MX-5 so far. And then it's Chris Sutton, the only solo driver in the field, in 7th. Adam Thompson in 8th position. Ben Crosland in 9th position at the moment, a lap down. And Daniel van der Hayden rounding out the top 10. Then it's Matt Hewlett in 11th. Phil Basket 12th. Michael Ricketts 13th. And Garrett Quigley 14th. The final car running in the race, just the one retirement so far. Matt McKeldin and Stephen Johnson retiring from the race after 5 laps.
As we're on lap 22 of this 100-lap Winton 300, and Vucevic still leads by almost 3 seconds over Miles Jones and Benny Tran, rounding out the top 3. As they're also encountering some lap traffic towards the back end of the lap, as Vucevic gets towards the start-finish line to complete another lap. And just it would be interesting to see if he can extend this margin before the first pit stop window. And no, Miles has been able to gain another 10th on Vucicevic in the last lap.
The thing that astonishes me is how close the race still is. We've only got a bit over half a minute separating the top 8 cars. So even though the field is not as large as what we've seen for the Winton 300 in years gone by, a lot of very competitive cars. It's going to be good as we start to build up the numbers again. It'll be fantastic if we can get back up around the 40 to 45 cars like what we saw at the Sydney 300 earlier this year, and get back to having an absolutely jam-packed racetrack full of cars here at Winton. But even so, the quality in this race is pretty good. Battles still happening right up and down the field. A good contest, 3-way battle for 6th, 7th and 8th at the moment, with Todd Herring, Chris Sutton and Adam Thompson squabbling for position. The MX-5 currently at the head of that group, the head of the Mitsubishi Evo 10 and the BMW E36 328i.
Sutton was able to close up the gap in the last lap. He was able to gain 2 seconds on Herring, so could be a little bit of lap traffic that hurt Herring then, but Sutton was able to close up, and the margin, is less than a second between himself and Herring, and then Thompson's not that far behind.
One of the things that we know about the MX-5s and also the BMW 328i is that their fuel range is pretty good, so they've got good flexibility as far as their strategy is concerned. For Chris Sutton, though, the Mitsubishi Evos, we've seen that they're a little bit more marginal on fuel, so it'll be closer to the halfway stage of the race that we can expect to see Chris Sutton coming in for that car's one and only compulsory pit stop.
And if it's going to rain, it's going to come soon, because there looks to be a trough looks to be a weather pattern, I should say, that's just about to come over the circuit. So it could be a very interesting couple of minutes as Vucicevic still leads, but the margins are closing again. Miles Jones was able to gain half a second that last lap. The margin's just over 2 seconds as we complete lap 23 of this Winton 300.
When you talk about that trough, there's actually a couple of weather systems that are forming up to the west of the circuit and that are moving in this direction. There's one shower of rain, then a bit of a gap, and then another shower of rain. So it could be that we get a couple of showers, and the team managers and mechanics down in pit lane will no doubt be having a very close eye on the weather radar as well, because if tyre changes are required for the cars that are on slicks, they'll need to be ready to go to work. One of the things you have to realise is that it's not like supercars or Formula One where the teams are equipped to do sub 10-second tyre changes. If you do have to come into the pits and change tyres, then you can expect to be stationary for a good 60 or 90 seconds just to change tyres. So you really want to be sure that if you are doing a tyre change that you make the right choice, because if you make the wrong choice and you have to come back in later, it is going to cost you a lot of time.
And if it happens before lap 30, you may have to keep your other driver in the car, and you may have to do another stop as well to get the other driver back in to complete the required laps for both drivers.
Well, the teams will be hoping that it holds off until around the lap 30 mark, or it could be that the driver that's in the car at the moment, if we do get rain on, say, lap 26 or 27, they might just have to tough it out for a few laps on slick tyres until they can get to that critical lap number.
Now, the gap's really closed once again between Vucicevic and Jones. Jones was able to gain another second on Vucicevic in the last lap, and now he's right behind him, battling for the lead again. So it's a bit of a toing and froing scenario. One moment Vucicevic is quick, and then next minute Jones is quick. So clearly, the consistency in the drivers is changing a lot throughout this race.
Some of it's coming down to where on the circuit they approach the laps traffic as well. We're seeing that Tom Vucicevic has had a couple of laps where he's caught lapped cars in awkward spots on the racetrack. The places that you really don't want to be catching back markers, turns 1 and 2 can be very awkward. Also up around the top end complex, the cleavage as we affectionately describe it here at Winton through turns 7, 8 and 9, that can be a pretty inconvenient spot to be trying to work your way around slower vehicles as well.
And this is setting up pretty nicely for Benny Tran as well. He's being able to keep within 2 seconds of the leading two. So this is working out really nicely for him as the laps continue to go by, it's setting himself really nicely because he's only going to have to do one stop. Compared to some of the others in the Class C category, he's got almost 20 seconds on them, so it's working out really nicely for Benny Tran right now.
Indeed it is. They've been long-time supporters of these 300k races, but never managed to win one. We've seen them on the podium a couple of times, but never on the top step. And Benny Tran, he's got young Ben Connell, who hasn't done a lot of these 300k races, as his co-driver. So that'll be the big question. We know that Benny Tran is fast and experienced. What sort of job will Ben Connell do once he gets in the car? There might be a little bit of pressure on young Ben Connell. Just having a look outside, and it has got noticeably darker out to the western part of the circuit where the weather's coming in from. So I reckon the arrival of some precipitation here at Winton is imminent.
And there's been a change for position between in position 6 to 8. Chris Sutton's been able to get past Herring for 6th position, and so is Thompson for 7th. So Herring's now down to 8th, and Sutton and Thompson have been able to move to 6th and 7th respectively. So Herring's, did another 38 that last lap. So that was, what hurt him.
I mentioned before about Ian McDougall making up some time on Lee Burgess, but in the last couple of laps, Burgess has just been able to stabilise that gap. It was under 2 seconds at one stage, but Burgess has got it back out to 2.4 seconds back to McDougall. 1 minute 34.2 for Tom Vucetovic that time through, a 34.3 for Jones and a 34.3 for Tran. All of those top 3 cars have been able to circulate very consistently in the low 1 minute 34 bracket, and that's why they've now pulled some 25 seconds clear of the 4th place car of Burgess. The top 8 cars still separated by under 40 seconds, and here comes the rain. It has arrived. It's starting to sprinkle over turn number 3, so all of the drivers and teams are going to have to be very careful, particularly those that are on slicks.
So you've got the question now, can you push it for a couple more laps, try and get to that lap 30 so you can switch drivers, or do you have to bite the bullet now and go in for wets? Not right now, but maybe in 1 or 2 laps there may have to be a decision made.
So the interesting thing here, Shane, will be to keep a close eye on the comparative lap times between the cars as we see windscreen wipers starting to come on some of the cars, because there will be some cars that will be much better suited to these weather conditions than others. So if you've got a car that's suited to the wet conditions, this is the time that you have to try and push and maybe make up a bit of ground on the cars that are perhaps not so well suited to these conditions.
And the wind has increased as well in the last couple of laps as well. So clearly, the weather's not going to get better for the short time.
So 1 minute 35.7 for Vucetovic, a 36.1 for Jones and for Tran. So a bit of pace has come out of the racetrack. They've dropped off the lap times by about a second. And that just shows you that some of the grip has probably faded a bit from the circuit at this stage. The fact that it is windy, though, it means that it'll take a while for the circuit to get properly wet, because the water, as soon as it lands on the track, it'll dry pretty quickly thanks to the wind.
And there might be some areas of the circuit that might be a little bit wetter than the other areas, so drivers will have to be very careful to make sure that they get through every corner as best as they can with the conditions.
So fastest car on the racetrack that time around, even with the precipitation, it was still the race leader, Tom Vucetovic. He was able to open up the margin to 1.5 seconds. It's not super heavy rain at the moment, but it's definitely present. And it is enough to be appearing on the windscreens of the cars and just catch the attention of the drivers. But if you've got warm tyres, it's not going to affect your lap times massively at the moment.
And we've got a driver in pit lane as well. Quigley, he's in the pit lane, so whether or not he's going in for tyres or not, or there's an issue, we're not too sure at the moment.
So that's the Mustang Fastback, the 164 car that Gary Quigley is sharing with Ross Wood.
And it's a pit stop.
And driver change, so Ross Wood getting ready to climb aboard car number 164. Looks like they're going to be doing some refueling for that car as well. Now, like I said, they are required to do 1 compulsory pit stop. They were talking about potentially having to do more than that just because of that car's fuel range.
As Miles almost goes wide into turn 4 there, he's closed the gap again to Vucevic and was was over a second quicker that last lap. So he's applying pressure again for the race lead and almost went wide into turn 4. So he was lucky to get away with that one. As the top 3 close again. The margin is less than a second, and it's probably even a little bit closer than that at this stage. It's a cracking battle between the top 3. 4 position as Miles goes down the inside into turn 9. Does he get the job done? Yes, he does. So another change in the lead as Miles Jones takes the lead heading into turn 10.
I suppose the question is at the moment, with the weather conditions being as dicey as they are, do you really want to be in the lead of the race? Because if you're leading, you're the pioneer, and if it gets very wet very suddenly, you're going to be the first car on the scene. Might be a bit safe being tucked back a couple of spots just to watch what happens to the cars in front.
Yeah, absolutely. But I guess you could also argue that you don't want to be behind a driver as well and having to deal with the spray that could potentially come from their car if the conditions get worse as well. So Miles probably clearly thinks he can set his own pace and dictate his own pace and be able to be comfortable in front, and he's done that and got the lead, and he's starting to pull a little bit of a margin as well.
So Vucevic now under some pressure from Benny Tran. We're turning our attention back to this battle, which has been going on for many laps now between Chris Sutton, Adam Thompson and Todd Herring. Sutton currently 6th. Thompson sitting in position 7. Herring in 8th position has just fallen back a little bit from the Evo 10 and the BMW.
And McDougall's been able to make position on Burgess as well for 4th. Burgess he did a 139 the last lap, and McDougall was able to do 135. So a mistake from Burgess has allowed the Mini to move to 4th position. And as you mentioned earlier in the call, the wet weather is going to play into the hands of the Mini as well. So that car's going to get better as we get along if the weather does get worse.
Wind is absolutely howling out there at the moment as here comes Adam Thompson around the outside of Chris Sutton at turn 7. They'll go side by side into turn number 8. Thompson on slick, Sutton on treaded tyres. And those cars still running side by side. Here comes Thompson up the outside of Chris Sutton. They'll drag race down into turn number 10, and it's Thompson who just has to bail out of that one, so Sutton holds onto the position.
And we're on lap 30 now, so we've almost got to that magical number that allows teams to do that one stop and to change their drivers and get the minimum requirements out of the way. So if the weather does get worse, it gives them an opportunity to make that one pit stop that they need to do.
We have, yes, reached that critical lap number. No safety cars yet so far in this year's Winton 300. The average number of safety cars for the Winton 300 since 2011 is 3.13 safety cars per race. The record for the most safety cars, 8 in 2016 when it was pouring with rain. But on the other side of the coin, we've also had races with no safety cars on 3 occasions, 2011, 2012 and 2021. And speaking of, we've got the Burgess Evo off the road at turn number 4 in the gravel. Fortunately, he's been able to drive out of that under his own steam. Which is just as well, because if that car was to have stopped in that position, we could well have had a safety car interruption. And but he's fallen a long way back. He's fallen all the way back to 8th position, in fact.
I thought you were about to jinx or create a jinx to bring out the safety car, but thankfully...
the rain's got heavier out there as well.
As Quigley's come out of the pit lane as well and been and they've completed their first stop as well. But yeah, you're right, the weather has gotten worse over the last couple of laps.
Let's keep a very close eye on the lap times here, because the rain's as heavy as it's been since the start of the race. And these will be very treacherous conditions. And it seems like turn number 4 is a bit of a trouble spot. We just saw the Crosland Honda Integra struggling to go through that right-hander.
So you got drivers in the 36s at the moment and a couple of them in the 37s and 38s. So times have progressively gotten slower as the rain started to fall around the circuit. So it's, yeah, it's going to be there's going to be a critical point where you will need to potentially go on to wets. But at the moment, it looks like it's going to be okay, as Sutton went wide into turn 2 and made a mistake that allowed Herring to get back past him, and obviously Thompson got past as well. So battle for position, positional change I should say. Thompson moves to 6th and Herring moves to 7th, with Sutton moving to 8th as Burgess comes into the pits as well.
Probably a good move. They want to check the car over after that excursion at turn number 4. And the other interesting thing as well is that we know that Adam Thompson's on slick, so I would have thought that with that shower of rain that he might have been struggling for a bit of pace, but if anything, he's pulled away from the cars behind. And there we go. It looks like the Burgess is going to do a tyre change for car number 33.
Yep, so they'll change the tyres there, and yeah, you're right. Thompson's on slicks and he's been able to go quicker than some of the other drivers that are on that intermediate, that in between tyres. So yeah, he may have found his groove in his window.
So lap times. Oh, our race leader goes wide at turn 4 and loses 2 spots. So a mistake for Miles Jones. I talked about turn number 4 being a bit of a trouble spot. That seems to be where the rain's been at its heaviest, and Miles Jones has given up 2 spots. Tom Vucetovic and Benny Tran both moving through, and lead change at turn number 7. Benny Tran up the inside gets the move done on Tom Vucetovic. Now let's have a look at what happened to Miles Jones at turn 4. Oh, he turned in from out on the ripple strip. That was what unsettled car number 777. He had his left wheels out over the edge of the racetrack. It would have been extremely slippery, and that cost Miles Jones a huge amount of momentum. Now, just having on the lap times, looking at the lap times last time around, the top 3 cars were all in the minute 40s. A 43.2 for Jones, 41.9 for Vucetovic, and a 42.1 for Benny Tran. Ian McDougall a 38.0 and Adam Thompson a 37.6. So McDougall and Thompson were both able to make up some ground on the race leaders. It seems that their cars, with the track being slightly moist at the moment, might have a little bit more speed than the 3 Hondas that are fighting it out at the front of the field. But we've got our 3rd different race leader anyway. That becomes official as he comes across the line. Benny Tran in car number 818 now leads the Winton 300. So all 3 of those Hondas have now had a turn in position 1.
Tran last lap was able to do a 35 though, so whatever happened the last lap clearly has been able to be changed in this lap. So maybe the track conditions are improving just that little bit, but yeah, it's still a pivotal time to not make any mistakes and just be very careful around the circuit. Miles Jones made a similar mistake at turn 4 a few laps before, but wasn't able to. Well, he slid sideways and wasn't able to. Was able to correct himself, but this time he wasn't able to and lost those 2 positions. So he's going to have to be careful around that outside on turn 4, given that the ripple strip is probably wet and a bit slippery.
So you want the good news or the bad news?
Always the good news.
So the good news is that shower of rain has pretty much passed. The bad news is that there's another one on the way, which is potentially going to last for a bit longer.
Okay, so good news and bad news.
Adam Thompson, though, even despite the track conditions, has just punched out car number 86's best lap of the race in 1 minute 34.8. So clearly that BMW, as the fuel burns down, is getting faster and faster. And Adam Thompson certainly keeping car number 86 in contention, albeit because they are a Division B car, they will have to do 2 compulsory pit stops.
And Burgess has come back out and he stayed in the car as well. So that'll be interesting to see how that plays out, because he might be running another long stint and then maybe getting the other driver in the car for the last 30 laps.
So I reckon that was an unscheduled pit stop, and it was probably to change tyres. So possibly a bit of a tyre issue for that car that might have contributed to him going off at turn 4, because the pit stop was only 1 minute and 35 seconds. So it was not long enough to be counted as a compulsory pit stop.
Yep, so still will have to do his compulsory pit stop. So that will come sometime down the line.
And Adam Thompson goes faster again, 1 minute 33.7 that time around for car number 86. That's only 1/10 of a second away from the overall fastest lap of the race that was set earlier on by Tom Vacečević. So Adam Thompson in the Pinnacle Automotive BMW 328i really starting to find some speed as this stint drags on.
So clearly the conditions are suiting him right now. So if he gets a few more laps of these conditions, he might be able to sort of work his way towards the front.
Very, very fast at the moment. He was 2.5 seconds quicker than our race leader, Benny Tran. It could just be to do with the fuel. So I reckon they would have started with that car absolutely filled to the brim with fuel. I know that they do have a long-range fuel tank in it, so it is quite a fair difference in mass between a full fuel load and an empty fuel load. And we have seen this in the past from that Pinnacle Automotive car, as it does get quicker as the race goes on. And Adam Thompson now starting to show the times that car is capable of. And the reason they run that long-range fuel tank is just to give them a bit of extra strategic flexibility for these long-distance races. It was how they won the Wakefield 300. They ran a really long first stint. They got a safety car at pretty much the optimum time, so much so that they were the last team that had to do their compulsory pit stop. They were able to stop under safety car while everybody else in the race had already stopped under green flag conditions, and that gave them a massive free kick, which ultimately enabled them to win the Wakefield 300.
Absolutely. They'll be praying probably for a similar scenario this afternoon to see if they can get back into, well, at least get one stop through that and save one stop for later. But it'll be interesting to see how that all plays out, as Benny Tran still leads, and he leads by just under a second. And it's setting up really perfectly for him. He's really putting himself right in the strategy window to really do well, because he's got that pit stop in hand, and he's now able to dictate the lead and set his own pace, and pretty much has a 25-second lead over his next rival, which only has one pit stop as well.
So coming up to 1 hour, to be precise, we've just completed 57 minutes and 30 seconds, and our race leaders have completed lap number 36, so we're just over a third of the way through the Winton 300. The race record for the Winton 300, 2 hours, 50 minutes and 49 seconds, and that was set by Jeff Davey and Chad Cotton in the 2012 race. That was a race where we saw a number of different records broken, because apart from the race record in terms of the fastest time that the race has been completed in, Jeff Davey and Chad Cotton also hold the record for the largest winning margin. They won the Winton 300 by 2 laps and 17 seconds in 2012. And they also hold the record for the lowest grid position for the winners of the Winton 300. They won the race starting out of grid position 9.
Do you reckon we're going to get the race record today?
So where are we up to? So I've completed 36 laps in close to an hour. Well, we might go close. We've not had any safety cars yet.
I think we need to rely on the weather to be nice for the next couple of hours to probably get there. If we do have a shower of rain, or if the rain does come, I don't think that record will be broken. I think it'll be safe and sound.
So like I said, we've had one shower of rain, which is pretty much past. The sun's back out on the circuit, so fine weather conditions once again here at Winton. But like I said, there are some more weather cells building up out to the west and heading this way, so I'm not sure that it'll stay dry for the rest of the race. But that last shower that we had, it was certainly not enough to thoroughly wet the circuit. There was only a couple of laps where the drivers were significantly slower than the times that they've been circulating at for most of this race. So 1 minute 34.7 for our race leader, Benny Tran. A 34.5 for Tom Vacevic. A 34.3 for Miles Jones. A 34.9 for Ian McDougall. And a 33.1 for Adam Thompson. So once again, Adam Thompson lighting up the timesheets in car number 86 as he starts to make the Pinnacle Automotive BMW's presence felt on this race.
And he gained more than a second over the top four. So, yeah, he's flying at the moment and getting some critical time back in relation to the top four.
He sure is, and he's now only 10.9 seconds behind Ian McDougall, 36.7 seconds behind our race leader, Benny Tran. And that car's right in its sweet spot at the moment, there's no doubt about that. And Adam Thompson has done most of the driving and setup work. He drove the car yesterday in qualifying and in the sprint race. Daniel Kapitanovic wasn't able to get to the track until a bit later last night because he was working. His business, Hawkesbury Cycles, up in Sydney, keeps him very busy. As we have Daniel Vanderheyden now coming into the pits for car number 144's first pit stop.
So running through the top 10, you got Tran in the lead, Vucevic in second, then Jones in third, McDougall in fourth, Thompson in fifth, then Sutton in sixth, Herring in seventh, Burgess in eighth, Crossland in ninth, and Hayden is in 10th, as we've got another driver entering pit lane as well.
And that is Ian McDougall in car number 22, pits out of position number 4. So we've reached the point where drivers and teams are starting to get their pit stops out of the way. And it is 5 minutes from pit entry to pit exit for your compulsory pit stop. And there's very strict rules. So you must have a fire attendant. You are not allowed to have any more than 5 people plus the car controller working on the car during the pit stop. And obviously there's very strict rules around refueling and making sure that you've got fire attendants with fire extinguishers, and very, very severe penalties if you spill fuel in pit lane as well.
Yep. So if you do spill fuel, I believe you get a 5-lap penalty. Is that right?
Correct, which is game over. Barney Hogan there. Looks like he's going to get ready to get into that car. One of the rules is that the driver must exit the vehicle while refueling is taking place as well. And that's another lead change down the inside. Tom Vacevic makes the move through on Benny Tran, and all 3 of those Hondas have just punched out their personal best laps of the race. A minute 33.6 for Tom Vacevic, a minute 33.8 for Benny Tran, and a minute 33.3 for Miles Jones. So the circuit has been cleaned up with that shower of rain. The cars are getting quicker as the fuel burns down, and there's some serious pace out there on the track at the moment.
And that's every driver out of the top 3 leading so far. And I think we've had 5 or 6 lead changes already in the first 39 laps, as Thompson does another quick lap at 32.84. So he's the first into the 32s for this race.
Indeed he is, and continuing to claw back some ground on those race leaders. The safety car right now would be very good news for car number 86. It would raise the margin to those 3 leading Honda Civics. But if we were to get a safety car now, you'd see a heap of cars into the pits to get their compulsory pit stops out of the way.
You probably see everyone except for McDougall and Hayden, who are in pit lane right now.
Indeed. So some of the teams gambling on early pit stops. Oh no, we've got dramas for Miles Jones and Parianastakis. The Honda Civic, which has been in the lead pack all race long, has stopped at turn 8. And we have our first safety car of the Winton 300. Just as we were talking about what teams would do if there was a safety car. Well, one is going to come out right now. And what a shame for Miles Jones. He'd been in the lead pack right throughout that opening stint. Let's have a look and see what happened to the number 777 car up at turn number 8. There it is at the back of the shot. And it looks like it's just ground to a halt.
Yep. Doesn't look like it was a mistake. It just looked like the drivers pulled it to the left-hand side, and yeah, the car's just come to a complete stop, which is an absolute shame for those guys. They were, racing really well.
So Tom Vucecevic has come into the pits. Remember, that car has to do 2 compulsory pit stops. Unsurprisingly, Adam Thompson has come in as well. And Ian McDougall, well, he's already in the pits at the moment, but I reckon there'll be some other drivers heading pit side now as well. So this is going to set up a flurry of pit activity. Daniel van der Hayden, he's been in the pits for almost 5 minutes, so the pit stop will be just about complete for that car. We've got the Crosland brothers coming in. Ben Crosland in 9th position. Chris Sutton elects not to come into the pits, so Chris Sutton staying on the racetrack, and he will move up to 2nd position in terms of the race order. I'll be interested to see what the Lee and Jerry Burgess car does. It had already, of course, made an unscheduled pit stop. One of the points that was made during the driver's briefing yesterday is that if a car does have a mechanical problem and it does stop on the circuit, then the recovery crews will tow the car back to pit lane where practical, to give the teams the opportunity to fix the mechanical problem and get the car back into the race. But that is a great shame for Miles Jones, who had had a very strong opening stint, led for a number of laps. But obviously some sort of issue has caused that car to conk out. There wasn't any visible smoke or anything, so it could be something in the gearbox that's let go, or it could be that it's an electrical problem that's caused that car to grind to a halt. Now, Ian McDougall's pit stop is done, him and Barney Hogan, and he's on his way down to pit exit. The problem for him is that pit exit's going to be closed at this point because the officials will close pit lane while the safety car and the train of cars behind the safety car drive past the pit exit, and that's to avoid a situation where we have cars merging out of pit lane and having to feed into a slow-moving line of traffic behind the safety car.
As the 45 comes in as well.
So the McDougall-Hogan car has been released. I reckon that they were a bit slow with their pit stop, and the problem for them is that that's probably effectively cost them a lap. If they'd beaten the safety car out of pit lane, they would have been able to gain an extra lap on the Tran car, which is yet to pit, incidentally. So car number 818 has chosen not to pit under this safety car. Interesting strategic decision.
The Mini took 5 minutes and 39 seconds to complete their stop, so you were right.
And the Adam Thompson and Daniel Kapitanovic car back onto the racetrack in 2 minutes and 40.9 seconds. So that's their 2.5 minute compulsory pit stop out of the way. They've still got a 5 minute stop that they'll have to serve.
And you think they make the driver change when they do that? Because Thompson stayed in the car at this stage.
Conversely, the number 73 car of Vucecevic and Jimmy Tran still in the pits. So it looks like they're going to serve out their full 5 minute compulsory pit stop here.
And they've got the luxury that Jimmy can now finish the race with Vucecevic doing the required amount of laps that he needs to do. So Jimmy can now go to the finish line, and obviously they'll still need to do one more stop, but it gives them an opportunity to pick and choose when they do that final stop.
So lights will go out on the safety car this time around because we do have the Miles Jones car retrieved to pit lane. So we'll be set for a restart, this time through in the Mountain Motorsports Winton 300. Benny Tran is your race leader ahead of Chris Sutton, Adam Thompson and Lee Burgess. There are some cars that are still in pit lane at the moment, completing their first compulsory pit stops. And it's going to be up to Benny Tran to control the pace of the field at this restart. Here comes the Vucecevic and Jimmy Tran car back onto the racetrack just in front of our lead pack.
So they'll avoid going another lap down. They're currently more than 1 lap down.
So they're almost, but not quite, 2 laps down. But they do have one of their compulsory pit stops, their 5 minute compulsory pit stop in the books.
So two cars are currently on the lead lap, and that's Benny Tran and Chris Sutton. and then Adam Thompson is in third, 1 lap behind, and Burgess is in fourth, and Jimmy Tran rounds out the top 5 after completing their first stop.
Well, this has mixed up the strategy, hasn't it? So let's just do a bit of a recap and look at who's where in the pecking order and how many stops they've still got left at this stage so that we can kind of understand the complexion of this race. So Benny Tran is your race leader. That car still has to do a 5-minute compulsory pit stop. Chris Sutton is second. He also still has to do a 5-minute compulsory pit stop. Adam Thompson is third. He still has to do a 5-minute compulsory pit stop as well because he's done a 2.5-minute stop. He is a lap down on our race leaders. Lee Burgess is fourth. They still have to do a 5-minute compulsory pit stop because the stop that they did earlier was an unscheduled pit stop and was only 95 seconds. Jimmy Tran, who's now in car number 73, he's in position 5. He is almost 2 laps down, but only has to do a 2.5-minute compulsory pit stop. The next car back will be Todd and Jet Herring, which is almost another lap behind. They have no more pit stops to do. So the 6th placed Mazda MX-5 of Todd and Jet Herring, that's the first car in the field that has completed all of its pit stop requirements.
And then car number 22 behind that, the Mini, they are also they've completed all their.
They're also clear.
Yeah, they're also clear. And then the number 156 of Basket, they still need to do their compulsory stop as well.
Indeed, and obviously the Miles Jones and Parry Anastakis car. Hopefully they can get that car back out onto the racetrack. Now, Adam Thompson's mission here is going to be to try and get back onto the lead lap. So he is pushing on pretty hard. He's actually just overtaken Chris Sutton, but he'll be eyeing up Benny Tran because if Adam Thompson can catch up to and pass Benny Tran, he'll be on the lead lap. What they then probably need is another safety car to help them make up the rest of the lap.
But he lost 4 seconds in the last lap trying to overtake Sutton for position. So he's going to have to get that back and then get more time to Tran to get back onto the lead lap. So at the moment, Benny Tran's still in a pretty good position despite that safety car helping a couple of other drivers down the field.
Yeah, I honestly thought we'd get through this race with no safety cars, but I was proven wrong there, as we see. That's the Herring car just sidestepping our race leader, Benny Tran, who has opened up the margin to 7.2 seconds over Chris Sutton. Number 818 BYP car has been a pretty handy package right through this race. With Benny Tran on board, Ben Connell to jump on board that car a bit later on. A minute 34.8 the time for Benny Tran. He had the advantage of some clear track then.
So the advantage for Thompson is he can go faster than Tran, but Tran will have to keep to a certain lap time, otherwise he could be penalised. So
that is true, yes.
So Thompson has the advantage that he can go a little bit faster without getting any consequences going his way, whereas Tran's got to keep consistently to a lap time.
And Jimmy Tran needs to try and avoid going another lap down. So like I said, he came out of the pits just ahead of the race leader, which happens to be his brother Benny Tran. If he was to fall another lap down and there was to be a safety car, then it would potentially be a bit of a disadvantage because he'd get trapped.
So do they talk to each other and help each other out here, or is the family rivalry coming to the fore and one overtakes the other and gets that position?
They are teammates, so both those cars have been run out of the BYP stable.
But Jimmy's last lap was pretty good at 1:33.50, and that was actually the quickest lap for the car so far this race. So Jimmy is certainly trying to keep ahead of his his family. So yeah, be interesting to see if he can continue that lap pace over the next few laps. He has got a little bit of track space, so he can do some good lap times if the car is there for him.
Watching a couple of the cars that are a bit further back. So the Honda Integra there of the Crosland brothers, Hayden Crosland and Ben Crosland, and currently sits 10th outright, second in Division D at the moment, but it has done its compulsory pit stop. And the Nissan Pulsar that's just ahead of them on the racetrack, Matt Thewlis and David Bernardi. That car currently sits second in Class A, sitting in position 13 outright, soon to become 12th when it moves up ahead of the 777 car of Miles Jones and Perry Anastakis. But they have done their compulsory pit stop. The other car in Division E, the Michael Ricketts, and Jamie Canella's car has not yet done its compulsory stop.
So it'll be interesting to see if Miles can get back out, or the 777 can get back out, but they've been in the pit lane for almost 8 minutes now, so whatever that problem might have been that had them stopping on the track might be terminal for the day.
What a shame, because they were in a pretty good position to be fighting for the outright podium, if not the race victory, but looks like a mechanical problem, unfortunately, for that car, and something that you very rarely see, Perry Anastakis not finishing a 300k race. His finishing record in those 300k Enduros has been outstanding.
And he didn't even get a drive in it either.
Right, so that's a great shame for that team. They will get to work on it, and if there's a way that they can get that car back out onto the track, they will, if they possibly can. One of the things about these endurance races is that even if you have a mechanical problem, you don't give up, because you just don't know what else is going to happen in the race and what problems might befall some of the other cars.
Absolutely. Benny Tran continues to lead, and his lead is almost 20 seconds over Chris Sutton in second position. So he's been able to create a nice gap between himself and the rest of the field following the safety cars. So he's just been able to punch out consistent 34s, and that's been enough to get that gap to almost 18 seconds now, but probably almost 20 seconds by the time he completes this lap, which is lap 46.
So a minute 35.4 that time through for Benny Tran. He is significantly quicker than Chris Sutton. The cars were pretty much nose to tail at the safety car restart, but the margin first to second is already out to 17.7 seconds.
Something to keep an eye on is Adam Thompson. He was almost 2 seconds quicker than Benny Tran in that last lap. I know Benny was caught up with some traffic, but the gap is closing between Thompson and Tran, and if Thompson can get past Tran, he gets his lap back and he gets put back on the lead lap. So that's an interesting battle that we'll need to keep an eye on in the next few laps to see if that happens.
It is pretty important for Adam Thompson to get back ahead of Benny Tran, because if there was to be a safety car now, Thompson would get trapped a lap down, whereas Jimmy Tran would get to go around and would be effectively on the same lap right behind Adam Thompson, and with the pit stop up his sleeve compared to Thompson. Remember that Thompson still has a 5-minute pit stop to serve, whereas Jimmy Tran only has to do a 2.5-minute pit stop before his second stop.
And the rain that Lachlan said might fall pretty soon could be here in the next couple of minutes as well. So that next trough has come to the circuit. Whether or not it delivers rain, we'll wait and see, but it is on its way.
If this next weather front comes through, it looks like it might be a bit heavier, I think, as well, Shane, than the previous one. So could make the circuit a little bit wetter than what it was previously.
Do you bank on that?
Who knows? I mean, who knows what the weather's going to do here?
No.
Yeah, it's just been pretty hard to predict right throughout the weekend.
Been pretty hard to predict, particularly in Victoria in the last 4 months, let alone in the last weekend. It's been some crazy weather, and we certainly think of those currently doing it tough in some areas of Australia. 48 laps completed, and Benny Tran leads by more than 25 seconds over Chris Sutton in second position, and Adam Thompson is in third, just over a lap behind Benny Tran in first position. And the Mustang, the 164 Mustang, is back in pit lane as well, doing another stop.
Indeed it is. As I mentioned before, that's the oldest car to have ever participated in the Winton 300. We saw that their last pit stop came 15 laps ago, so it's only been a 15-lap run for that car, so I'm wondering if maybe there's a bit of a drama with it.
Maybe, or maybe they were sorting out their driver lineup because the pit stop came before the 30-lap requirement. So
that's true as well. So yes, Gary Quigley will have to get back in that car and do some more laps. Adam Thompson, 1 minute 32.8 for him last time around, almost matching the fastest lap of the race that he set back on lap number 39. So he is getting very, very close to catching up to Benny Tran.
He took 2 seconds off Benny in that last lap. So, yeah, the margin is closing, and you can see, yep, there he is there.
And we're going to head down. Kylie King in pit lane is going to give us an update on some of the action from down there.
Seeing the Mustang in the lane. Ross, what's happened?
We just lost third gear, so not much I could do about it. Third's probably the gear I use more than anything else, so I could have trundled around in second and fourth, but just not worth it, so thought I'd bring it in and save it for another day, unfortunately.
Now, Gary, you had most of the time in the car. What was she like out there?
Look, it's an old car. It's an older driver. And it's normally ultra reliable. In fact, I think I mozzed it because I just said to Ross's father, never had a problem. We can run all day. So unfortunately, things do happen, mechanical things. But no, it's fantastic on the track. It's not the Hi-Tec cars that are out there at the moment, but it's fun. It looks great, and we're both committee members at Benalla. And we thought as a joint effort we'd run the car. So here we are, having a great time. The weather's been kind to us today so far. Mechanically we're not getting there, but that's what happens, as they say.
That's
and a quick background on the car. I know the commentators have been talking a little bit through it, but Gary, what a yarn.
Oh, well, the car was originally found in China, and it was raced over there, had a different combination. It was actually a road car. Then it raced in Malaysia in Group NC, and then it came back to Australia, raced over here a bit through Peter Bout's, Pete's garage. I actually purchased the car off Pete probably 12 odd years ago, and my daughter Emma actually raced the car in Vic V8s, and in her rookie year she was runner-up in the championship. So the car's fairly friendly, fairly easy to scooter around as long as we keep the mechanicals up to it. But no, it has had a big history. It's been around a long time, and it'll be around for a long time.
And Ross, hopefully you get to have a few more laps in her next time.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And the format, having this event here as part of AMRS, good feedback?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Hopefully it goes from strength to strength, and we get quite a few more numbers, because years ago when I used to run in it, we'd have an A and a B because there were so many categories or cars running that they couldn't fit them all on the grid. So hopefully we get back to those sort of days as well.
Terrific. Thanks for the time, lads.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Kylie King, for bringing us that update with Ross Wood and Gary Quigley down there in pit lane. And that, unfortunately, is our third retirement from the Winton 300. But Ross is right. Third gear is pretty essential here at Winton, so I wouldn't like trying to drive a car around for the second half of the race without third gear. Now, just having a look, so we've ticked over the half race distance mark. We got to lap number 50 in 1 hour and 22 minutes. And if we continue at that rate, we'll get to the end of the race in 2 hours and 44 minutes, which means we'll break the race record by about 6 minutes. So it's been very fast, the pace so far, even despite the fact that we've had a safety car.
And a little bit of rain as well. And as you mentioned that the race record might be broken, there are little spits falling on the circuit as well. So if we get rain, that might impact the potential for a race record, but certainly we're on track to break it if the pace continues like this. As we've got the 156 Alfa Romeo into pit lane to do its compulsory pit stop.
So they've gone pretty much halfway into the race. They've completed 47 laps and they are in for their one and only compulsory pit stop, coming in out of 8th position.
As is Chris Sutton in 2nd, so he's come in for his compulsory stop and he won't have to do a driver change because he's staying in the car. So he'll continue until the end of the race, but he's in for his compulsory pit stop, which should put Adam Thompson into 2nd position, and he's closing bit by bit on Benny Tran for that for him to try and get that position to get that lap back. So he is closing the margin bit by bit.
Well, speaking of Benny Tran, he is in pit lane. So car number 818 is in the pits now as well. There we go. So that'll be that car coming in to complete its one and only compulsory pit stop.
So that should give Adam Thompson the lead in about a lap's time as Benny Tran gets out of the car.
And it'll be Ben Connell who will be getting into the number 818 car to bring it home. Like I said, hasn't had a huge amount of experience in these 300s, but he's with a very good team. And he's been pretty solid in the car this weekend, although Benny Tran has been the driver who's done most of the pre-race work in terms of qualifying and the sprint race that we had yesterday in wet conditions.
So we need to keep an eye on when Benny Tran comes out. We need to keep an eye on how he goes compared to Barney Hogan, because Barney Hogan's the first of our drivers who have completed all their compulsory pit stops. So he's currently in 6th. So that's where Benny needs to come out before to claim the lead based on those who have completed their compulsory pit stops.
Pretty busy down there in the pits at the moment. We know that the 164 Mustang is out of the race altogether, but pit stops currently taking place for cars 818, 321 and 156. So if you've got a race car and it's got a 3-digit number on it, chances are you're currently down in the pit lane completing a compulsory stop, and you are right. Adam Thompson has gone through to take the overall lead of the race in car number 86.
As a couple of drivers start to use their windscreen wipers, so rain is starting to fall on the circuit once again. It's just going to be one of those days where you just got to you just got to drive to the conditions. There will be some times that it rains, and then there's other times where it'll be dry, but it does seem to be a little bit wet out there.
So the other interesting thing here, remember I was talking about car number 73, Jimmy Tran, and obviously it was Tom Vucecevic who started the race in that car. During that safety car, they completed their 5-minute compulsory pit stop. So their second pit stop is only going to be 2.5 minutes, which is half the time that Adam Thompson and Daniel Kapitanovic will be spending in pit lane for their second stop. So I reckon that effectively car number 73 is probably ahead of car number 86 by a good 60 seconds once you take that second round of pit stops into consideration.
Absolutely, and depends on how Jimmy comes out in front of Benny as well. He may only be 20-30 seconds behind him as well, and if he can gain that margin back as well, then he's right in contention when he does take his final stop later in the race.
Indeed, so it could be the two BYP cars that end up fighting it out for the race victory here. Jimmy Tran has now moved up into position number 3, and he's on the lead lap as well. He is 1 minute and 26.6 seconds behind Adam Thompson. So that will equate to an advantage for Tran and Vucetovic over Thompson and Kapitanovic once the second pit stops take place. Where is Barney Hogan in car number 22? He's going to come around and move up. I reckon he'll move up to 4th position next time through. Here he comes across the line. Sorry, no, he's just moved up to 5th position.
So Benny should get out in front
of Barney Hogan. Yep.
So Adam Thompson's still your leader on lap 55 of this 100-lap Winton 300. And Jimmy Tran in 3rd is lapping consistently just a fraction better than Adam Thompson in the last couple of laps. So he's been able to get that margin closer. And if all things are equal and Thompson has to do, if both of their stops are done in green, then Jimmy should come out almost a minute in front if obviously all things are equal. But we know with safety cars and different things that may not happen. But Jimmy's got a nice advantage over Adam if both of them have to pit during a green condition.
This has been a long stop for Chris Sutton in car 321. It's now almost 6 minutes that car's been in pit lane. Finally, he's on his way out, just ahead, in fact, of the Benny Tran and Ben Connell car. But that stop was a minute longer than it needed to be, so a costly pit stop there for Chris Sutton. He sacrificed 60 seconds more than he needed to.
And he's almost come out a lap behind Benny as well.
So car number 818 now becomes the first car in the motor race to have fulfilled its compulsory pit stop requirement. Ben Connell now at the wheel of that car. And he's come out about 20 seconds ahead of Barney Hogan in the second car that has fulfilled its compulsory pit stop requirement.
As Michael Ricketts in the Nissan Pulsar from position 8 comes in to do his compulsory pit stop as well. So another driver combination to complete their pit stop requirements for the afternoon.
44 laps to go. Adam Thompson, your race leader. 1 minute 33.5 the lap time for Adam Thompson. That time through. His margin back to Lee Burgess. It's 26.2 seconds. Both those cars still have to do 5-minute compulsory pit stops. Jimmy Tran sitting in position 3. He's on the lead lap. Has to do a 2.5-minute compulsory pit stop. And the pit window, incidentally, closes at lap 70. So the next pit stops have to take place somewhere in the next 14 laps for these cars.
There's only 4 combinations that do need to complete their final pit stops. That's the top 3, and then Hayden Crossland in 8th position at the moment in the Honda Integra.
And then we'll have a cleansed field.
And a race to the finish.
Just having a look at the weather radar, and that weather front that was threatening, it's maybe not going to be quite as bad as what I first thought, but it definitely does seem like there will be at least another shower of rain before we get to the end of this race.
And to the left of the circuit, it is starting to get quite cloudy, so if if the weather is going to come, that's where it's going to come from. So we'll just have to wait and see how much rain does fall. So 57 laps completed of this 100-lap Winton 300, and Thompson still leads by almost 28 seconds over Burgess in second position, and Jimmy Tran rounds out the top three, and the gap between Thompson and Tran has stayed consistent at about 1 minute and 27 or 26 seconds. So the gap stayed pretty consistent between those two. So if both have to do their stops under green conditions, then Jimmy would come out in front of Adam Thompson after their final stops.
I actually reckon that the number 73 car is in a pretty good strategic position here. Yes, they still have to do a 2.5 minute pit stop, but they are a lap and a half ahead of their rivals, and Jimmy Tran has got more pace on board at the moment. Last time through, 1:33.7 compared to Ben Connell, who only did 1:37.5. So they are consistently, the number 73 car, the fastest on the racetrack at the moment.
And if they continue at that pace, by gaining 4 seconds a lap, then that margin's going to increase quite considerably.
Not sure that the number 22 Mini with Barney Hogan at the wheels quite going to have the pace for the final sprint to the line. Barney Hogan currently engaged in a dice with Jet Herring, but those two cars are separated by an entire lap, so it's not actually a battle for position.
And Barney just overtook Jet for that position as well, so he did put a lap on Jet lap on Jet just then as well. But they'll probably be hoping for a little bit of wet weather over the next few laps to bring them right into the game, and if they can get that, well, who knows what could happen.
Car number 86, Adam Thompson still leading the way. 26 seconds, the margin back to Lee Burgess, who is in pit lane. Now remember, they did the earlier stop, which was unscheduled, when Lee went off at turn number 4 to change tyres. This will be their compulsory stop. Lee's dad, Jerry, will get into that car. Great guys, they've been big supporters of production car racing for quite some time, but Jerry's not quite as quick as Lee behind the wheel of that car.
Do you think the other two try and hold on for a few more laps to see if we can get a safety car before they make their final stops?
You might as well run as long as you can, because if there's a safety car and you can do your stop under safety car, it's obviously going to be an advantage. Absolutely. So run as long as you can. And the Pinnacle Automotive team are pretty good at that, running right to the last minute before taking their stop. Like I said before, it was what won them the Wakefield 300 was the fact that they were the last car to do their stop, and they got a safety car at the right time.
Absolutely. Thompson still leads ahead of Tran, and the gap's 1 minute and 25 seconds, and Burgess is now down to third as he is in pit lane doing his 5-minute compulsory stop.
A few sprinkles of rain falling once again. I reckon turns 3 and 4 where it hits first.
We found out before that turn 4 was the spot where a few drivers became unstuck with their because of the conditions before. So it'll be interesting to see if we do get some rain, how that plays out as we head to pit lane and the stop for the Burgess guys. As we continue in this race, so lap 59 of this 100-lap Winton 300, and Thompson still remains your leader.
For all of those of you tuning in on the live stream, be it on Facebook or YouTube, we do have quite a lot of people tuning in. So a big thank you to all of you who've stayed with us for the Winton 300. We know that this is a race that has got a big following among endurance racing fans. So big thanks to everybody who has tuned in right throughout the day for our coverage here from Winton for the final round of the AMRS.
And it's got really dark towards turns 11 and 12 as well. So we might be getting a little bit of weather.
It's definitely started raining once again down at turn number 3. In fact, there's quite a heavy shower of rain just sweeping across the circuit at the moment. So definitely be something that'll catch the attention of all of the drivers, and you can hear the wind howling in the background as well. Windscreen wipers coming on a lot of the cars now too.
Yeah, and it's getting quite dark around the circuit. So, and here's some big rain towards turn 3, and it's starting to really fall significantly now. So here's another element that people are going to have to start thinking about. Do they go on to wet weather tyres, because the weather is coming in?
Well, the question is how long is it going to last? Having a look at the weather radar, I don't think it's going to last all that long, but it is quite heavy. So that could be a few laps that the drivers are just going to have to tough it out on the circuit, brave what will be greasy conditions, and make sure that they can keep it on the black stuff. A 1 minute 36.5 last time around for Adam Thompson, a 36.8 for Jimmy Tran, a 40.2 for Ben Connell. Lee Burgess in pit lane. We know that the Mini of Barney Hogan is pretty good in these weather conditions, so this is the stage of the race where Barney Hogan needs to press on a bit and maximise the performance advantage that he's got in that Mini.
It's going to be interesting to see what times they can do now, because the conditions are going to suit the Mini, so as they get into turn 3 there. But yeah, the weather is clearly coming in, and the wind is really, really strong, so it's going to be fascinating to see how long this weather comes through.
So Jimmy Tran comes through a 1 minute 38.3 that time around for Tran. He's just down on the inside of the Alfa Romeo. Our race leader, a 45.2, so no pace on slicks. And we've got a yellow flag. We've got a car off the road at turn 11. That is the Daniel van der Hayden Commodore, I think, has spun off the circuit down there. This could be another safety car if that car can't get moving. We've had one safety car so far in this race. There it is, bunkered in the sand trap, and the safety car has been called. The Hyundai Kona N will make its way back onto the racetrack. Our second safety car of the Winton 300, and watch for the next round of pit stops.
The only issue was Thompson just completed the lap as the safety car was called, so he missed the opportunity to come into pit lane and take the compulsory pit stop, whereas Jimmy Tran still has to complete his lap, so he should probably come into pit lane straight away, but Thompson will have to do another lap before he can come into pit lane as the officials attend to car 144.
So the safety car drive will wave cars through and just wait to pick up the race leader. Now the thing here is that the race leader will probably pit, so looks like the safety car is just going to pick up the Nissan Pulsar of Matt Hewlett and David Bernardi at the moment. The rules are that the safety car picks up the race leader unless the race leader pits, in which case the safety car picks up the next car in the queue. But I think in this case the aim has just been to neutralise the field as quickly as possible. And in comes Jimmy Tran for his second compulsory pit stop. And the Daniel van der Hayden Paul Curry car has been retrieved already. Great job by the recovery crews down there at turn number 11. And unsurprisingly, car number 86 of Adam Thompson is in as well. He'll hand the car over to Daniel Kapitanovic for the run home.
So you think that based on Connell being 2.6 laps behind, you think that Jimmy might get out in front of Connell or the Mini for first position. So it's going to be interesting to see how that all shapes out, but it looks like it's not going to be a long safety car either if the car's already out.
Could be that we restart the race next time through, in fact.
Absolutely.
Bit of work going on under the bonnet by the looks of it for the Jimmy Tran car. Hopefully that's just an oil top-up and nothing too serious.
As a safety car lets through a couple of cars.
So they've picked up the third place car of Ben Connell.
The bonnet's down on the Tran car, so everything should be okay.
Lights are still on the safety car, so we'll do at least one more lap under safety car conditions.
So depending on how long the safety car goes getting around, you think that Tran would be able to come out before the safety car gets back to pit lane for the restart, but Thompson might not get out before we go green.
Exactly right. Well, Tran only has to be in the pit lane for another 20 seconds, whereas the Thompson and Kapitanovic car have still got another 3 minutes to serve in pit lane.
So, be very interesting to see how everyone unfolds as we finish this safety car and get back to green, and sets up a fascinating last probably 37 or 38 laps in this race.
Shaping up to be a flat-out sprint to the line, that's for sure. So there is Jimmy Tran. He's back out onto the circuit after 2 minutes and 43 seconds in pit lane. So he has rejoined. He'll join onto the back of the train behind the safety car in position 2. And it's agonising sitting there in pit lane just watching the time tick down. Still got another couple of minutes in pit lane for Kapitanovic and Thompson. Like I said, it'll be Kapitanovic who'll get on board that car for the closing stint, but that car is going to lose the lead to Jimmy Tran. There's no doubt about that.
And he's going to lead by more than a lap, by the looks of it as well.
Yeah, well, he's not leading just yet, because remember, when they both came into the pits together, Tran was almost a lap down on Kapitanovic. Now, here is a replay. What are we looking at here? This is a bit earlier on. Oh, Adam Thompson through turn number 4 did what we saw before from one of the legend cars. Oh, and and the Burgess car as well, and turned in from having the left wheels out on that ripple strip on the entry to turn number 4, and had to apply a fistful of opposite locks to gather it up. Actually did a pretty good job to get out of that one. So, safety car is heading back into pit lane. And Jimmy Tran, he's at the back of the train, but he will take the race lead this time through. Daniel Kapitanovic has still got 40 seconds worth of his compulsory pit stop to serve out in car number 86. So, it's the car that started this race on pole position, the number 73 car of Jimmy Tran and Tom Vucecevic, that goes through to take the lead of the Mountain Motorsports Winton 300 with 38 laps to go, and with both their compulsory pit stops ticked off. We've talked a lot before about how this race has never been won from pole position, but car number 73 strategically is now in the box seat.
And 4 cars are on the lead lap as we head into the last 38 laps of the race.
And that BMW must be very close to coming back out onto the circuit. Here it comes. Car number 86 rejoins the race in second position, but will be a fair way behind. And with Daniel Kapitanovic now on board, he is going to have to sprint hard to try and catch up to car number 73.
So car 73 leads by almost 34 seconds over the 86, and then it's Connell in 3rd, Hogan in 4th, Burgess in 5th, Sutton in 6th, Herring in 7th, Crossland in 8th, who hasn't done a compulsory pit stop just yet. Bernardi in 9th, and Curry rounds out the top 10.
Now, how quickly can Daniel Kapitanovic dial himself into that number 86 car and start getting the sorts of lap times out of that car that Adam Thompson was extracting before? We know that Adam Thompson's been in the car all weekend, whereas Daniel Kapitanovic only got in for the warm-up this morning, didn't do any of the qualifying or practice in the lead up to this race.
And by them going to Group B, it allows Kapitanovic to do that now. Set some fast laps and see how he goes.
So, like you said, there are 4 cars on the lead lap, but A couple of them only just. So Barney Hogan's going to go a lap down very shortly because Jimmy Tran is on the attack. And his pit crew will tell him what the situation is in terms of the margin that he's got back to Daniel Kapitanovic, who is just negotiating his way out of the last corner.
Jimmy Tran goes wide into turn 5, trying to overtake some lap traffic. So he's just got to be really careful here. He's got a pretty big advantage. He sort of doesn't want to get into any trouble and potentially lose that margin over the next few laps.
So the margin's 39 seconds back to Daniel Kapitanovic. Ben Connell sitting in position 3, fighting to stay on the lead lap. Barney Hogan also in the Mini, fighting to stay on the lead lap.
So Jimmy Tran's been able to extend that margin to almost 40 seconds to Kapitanovic.
We're watching Ben Connell. So he was at the head of the queue of that safety car restart, but not the actual race leader. And what he and Barney Hogan really need is a safety car very, very soon to help themselves get back onto the lead lap. That quite heavy shower of rain does now seem to have passed.
So will that be it for the rain for the final 36 laps, Lachlan?
I hesitate to say anything, but I think we might be okay.
All right.
I think we might just be okay with the weather for the rest of the race. Still just the 3 retirements. So the Miles Jones, Perry Anastakis car, their day was done after 39 laps. Ross Wood and Gary Quigley out after 38 laps with a gearbox problem. And we heard that Matt McKeldin and Stephen Johnson retired from the race after just 5 laps with a power steering failure. 1 minute 37.8 for Jimmy Tran at that time around, and 1 minute 33.7 for Daniel Kapitanovic. So Kapitanovic was faster by 4 seconds than Jimmy Tran on that lap.
So the 5 seconds that he lost the previous lap, he's been able to get back and game on. If this continues to happen for the next few laps, then yeah, Kapitanovic is right in this.
Jimmy Tran has been a bit affected by traffic. After that restart, he was right at the back of the queue of cars, so his laps have been traffic affected, there's no doubt about that, but he does now have a bit of clear track. He's passed the Mini of Barney Hogan, so Hogan now falls off the leading lap. You would think that Ben Connell would make it fairly easy for Jimmy Tran to get past, given that both of those cars are from the BYP Racing stable.
Yeah, absolutely. They're not battling for position, and Tran will be putting a lap to Connell pretty soon if the speed continues from Jimmy Tran.
So a 35 for that time around for Jimmy Tran. That was better, and he still had a bit of traffic to get around, so certainly not a bad lap time by any stretch of the imagination there for Jimmy Tran. But you can just, in these Winton 300 races, you can just never afford to relax. We've still got 35 laps to go. Still a long, long way to go in this race. More than a third of the race still remaining. What sort of time does Daniel Kapitanovic achieve this time around? A 33.2, so he's taken another 2.4 seconds out of Jimmy Tran's advantage.
So it's going to be fascinating to see how Jimmy Tran can go now. He's in a bit more clean air.
Oh, we've got Daniel van der Hayden stopped again, this time on the exit of turn number 4. Now, that could be that they're able to retrieve that without needing a safety car. At the moment, it's just a local yellow flag zone, but because it's in the infield, it's not a particularly dangerous position. It'll be interesting to see what the officials do with that one.
He will need to be moved because he is trying to move the car, but the car's not moving at all. It's pretty much bogged, so...
the safety car has been called. There we go, yellow lights, full course caution. It's going to come out ahead of Jimmy Tran, and that is going to completely erode the 32-second margin that he had back to Daniel Kapitanovic. We've still got 34 laps to go in this race. That is not the news that Jimmy Tran would have wanted.
And it gives Connell a reprieve as well. He's stayed on the lead lap and now will be able to pretty much get right behind Kapitanovic. So it's a 3-way battle for the lead.
Indeed it is, and Connell gets waved past the safety car. So very, very lucky timing there for Ben Connell, and it keeps 3 cars on the lead lap. Now, as I said to you before, the record for the most cars that we've had on the lead lap in the Winton 300 at the finish is 3. And that's happened on 4 occasions. 2013, 2014, 2015 and 2017. A few other records that I think we can start to talk about now. The closest finish in the Winton 300 was 3.7 seconds in 2016, but that race finished under safety car, so obviously you're going to have the field tightly bunched together in that circumstance. The smallest margin that we've had at the finish for a green flag finish, 11.4 seconds between the Rob Hay, Nick Cansey and Mazda MX-5 and the Chad Cotton, Jace Collins Future Racer.
So Kapitanovic will close the margin on Jimmy Tran, but it's key to note how many cars will be between Jimmy and Kapitanovic as we head to the restart, because obviously Kapitanovic will have to get past them to then attack Jimmy for the race lead. So that could give Jimmy a nice little advantage as we get to the restart.
Well, it's 6. That's the answer to your question. 6 lapped cars between Jimmy Tran and Daniel Kapitanovic, and that could be a very valuable buffer for Jimmy Tran. And the other thing here is the lights go out on the safety car, so a very short safety car intervention is that you're not allowed to overlap or overtake until you get to the start and finish line. So Daniel Kapitanovic has to be very patient here, resists the temptation to overtake or overlap before he's allowed to.
So that safety car restart for Connell wasn't probably ideal, because now he's going to have to quickly try and get to the back of the field, but he's not going to be able to get there before the race restarts. So he'll still be a fair way behind in this battle of 3. So at the moment, it looks like it's going to be a battle in 2 as we head towards a restart.
Back underway, so there'll be 33 laps to go this time around. Green flag waves, and it is Jimmy Tran who will control the pace of the field at the restart. And here comes Daniel Kapitanovic. He did a good job there, stayed in line behind the Pulsar driver, who doesn't make it easy whatsoever for him to get past. Actually balked up Kapitanovic a bit there. Finally, he gets down the inside on the run into turn number 3. But you can see that that's a few valuable seconds that Daniel Kapitanovic has lost there while he's passed a couple of lapped cars. Still plenty of time to go though. 33 laps is still near enough to 100 Ks. So Kapitanovic has got time on his side. He can patiently negotiate his way through these lapped cars, and he can set off after our race leader, Jimmy Tran.
Well, that safety car gave him 27 seconds back, so he was 6 seconds behind when the race restarted again. He's probably going to lose a couple more seconds negotiating these lap cars, but he's at least saved potential 20 to 25 seconds through that safety car, and has an opportunity now to attack Jimmy for the lead.
This is kind of the opposite situation to the situation that Daniel Kapitanovic found himself in at the Wakefield 300 earlier this year. On that occasion, it was Kapitanovic in the lead, and he had a Honda driven by a fired-up Josh Buchan hunting him down in the closing stint. And it was Buchan who was the faster car, but Kapitanovic was able to hold on and take the win. This time it's the opposite. This time it's Kapitanovic who's doing the chasing, and he's not having an easy time of getting through these back markers.
No, he's not. He's I think just got past Burgess for another position as he's trying to get...
Well, Chris Sutton's actually just overtaken him, so this has been a bit of an awkward restart, and in fact Daniel Kapitanovic there has lost 6.5 seconds trying to pass these back markers. Can he finally get past Burgess? Yes, at turn number 3, but Chris Sutton was able to get past, and Sutton making a bit of a nuisance of himself there because he is a lap down on Kapitanovic, but wanting to fight him for position at the moment, not what Kapitanovic needs.
No, and he'll probably have to give that position back because he'll probably get the blue flags on him soon enough, so it's just holding Kapitanovic up just that little bit.
Yeah, and he was defensive there on the run into turn number 7, Chris Sutton. And yeah, they need to get the blue flags out for Chris Sutton, and he needs to be made a bit aware of what the situation is. This will be frustrating for Daniel Kapitanovic getting caught up behind this Mitsubishi Evo that he's not actually racing for position.
And he's still behind Sutton as they head in towards turn 10. So there's now 4 cars between Kapitanovic and Tran. And yeah, 12 seconds, it was 12 and a half seconds, I should say, was the margin at the end of the last lap, and I believe that might have been, that's definitely going to increase as Tran does his fastest lap for the race.
Indeed, 1 minute 33.4. So Jimmy Tran starting to unleash some pace from car number 73. He would have been told what the situation was with the margin back to Daniel Kapitanovic, who, again, because of the traffic situation, was only able to do a 36.6 that time through. Not the optimum pace that we've seen from that car so far in this race.
And Sutton's still in front of Kapitanovic, so the gap's now almost 16 seconds between Jimmy Tran and Kapitanovic, as Kapitanovic gets right behind Sutton once again out of turn 4. So this is just holding up Kapitanovic and just giving him, losing him plenty of time that he doesn't have.
And again, Sutton driving down the inside of the road. The blue lights are flashing. And they've got a Honda Integra here of the Crosland boys that they have to negotiate their way past as well. Oh, Kapitanovic, I think he's starting to get a bit impatient. He gives Sutton a love tap on the rear bumper. Good job by the Crosland Integra just to sidestep those 2 cars and let them out of the way. If you're a back marker and you're a lap down, or as Chris Sutton is, then you probably do need to just be a bit courteous when racing against other cars.
Absolutely.
Kapitanovic is throwing that BMW around. He got right up on the ripple strip there at turn number 10.
Jimmy Tran with another 33.97 as Kapitanovic gets around the last corner. So we'll get an indication of what the margin is once it gets over the start-finish line. And 19 seconds now, so another 4 seconds lost in that last lap.
This is where Kapitanovic's pit crew probably needs to just do a bit of coaching on the radio to encourage him to patiently work his way past those lapped cars. It surprises me a bit because prior to the safety car, Kapitanovic's pace was really good. He was taking time out of Jimmy Tran hand over fist. But since the restart, because of the traffic situation, he's not been able to extract that sort of pace out of the car.
And Jimmy Tran's been able to do just what he needed to do, just punch out some consistent lap times, 2 lap times in the 33s, and has been able to get a nice sizable margin once again. As Kapitanovic goes all over the back of Sutton once again.
The Mitsubishi Evo, I have to say, it's getting really good punch out of the corners. The all-wheel drive traction, I reckon that the Kapitanovic BMW was a bit quicker through the corners and under brakes, but the Evo with that all-wheel drive traction, getting really good drive out of the slower corners. This is actually going to be a battle for position. So Chris Sutton and Barney Hogan, they are actually dicing for position 4. So Sutton does have the opportunity to make up a place here.
Yeah, they both get past, Sutton gets past Herring, puts another lap on him as Kapitanovic does the same as well. So now there's just 2 lapped cars between Kapitanovic and Tran as the margin stays consistent at 19 seconds. So both drivers doing a 1 minute 35 in that last lap.
Change for position, so Sutton up the inside of Hogan. That is a change in position number 4.
So the move from Sutton to stay in front of Kapitanovic has given him 2 spots in the race. So he's moved from 4th to 6th. From 7th to 5th in the. I apologise. 6th to 4th in the last couple of laps. So he's been able to punch his way through and get a couple of valuable positions. So he's only 1 spot away from a podium finish.
Here is Kapitanovic once again on the tail with Chris Sutton. They finally managed to get through the other cars, and here he comes up the inside at turn number 9. Muscles his way through on the Mitsubishi Evo and finally gets clear of the car that's held him up for a couple of laps. Sutton looking back down the inside at turn number 10. Kapitanovic defensive under brakes to make sure that Sutton's not able to swing back past. And once again, though, the Evo getting really good drive out of turn number 10. It's got plenty of poke in a straight line. The Mitsubishi Evo, Kapitanovic late under brakes. They are separated for a lap. They're not battling for position. Let's remind you of that, but you'd be forgiven for thinking otherwise. And Kapitanovic finally has what he needs, a bit of clear track to set off after the car of Jimmy Tran. The margin is 19.3 seconds.
And now there's no cars between Tran and Kapitanovic, so Kapitanovic can now start to close that margin, but he did lose 14 seconds from the restart to now, so a lot of time lost.
Chris Sutton is driving that Mitsubishi Evo really hard. Like, when you consider that they were not battling for position, him and Kapitanovic, Sutton was really defending that position more than perhaps I thought that he needed to, if I'm being frank.
He should be able to get away from Sutton now, though, because he's been quite strong at the top of the hill, so he should be able to get away now and start to really try and close the gap towards Jimmy Tran.
Definitely, I think that the BMW E36 on slick tyres, it will have the advantage through that top part of the circuit because it's able to carry a bit more mid-corner speed, and we see that Kapitanovic has been able to stretch the gap over Sutton through that part of the track. I think perhaps the reason that it was struggling for a bit of straight line speed might come back to that engine miss that I was talking about earlier on. It's something that they have been struggling with a bit throughout the weekend.
So we're going to get a good gauges to see how fast both of them are, because both of them have had clear laps with no traffic around them. So it'll be interesting to see if Kapitanovic has been able to close that margin a little bit.
So at 35.9 for Jimmy Tran at that time around, and a 33.5 for Daniel Kapitanovic. So finally, the pendulum swings back in favour of the BMW now that he's got some clear track to work with. Daniel Kapitanovic, and the margin comes down to 16.9 seconds with 27 laps to go. The Winton 300, it's delivered us some grandstand finishes in the past, and it looks like we might be set for another one here this afternoon.
Well, if he continues to get that margin back every lap, he will be right behind Jimmy Tran with a few laps to go, so it's setting up for a nice finish.
Something about the Winton 300, just time and time again, it doesn't seem to matter how many cars there are in the race or what year it is or what types of cars or what drivers are competing. It always has this habit of throwing the unexpected and also delivering these really exciting race finishes for us.
Absolutely, and it just goes to show that it doesn't matter what car you have. If you've got a car that's capable of punching out good lap times, it can certainly be in contention right at the end, as long as you got the reliability and you get the pit strategy spot on.
So let's have a look at the lap times this time through. Jimmy Tran will come through to complete lap number 74 this time around aboard the Honda Civic, and it's a 1 minute 35.8. And Kapitanovic comes onto the main straight just as Jimmy Tran negotiates his way through turns 1 and 2. So Kapitanovic will now be able to see the carrot, and he's taken another 2.4 seconds out of Jimmy Tran's lead. A 35.8 plays a 33.4. The margin down to 14.6.
Jimmy was able to do a couple of 33s right at the restart, but he's been back into the 35s recently, so he's going to have to quicken up a little bit from those times if he's going to stand a chance if Kapitanovic keeps on doing those 33s.
Well, we know that Tran is capable of doing 33s because we've seen them before. In fact, the fastest lap of that car's race was set on lap number 69, so only 5 laps to go. So I wonder if Jimmy Tran is just conserving the car a little bit and making sure that he's got some tyre condition in reserve and some brake condition in reserve if he does have to fight hard with Kapitanovic in the closing stages of this race.
There's still 26 laps to go, so yeah, you need to keep some tyre life in the car and obviously, yeah, making sure that you can get everything right in the last few laps if there is a battle for the lead.
So the Winton 300 has never been won from pole position. It's never been won by Honda. It's never been won by BMW. And none of these drivers, Jimmy Tran, Tom Vucecevic, Daniel Kapitanovic or Adam Thompson, have won the Winton 300. Kapitanovic and Thompson have both tasted success in a 300 at Wakefield Park, as Jimmy Tran does a 36.3, so a bit slower that time around for Jimmy Tran, a 33.8 for Kapitanovic, and the margin has come down again. It's back to 12.1 seconds.
Another 2.5 seconds gone from the margin, so Kapitanovic was able to do another 33, and he's consistently doing 33s right now, so he's found his groove following that little drama before where he was trying to overtake everyone, and he started to really punch out some really good times.
Still reckon that they've probably got another, let's say, 2 or 3 laps before they catch up to laps traffic again. It'll be a couple of Nissan Pulsars that they'll be coming across. Oh, we've got the Barney Hogan and Ian McDougall Mini back in the pits. Now, that car has already done its compulsory pit stop, so you would have to suggest that this would be an unscheduled pit stop for car number 22, which was only a lap behind the leaders and running inside the top 5. So some late dramas for the Mini, unfortunately.
And that pushes the Herring entry into the top 5.
Indeed it does. Speaking of division leaders, so Jimmy Tran and Tom Vucecevic currently your leaders in Division B. They're first outright. Ben Connell and Benny Tran third outright. Leaders in Division C. Leaders in Division D, Hayden and Ben Crosland. They're sitting in 8th position outright, and David Bernardi and Matt Thewlis, they lead Division E. They're sitting in 9th position outright. A 35.6 for Jimmy Tran, a 33.7 for Daniel Kapitanovic, the margin down to 10.2, and that looks like more fuel that they were putting in the Mini. So clearly, I don't know, maybe they had a refueling issue earlier on and didn't get enough fuel on board.
Yeah, clearly something's gone amiss because, yeah, there looks to be fuel going in the car. So hopefully that's just a refueling scenario. They get more fuel in the car and they can come out and finish the race.
Just having a look at the weather radar, there are still some showers hanging around here. They all seem to be just missing the track at the moment. There's a couple of very small isolated showers to the north of the circuit. There's a couple of slightly bigger ones to the west, and it'll be touch and go as to whether or not they get here before the end of this race. I think Daniel Kapitanovic will be hoping that it stays dry. We know that the BMW E36 is not a particularly comfortable car in wet weather conditions.
Even though when it was a little bit damp on the track, Thompson did some pretty quick times. So a little bit of water on the circuit might not be too bad, but yeah, if it goes into a bit of a downpour, I don't think it's going to suit them.
So can Jimmy Tran respond? His last couple of laps have been in the 35s and 36s, whereas Daniel Kapitanovic has been consistently in the 1 minute 33 bracket. Jimmy Tran back to a 34.1. That's a bit more like it for Jimmy Tran. He's starting to respond to the attack from Daniel Kapitanovic, who comes through and punches out a 33.3. So the margin has still come down, but only by 0.8 that time through. It's down to 9.4 seconds.
Neither of these two drivers have actually set the fastest lap for the race so far. The fastest lap of the race has gone to Herring with a 32.1544, but I think that might be under threat in the last few laps of these two really start to punch out some numbers as they try and close the margin or keep the margin in Jimmy Tran's case.
Yeah, that's a lot of pace from Jet Herring, wasn't it? That was pace that we hadn't really seen from that car earlier on in the race. At the moment, Jet Herring circulating in the 1 minute 36 bracket. Jimmy Tran having to negotiate his way past a couple of lapped Nissan Pulsars at the moment as Daniel Kapitanovic negotiates his way up through the top end complex through turns 7, 8 and 9.
And Jet is closing the margin on Chris Sutton as well for 4th position. The gap between those two is just over 5 seconds, so that could be an interesting battle in the last 23 laps as well.
Blue lights flashing to let those Pulsar drivers know that the race leaders are rapidly approaching. David Bernardi there at turn number 11. Turns in and hits the apex at turn 11, and that has slightly compromised Jimmy Tran's run, I think, through those last couple of corners.
So they are going to encounter some lap traffic, so that'll be interesting to see how it plays out.
Yeah, 36.5 that time around for Jimmy Tran. I think those couple of pulsars may have just cost him a little bit of speed there. 32.9 for Daniel Kapitanovic. That's only a tenth of a second slower than that car's best lap of the race as he fires it down the inside of Jamie Canellis in the Nissan Pulsar. Heading into turn number 3. It's only 5.8 seconds the gap now, first to second with 22 laps remaining.
So Kapitanovic has been able to claw back all the margin that he lost while he was trying to overtake those lap cars. This was the margin that we pretty much had when the restart happened. So game on between these two now.
It sure is. And pretty much every lap since he finally got around those lapped cars and got clear track, Daniel Kapitanovic has been faster than Jimmy Tran. There's one lapped car separating them at the moment. It's the David Bernardi and Matt Thewler's Nissan Pulsar. And look at Kapitanovic. He's not wasting any time. Straight up the inside at turn number 9. He'll be able to see that Honda Civic in front of him. It's the carrot on the stick. It's the one car that stands in front of Daniel Kapitanovic, between Daniel Kapitanovic and the Michael J. Ronk Memorial Trophy.
Testing your knowledge, Lachlan, has anyone won the Wakefield 300 and the Winton 300 in the same year?
Yes. So the last drivers to win both the Wakefield 300 and the Winton 300 in the same year, Craig and Adam Burgess in 2017.
So 5 years ago.
Indeed. Steve and Jake Shelley achieved it in 2015 as well.
So it is an uncommon. It has happened before.
And interestingly enough, the only people to achieve it have been father and son combinations. As that time around, Jimmy Tran was actually a fraction quicker. I think Daniel Kapitanovic might have caught that lapped car in a bit of an awkward position on the circuit, and the margin is back out to 6.6 seconds.
But Jimmy's just about to run into some more lap traffic as well, so that's going to be the critical part over the next 21 laps. Can you get past these lap traffic guys as quickly as possible and not lose too much time, and then conversely for the other guy, can they do the same? Because it's going to be critical. You could lose 2, 3, 4 seconds if you get it wrong.
We could be on for our closest ever Winton 300 finish here in terms of a green flag finish. Like I said before, the current record for the closest Winton 300 finish is 11.4 seconds. And that was set in 2013. So the margin is closer than that at the moment. Also, in terms of our race time, so we've got 20 laps to go. We've been going for 2 hours and 16 minutes. I reckon the race record is still very much in play here.
It's going to be very close. Very close. If they do around these times, it's going to be right on it.
Jimmy Tran comes through and completes lap number 80, a minute 33.7. That's the quickest time that car's done in recent memory. Clearly the pit crew have told him to push on, and again he's extended the margin by 4 tenths. So Kapitanovic a bit slower than Jimmy Tran. This is what I was talking about. Maybe Tran was just conserving the car to make sure that he had something to fight with in this closing stint.
Margin out to 7 seconds now.
It's good that these two are making a race of it, that's for sure. It could well, like you say, come down to laps traffic, who catches up to cars at the best position on the racetrack. Good positions to catch up to lapped cars is pretty much anywhere there's a straight. Bad positions to catch lapped cars, turns 1 and 2, it can be very awkward to negotiate your way around them, and also through turns 7, 8 and 9 it can be pretty tricky if you get stuck behind a lapped car there as well.
And Tran was able to overtake someone while doing that 33, so a quite pivotal lap for Tran in that lap.
Ben Connell, incidentally, is still on the lead lap, and he's got his times down into the 34s as well. A 34.2 for Ben Connell in the 818 car last time around. So his pace has been good enough to stay comfortably on the lead lap, but he is now a minute and 3.9 seconds off the lead of the motor race.
Well, he's there if these two have any issues or if these two battle for position.
And Benny Tran, 1 minute 33.0. That's that car's best lap of the race on lap number 81. Daniel Kapitanovic a 34.4. So Tran now is starting to wind up the wick on car number 73 and try and break the back of the challenge from Daniel Kapitanovic.
19 laps remaining. The margin's just over 8 seconds.
Great finish it's been to this race. We're into the final 20 laps now. And you would have to say that in terms of the cars that have bought themselves a ticket to this final 20 laps and put themselves in the box seat to fight it out for victory, cars 73 and 86 are your main players at this point. If there's another safety car, car 818 could be in contention as well, but I'm just not quite sure that they've got the outright pace in that car to fight it out with the top two.
Now the Mini of Hogan's been able to come back out in 8th position, and they've just done a 34 as well, so they're on a bit of a charge to try and claim back a couple of spots that they lost having to do that extra pit stop.
Yeah, I think they should be able to get back up to 7th position. I think in terms of speed, they will have the measure of the Hayden and Ben Crosland Honda Integra, but the next cars are a couple of laps ahead, so that second pit stop to put more fuel in car number 22 was quite costly, as we see that the Honda Integra of Hayden and Ben Crosland is back in for its second pit stop now as well.
Yep, so Hogan will get that 7th position without having to pass anyone on the track because Crossland's into the pits. Now Tran did another 33 that lap, a 33.46, and he was another second quicker than Kapitanovic. So the lead's out to 9.5 seconds. So Tran's been able to do some consistent 33s and really start to get that margin back out to a more comfortable level for him with 18 laps to go. So Tran's still leading. Kapitanovic is second, and then Connell is in third. We got Sutton in fourth, Herring in 5th position, Burgess in 6th, Hogan in 7th, Crossland's 8th at the moment, but he's in pit lane, and then Bernardi in 9th, and then 10th is Boccia. So Jimmy Tran's been able to pull out some really quick laps.
And we're going to head back down to Kylie King for another update for pit lane.
Oh, geez, it's a nervous wait, isn't it, Tom Vacevic, when you've got your co-driver leading the race, hoping he can get through it?
Yeah, Jimmy's having a bit of a hard time because the car's overheating, but he's nurturing it and we're getting it home.
We wondered what the issue was because we thought, oh, is he protecting his tyres? What's the strategy?
No, it's the actual engine, it's overheating. So it started just before I got out of the car. Yeah, so that was on lap 40. And yeah, he's just nurturing it and taking it easy, and it's a long 20 laps, let me tell you.
And what's it like for a co-driver sitting here? You can't do much. I saw you up the back trying to sort of start packing and getting ready.
Yeah, just I'm not watching the race, a bit nervous, but it's all good.
And what's it been like for you to be competing in the 300?
Well, it's my first Winton 300. I've done a couple of SMS ones, and we've done Wakefield, but yeah, it's been a good race.
I hope I do not jinx you, because I know the boys have made a lot of commentary about the fact that the pole sitter hasn't won and all the rest of it, but fingers crossed this is your day.
Yeah, that's all we're all doing. We're all crossing our fingers. So, yeah, it's tough.
All right, well, I'll get you out of the lane and out the back so you can relax, huh?
I think I'm going to watch the rest of it from here. Thanks, guys.
Well, he might have been nervous, Tom Vacevic, but the news has just got quite a bit better for him and Jimmy Tran, because their main rival is out of business. Daniel Kapitanovic has driven car number 86 into pit lane and straight into the garage. So a mechanical problem for car number 86, and that car is now out of contention for the 2022 Winton 300.
So that gives Jimmy Tran the opportunity now to sort of nurse the car a little bit more and be able to guide that car home and sort of deal with those overheating issues a little bit more. But it'll be interesting to see what happened with Kapitanovic. You mentioned that the car was misfiring a little bit before the race. I wonder if those issues have come back to the fore.
Well, his pace had dropped off a little bit, hadn't it? We saw that he was punching out consistent 33s, and then the pace drops back into the 1-minute 34s. But now it looks like car number 86 is out of the race altogether, and that's a shame, because it has robbed us of potentially a blockbuster finish between the Jimmy Tran, Tom Vucetovic car and the Daniel Kapitanovic and Adam Thompson machine.
And Tran's just gone straight back into the 36 lap times, but that might have been because of traffic. But yeah, he's now got the opportunity to nurse the car home a little bit more.
Indeed, he's got a comfortable buffer, 1 minute and 9.9 seconds over second place Ben Connell with 16 laps to go. So with that margin, he can really back the pace off, nurse the car home, make sure that he's managing those engine temperature issues and just concentrating on making sure that the number 73 car gets to the checkered flag. So Ben Connell now up into second position. Chris Sutton moves up into position number 3. Then we're going back to Jet Herring in 4th position. And Jared Burgess up inside the top 5. What a shame for the Pinnacle Automotive team to get to within 16 laps of the finish of the race and to have the car expire.
And Jimmy Tran into the 37s that last lap, but it sets up an interesting battle for the final spot on the podium between Chris Sutton and Jet Herring. There's only 10 seconds between them, so if Jet can put in a couple of quick laps before the end of the race, who knows, that could be a very interesting battle in the final couple of laps.
I do think Chris Sutton probably has a bit of a pace advantage, but Jet Herring, we've seen that he's been pretty handy behind the wheel with that Mazda MX-5, particularly in wet weather conditions throughout this weekend as well. So 2 cars on the lead lap, and like I said, 68 seconds separating first and second position. We've got 15 laps left to go.
And if you're Connell, you probably try and push and see if you can close the margin, and you never know what might happen.
What would be interesting is if we got one more safety car, because we know that Jimmy Tran's managing overheating problems. At the moment, he's not under any pressure, but if he wants to be put under some pressure and he had to drive that car a bit harder than he'd like to, it'd be interesting to see what would happen.
But Connell can only do certain lap times as well, so as long as Tran probably sticks to a number, he'll be able to sort of guide the car home as well. And we know that he can still do those 33s when required. He probably doesn't want to do that, but he certainly did that before when he was put under a lot of pressure and did those couple of 33s to rebuild that margin.
And he's back to Ryhoff now. I'm in at 38.4 that time around for Jimmy Tran. So he'll be driving to a number, just gently nursing home that Honda Civic, the BYP Racing entry.
So that might end the chances of breaking the race record, but I don't think Jimmy Tran really cares about that. I think he just wants to guide the car home.
Yeah, Michael J. Ronk Memorial Trophy is worth a bit more than the race record for the Winton 300, and if he can get the car home, he will break another record, and that will be the curse of pole. Because 14 laps to go, and it looks like we might finally get a pole sitter who is able to convert the fastest time in qualifying to first place on race day.
Fingers crossed. Don't jinx it, Lachlan. Don't jinx it. At least from Jimmy Tran's perspective. So the margin between Jet Herring and Chris Sutton for that final spot on the podium has gone down to 8 seconds. So Herring did a 36.25 that last lap. So the margin's closing a little bit, but that could also be lap traffic. But it might be interesting to keep an eye on that for the last couple of laps to see if Jet can give Chris a bit of a run for his money for the last podium spot.
Yeah, 1 minute 38.0 plays, 1 minute 36.2. I do know that those Mitsubishi Evos can be quite hard on their tyres. So hopefully Chris Sutton hasn't used up his tyres too hard. Here's our second place car, Ben Connell, in the BYP Honda Integra. We've talked a bit before about the Trans and how long they've supported these events for, and The fact that they've been through the tough times, they've had mechanical problems, various gremlins that have put them out of contention when they've been in good positions. But right now, team's looking good for a 1-2 finish. And it would be a very fine reward for all of their efforts over many years.
A lot of hard work's probably gone into that too. So, yeah, they're 13 laps away from getting it done.
So Jimmy Tran and Tom Vucecevic leading the way in Division B. Ben Connell and Benny Tran, your leaders in Division C. They're second outright. Leaders in Division D, Hayden Crosland and Ben Crosland, they have returned to the racetrack. They're ninth outright in the Terry Conroy Motorsport Honda Integra. Leader in Division E, currently sitting eighth outright, David Bernardi and Matt Thewlis in the Nissan Pulsar. They started this race in 14th on the grid, but they've steadily worked their way forward all day, and it just shows that in endurance racing, if you have a trouble-free run, you don't have to have the fastest car, but you can end up in a pretty handy outright position by the end of the race.
And Jimmy Tran's the only driver left out of the cars in Group B. The other two are in pit lane. So if something did happen and they were not able to finish in first, they would at least claim Class B at the moment.
5 retirements from this race so far. Daniel Kapitanovic and Adam Thompson, the most recent of those retirements. Daniel van der Hayden and Paul Curry after a couple of off-track excursions, both of which caused safety car interruptions. They're out of the race as well. Miles Jones and Parayannis-Starkus, they were in amongst the lead pack for much of the race, but retired after 39 laps in their Honda Civic. Ross Wood and Gary Quigley, the 1967 Mustang Fastback, out of the race after 38 laps with a gearbox problem that saw them losing third gear. And the first retirement back on lap number 5, Matt McKeldin and Stephen Johnson in the number 17 AU Falcon with a power steering failure.
Jet Herring's closed the margin to 6.9 seconds and taken another 0.4 of a second away from Chris. So the margin is closing, but they are running out of laps to try and get that final podium spot.
Jimmy Tran back down into the 1 minute 34 bracket, a 34.1 that time around, so he's picked up the pace once again. It just seems like he seems to probably push on for a couple of laps. If the engine starts to get hot, then he just backs off the pace to bring the temperatures down, and then he presses on again.
So just managing the situation and making sure that the car can get back home or get to the finish line in one piece.
We've never had a front-wheel drive car win the Winton 300, so that could be the other first that gets ticked off this afternoon.
So what are all the firsts that can be ticked off?
So first Honda, first front-wheel drive car, first car to win the race for a pole position, 2 first-time winners, and we'll see what happens in terms of the race time if we can get to that race record time.
About 16 minutes until the race record time. It was 2 hours 48 minutes, wasn't it?
2 hours 50.
2 hours 50, so we might be on track.
Should not be bad considering that we've had 3 safety cars in this race. That's pretty much bang on the average, incidentally. The average number of safety cars is 3.13.
There you go. And we've had a little bit of rain as well, which has impacted us some times. I think we had a couple of 40 and 42 lap, 1 minute 40 and 1 minute 42 lap times. So, yeah, been compromised a little bit with the weather, but for most part, we've had a pretty clear afternoon, which has been a really nice surprise.
In terms of the different cars that have led this race, so obviously the number 73 car has led the race. The number 818 car has spent some time in the lead of the race. The number 86 car led the race at one stage as well. And so too did car number 777. So even despite the fact it's been a relatively compact field, still 4 different cars have led the race today, and we've had a number of lead changes throughout the day.
At least more than half a dozen. So yeah, it's been particularly the first 25 laps. It was really a big battle between the top 3, and the lead changed a fair few times. So yeah, really great to see a great battle early on, and I think that set up the race for a couple of the teams.
These are really good events. I mean, they're an opportunity for club-level motorsport competitors to experience the thrill of endurance racing. We've seen that the numbers have built up in the Sydney 300 and it's become a very popular event, and I've got no doubt that the numbers will increase in the Winton 300 again as well. There's lots of eligible cars in Victorian categories like the BMW E30 series and the Porsche 944 series that could very easily come and race in this event, as well as cars from the production and improved production car category. So I don't think it'll be too much longer before the Winton 300 gets back to the glory days where we're getting 40 plus car fields turning out.
Absolutely. Hopefully it happens sooner rather than later. And Jet Herring's closing that margin still on Chris Sutton as well. It's now down to 5.3 seconds, and he claimed back almost 7/10 that last lap. So the margin is closing. It might get to a battle between those two in the last couple of laps.
It'll be an interesting battle if it eventuates as well. Cars that are quite different in terms of their mechanical specifications. The naturally aspirated but very lightweight Mazda MX-5, rear-wheel drive, a low centre of gravity, whereas the Mitsubishi Evo has all-wheel drive, a turbocharged engine, but there's also a heavier car.
Absolutely.
And the MX-5 on slick tyres as well, whereas the Mitsubishi Evo 10 is running on treaded R-Spec production car tyres.
9 laps to go, and Jimmy Tran still leads, and his margin hasn't really changed in the last few laps. It's still been just over a minute from Connell, so he's been able to sort of control the pace, control the margin, and yeah, just nurse that car home with the overheating issues. And Jet Herring takes another second out of Chris Sutton, so the margin's now down to 4.4 seconds, and Jet Herring's done a 1 minute 35.99. Now they've changed the best lap time, so that might have been a timing issue from before, but he's getting close to his fastest lap times for the race, so Jet Herring is certainly pushing it in the last few laps to get that last podium position.
Yeah, so the fastest overall lap of the race still held by the Daniel Kapitanovich Adam Thompson car. It was Adam Thompson who set the lap, and it was a 1 minute 32.8, which was set by that car on lap number 39. Unfortunately, that car is one of 5 retirements that we've had from this race.
So there's 10 cars on the circuit, I should say. So the top 10 are all going to be the finishers for this race.
So, yeah, the overall finishing rate for the Winton 300 since 2011, so out of the 312 cars that have started Winton 300s since 2011, 216 have finished for an overall finishing rate of 69.2%. So if 10 out of 15 cars finish, that's 66%, so slightly below the overall finishing rate.
It's quite impressive with the statistics there, Lachlan.
And shaping up to have 2 cars on the lead lap at the finish of this one, so it won't be either the biggest or the smallest margin of victory. It certainly would have been interesting if the Kapitanovich and Thompson car had kept going, because it looks for a while there like we were on for a really close finish, but not to be, unfortunately.
Jet Herring takes another almost a second out of Chris Sutton, and the margin's now down to 3.4 seconds. So those two might be getting closer to, well, they will be getting closer to having a battle for that final podium position, and there's 7 laps to go now.
Those cars currently on their way down towards turn 10, and Jet Herring will have Chris Sutton right in his sights at the moment.
So Jimmy Tran last lap was a 35.08. So yeah, just keeping control of those overheating issues, and yeah, when there's a need to push, or if he can push the car and it's not going to impact the overheating, he'll probably do it, but then he sort of slows the car down when he needs to make sure that the car can get there in one piece. But there will be a few nervous moments down at that team.
This will be the phase of the race where Jimmy Tran will start to hear all sorts of noises that he hasn't heard all race long, and eagle eyes will be on the temperature gauge. We heard Tom Vacečevic chatting with Kylie King a bit earlier on about the overheating issues that they were experiencing with that car. And so now it's a case of just very gently nursing it to make sure that they can get it home without putting any more stress on it than they need to.
And we're now down to 2.3 seconds between Jet Herring and Chris Sutton as we show footage of that right now. So the margin's quite close as Chris Sutton locks his brakes heading into turn 7. So fascinating final few laps for those two for the final position on the podium. And you just wonder, with Chris being so aggressive at the restart, just how much damage he did put on those tyres, or how much impact he put on those tyres, and whether he's sort of paying the price for that a little bit now.
Well, he was racing against Daniel Kapitanovic pretty hard, wasn't he, despite the fact that they were not actually fighting for position at the time. And yeah, you just have to wonder if maybe it would have been better off at that point to have let Kapitanovic go and focus on running his own race, because the margin, it looks like it's come down again. Jet Herring has definitely made up some time. They're fighting for the final spot on the outright podium. They're fighting for what will be second place in Division C. And the margin has come down again by another second. It's now just 1.2 seconds between the Mitsubishi Evo 10 and the Mazda MX-5.
So Herring did a 136.84 that last lap, and Sutton did a 137.88. So yeah, the gap's closing significantly, and Herring's almost right at the back of Sutton now. So the battle is definitely on for that final spot.
Jet's son Todd Herring finished third, driving solo in the Sydney 300, starting at the back of the grid. Now he's going to see if his son can deliver him another podium finish in a 300k endurance race, and he's right on the tail of Chris Sutton as they head up through the top end complex, turns 7, 8 and 9. The mid-corner speed of the MX-5 on slick tyres, you can see, and he comes ranging up on the back of the Evo, but this is the part of the circuit where the Evo will be a fraction stronger with the turbocharged acceleration and all-wheel drive traction to punch hard out of those slow corners.
He's got to pick his right moment here, and it's probably not going to be here because of the pace of the Evo, but it might be in the final two corners into 11 and 12. He might be able to get a good run.
Sutton knows that he's fighting for a podium. He drove it down the middle of the road and covered off the inside line into turn 11 and 12. This is going to be a good test for young Jet Herring to see if he can set up an overtaking manoeuvre. He looks to the outside, switches back to the inside. Not quite close enough to go for the big dive down the inside under brakes into turn number 1, but Sutton, you can see, just struggled to get the car turned in there through turns 1 and 2 on the direction changes, which does suggest that the tyres on that car are feeling a bit tired.
As we head towards turn 4, and this is probably the spot where Herring will have an advantage with the MX-5. So can he take advantage as he goes around top turn 5? And he'll probably try and make a move into turn 7 and use the momentum of turn 6. He goes around the outside, and Sutton defends nicely, keeps himself into that position. As Herring tries to go around the outside into turn 9, and he's got it round the outside. So now he's got the inside heading into turn 10. Keeps himself in front and gets the move done. That's a great move by Herring to take the podium position away from Sutton. The key is, though, can he hold the margin heading into the last two corners, given the power of the Evo? And he's been able to hold on there into turn 11. So Herring gets the job done, and that's a podium position potentially for Herring.
Indeed, it is beautifully executed as well around the outside through turn number 9. Used the superior mid-corner speed of the Mazda MX-5 with that extra grip with the slick tyres. and was then positioned perfectly on the inside at turn number 10 to get the job done. So that is Jet Herring and his father Todd Herring into a podium position here at the Winton 300. We've got 4 laps remaining. Jimmy Tran, the margin back to Ben Connell, it's come back down to 55.8 seconds. I noticed that Jimmy Tran had a bit of a slow lap a couple of laps ago. I don't think it's anything to be too concerned about because he got back down to a 1 minute 38 last time through, but Jimmy Tran clearly in absolute conservation mode as he just makes sure that he gets the number 73 car to the checkered flag.
Less than 4 laps to go. Make that 3 now. So Jimmy Tran completes lap 97 and does a 36 that lap, so a 36.08. So yeah, just trying to make sure that the car just can get home and finish this race.
I reckon we are on for a race record here, Shane. 3 laps to go, coming up to 2 hours and 45 minutes elapsed. I reckon that we might break it by maybe 90 seconds to 2 minutes.
Oh, was that your prediction? We have to get out the calculator just to make sure. But yeah, you're right. It looks like it's going to be between 90 and 2 minutes. So yeah, fantastic to see given the conditions.
Oh, and we've got a problem for our race leader. The Jimmy Tran car has slowed. Can you believe it? We've only got 2.5 laps to go, and the Honda Civic, which has led this race pretty much since the pit stop shuffle concluded, is crawling agonisingly slowly up around the top end complex.
It looks like he's been able to pick it up a little bit again.
So the car was super slow through the sweep, and now it's back on the pace. This is a late concern that is not what Jimmy Tran needs or wants.
Can he hold on?
Can he get this car home? A nervous and anxious moment for the team at BYP Racing and BT Motorsport with the number 73 car. He's got buffer. He's got 55.3 seconds back to Ben Connell in the second of the BYP cars, which is just negotiating its way around turn 8 at the moment. But nervous times, nervous moments for Jimmy Tran as he tries to get this ailing car home.
2 laps to go. He did come to almost a stop and then was able to get it going again. So, geez, it's just 6 more kilometres for him. That's all he needs to do. Just needs to guide the car home for a couple more, or 2 more laps, and just bring it home. So,
a minute 56.0 was the lap time for Jimmy Tran that time through. So that was very, very slow. It was more than 20 seconds slower than the times that car is capable of.
So what's the margin now between Tran and Connell? Connell's just about to cross the start-finish line, so we'll find out very shortly.
36.3, so it came down by 19 seconds on that lap.
Oh, he slowed down again.
And the car, once again, has slowed to an absolute crawl heading up through the final sequence of corners. Can he keep it mobile? I wonder if it's something to do with the car overheating and going into limp mode, and he's having to stop it and restart it to keep it mobile. Oh, it's slowed up again to an absolute crawl on the back straight.
So it started up again and then slowed down again, and then he's trying to get it started up again. So there's only 1.5 laps to go. Can he hold on, or can Connell get enough margin to bring it back?
Can you believe this? Well, here comes Connell up around turn number 9. So the Tran car is crawling. Here comes Ben Connell through turn number 9. The Tran car is still agonisingly slow on the exit of turn number 10. We are potentially going to have a lead change here with just over a lap to go. Here comes Connell out of turn number 10, and he is going to see the car that leads the Winton 300 crawling at just about walking pace down at the back straight. There it is, the lead change. Ben Connell goes into the lead of the race with just over a lap remaining in the Mountain Motorsports Winton 300. Incredible. I said the twists and the turns in this race, just when you think you know what's going to happen. A spanner gets thrown in the works, a curveball gets thrown in the air, And once again, it has happened. Ben Connell leads the Mountain Motorsports Winton 300 with 1 lap to go.
And the pole curse strikes again. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. So Connell from the clouds, he was over a minute behind a couple of laps ago, and now he's taken the lead, and this is the final lap. He's going to lead the last lap and potentially get the job done. And the key for Tran is, can he hold on and just get the car back and finish on the podium?
Well, he's got the car back up to somewhat race pace now, but the last lap around was 2 minutes and 33 seconds. So right now, it's a case of just trying to hold on to second position. Let's hope for his sake that the car could make it home. But what a heartbreaking way to lose the race so close to the finish.
1.5 laps was all that the car needed to do. Devastating for those guys.
We had a lead change on the very final lap in 2014 when Nathan Jess overtook Michael Kane for the race win. And the Tran car, look at that, it's slowed up again. He's going to be limping it to the line. He does have a margin back to Jet Herring, which should be enough to see him take second position. What a story for these guys, though. Ben Connell and Benny Tran, they were in the lead pack all day. They had great strategy, but it looks like they were going to be beaten by their teammates in what is a surprise victory. It's Benny Connell, Benny Tran and Ben Connell who will take victory in the Mountain Motorsports Winton 300, the first win for Honda in this iconic endurance event.
So we got some firsts, but unfortunately for Jimmy Tran, just not able to get the win. And can he hold on to second? He's coming around the last couple of corners into turn 12, still going slow, but it looks like they're just going to hold on and finish in second. But geez, utter devastation for those guys. 1.5 laps away from winning the Winton 300 and just, not able to hold on and get it done.
They do get to the line in second position. Just the car crawls across the line in position number 2. The final margin, first to second, 43.2 seconds. And with Jet Herring coming home in position number 3, he will finish on the lead lap. So for the 5th time in the Winton 300, we'll have 3 cars finishing on the lead lap.
Now, what was the race record?
So the race record previously was 2 hours and 50 minutes. 2 hours, 50 minutes, 49.3 seconds.
We've broken it by 30 seconds, or roughly around about 30 seconds.
So it is a race record.
It is a race record.
And we would have broken the race record by more had the Jimmy Tran, Tom Vucetovic car not had those problems in the last couple of laps. But if that's not demonstration, an absolute demonstration that pole position is cursed here at the Winton 300, I don't know what is.
Oh, unbelievable. We were talking about it all day, and we thought that it was finally going to end, and it's still there. It's still waiting to be broken, and for another year, the pole position does become a curse and will be a curse.
So there we go. I reckon Benny Tran and Ben Connell, they will be shocked to have won the race in those circumstances. It was looking good for them to finish in probably 3rd position, and the 2 cars that were ahead of them both had dramas. Daniel Kapitanovic and Adam Thompson retiring from the race altogether. Jimmy Tran and Tom Vucetovic, we knew they had some overheating problems, and in the end, the Honda Civic cried enough just a couple of laps from the finish.
There'll be some mixed emotions too, because they'll feel sorry for their teammates as well, because they pretty much should have had that win. But as we've said right at the start of the race, you've got to have 100 laps of reliability. You've got to get the car from start to finish, and if you can't, then ultimately you don't finish the race.
Well, the Winton 300 delivers again. We've talked about how it always throws up these crazy finishes, and once again it has. And confirmation, the total race time, 2 hours, 50 minutes and 17 seconds. So it is a new race record. We beat the existing race record by 32 seconds.
Sweet. Nice job.
So, confirmation of your final results. Benny Tran and Ben Connell, your winners. Jimmy Tran and Tom Vucetovic, second. So it is a 1-2 finish for the BYP team Chris Sutton comes home in third position. Hang on, is there a timing glitch here? Because the Jet Herring car has been scored in... there we go, it's updated now. So yes, Jet Herring and Todd Herring in position number 3. 3 cars on the lead lap at the end of the race. Chris Sutton in 4th position. Back then to Jerry and Lee Burgess in 5th. Barney Hogan and Ian McDougall 6th. Hayden and Ben Crosland in 7th position. David Bernardi and Matt Thewlis in 8th position. Evan Botcher coming home in 9th position with Phil Basket in the Alfa Romeo. Jamie Canellis and Michael Ricketts routing out the top 10. Jimmy Tran and Tom Vucecevic win Division B. Benny Connell and Benny Tran win Division C. Division D goes to Hayden and Ben Crosland, and Division E to David Bernardi and Matt Thewlis. Massive thanks to everybody who has tuned in throughout season 2022 for the Australian Motor Racing Series. Very shortly, we're going to head down to Kylie King to catch up with our drivers. In fact, we're going to head down to KK right now to catch up with our surprised race winners, Benny Tran and Ben Connell.
Oh, surprise race winners indeed. What went through your mind as you came around the bend and went, oh, I'm a chance here?
Yeah, I don't know. I was pretty shocked. First time in the 300, first time in this car, first time at this track. So it's a pretty wild experience today. It was overwhelming, yeah.
And it just goes to show, never give up, huh?
Yeah, that's it. Keep pushing. The boys kept saying, push, push, push. Yeah, boys.
Right to that very end. Oh, it was so unfortunate as we go along too. I guess they did manage to limp to the end, but there's no joy, I guess, on a podium finish when you've been leading the race. What was it like for you?
We had 10 laps to go. We had a bit of a cut through the corners, and I was like, can't be fuel. So we narrowed it down to a throttle position sensor. So the last 2 laps it got worse and worse, and we pretty much lost all the power and cycling the ignition. So we got to the end, which is great. But congrats to our other car, 818, for winning the race. Yeah, it is what it is.
You are being very optimistic. You're being very gracious. I mean, at 1 lap to go, I mean, oh, geez, the racing gods were just so mean.
Yeah, I know. It's just, that's how it goes for the 300k race. You just go down to the last lap. So, we'll try again next time.
Great attitude. Thanks so much. And we'll head on to our 3rd place getters. The young gun has done his old man proud. Well done.
Hey.
You're still catching your breath?
Yeah. Big race.
Where is Dad? We're going to need to throw him into the mix. He's hiding on you. Let you catch your breath. Dad, you must be mighty proud.
Oh, I'm lost for words. I can't believe he's done it. He won the sprint race in the wet, first race ever, and he was getting quicker as the tyres were getting worse, and he had no 5th gear. Mate, champion effort for your first one. I can't believe it.
Well, I guess pictures tell the story. Just the joy with you two. You've caught your breath. You'll be back for more, no doubt.
Yes, I will.
Time for a nice cold soft drink and some hot chips, eh?
Yes, I will.
Congratulations, guys.
Thanks, guys.
Well, you go, lads. Back to you in commentary. Emotions galore down here in the lane.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Absolute emotions galore down there. The complete spectrum of emotions, from complete shock, I think, in the case of the winners, disappointment in the case of our 2nd place drivers, and pride and elation for our 3rd place car.
And Jet Herring doing it with no 5th gear either. Incredible performance. That's an incredible way to finish and get on the podium and secure 3rd position. So congratulations to those two.
Yeah, congratulations to all of our Winton 300 place getters. We will be having a podium presentation for all of those of you who are trackside here at Winton. That'll be coming up down in the pit lane area very shortly. For those of you tuning in on the live stream, a massive thank you to all of you who've tuned in for our coverage of the Australian Motor Racing Series, not just this weekend, but right throughout season 2022. It's been an absolute pleasure, and a massive thank you as well to the entire team at Fuzzy Media for producing the coverage for our live stream, and also our post-produced highlights packages, which you can watch on 7 Plus and 7 Mate, and we'll have all of the highlights from this weekend coming your way on 7 Mate in the coming weeks. Make sure you stay tuned to our social media channels for details on those. Big thank you for the people who've joined me in commentary throughout this weekend. We had the legend Dick Johnson alongside Wade Orge for the TA2 Muscle Car Series races. We had Shane Jones joining me in commentary for the other categories today. Right now, though, time to sign off on the live stream and go and enjoy the celebrations of the Winton 300 podium. On behalf of the entire team, I'm Lockie Mansell. See you next time. Bye for now.